and plenty of it. 2 full rounds of heat races for all 9 divisions from Quaker City Motorsports Park coming up. OKN Masters rolling towards the final turn. Chris Horan and John Bonanno, your front row. Andy Kutcher, Austin Queen, row number 2. Adamar Caligaro, Anthony Stifler, row 3. Scott Falcone, Paul Meese, Bo Amato, and Paul Montopoli, the first 5 rows. 23 in total. They're headed down to us now, getting ready to go green for the start of heat number 1. And on the board we go for 7 minutes plus 2 laps as they head through the tram lines. Here we are, race 1 from Quaker City Motorsports Park is green. Oh, and 2, 3, 4 together, and big contact, 5 in total. All around at the exit of 1 going into turn number 2. One of them is one of the Orsilone machines. Not sure who it may have been. I believe it may have been Ibrahim Dean. And we'll head down the backstretch for the first time. Your leader is none other than Horan on the Magic Kart, working his way down to turn number 7 and 8. And John Bonanno slots into second behind. A big-time mix-up for the field, so a little bit of a breakaway to start as we get half a lap underway.
And as we get this first setup of the breakaway going up front with Bonanno there, just holding on to second for the moment against Horan, and that is what I was worried about in turn 1. I kind of talked about it during qualifying and warm-ups. I was worried about how that turn 1 was going to set up and what sort of moments we were going to have, especially, turn 1, a hard left, 2, 3, 4, hard right-handers coming through over 180 degrees of rotation as they come down, and now the field will settle itself up, and we'll have Horan and Bonanno who have pulled a second gap over Kutcher as we have another kart run off there out of turn 1, which again is a problem area that I wouldn't have expected. But here we see just how difficult this track has been on and off time and time again, and it continues to show itself going through, but it makes it so fun as we watch these battles develop.
Yeah, that looked to be maybe the 219 of Peter Cook going a bit wide, but a big run here on lap number 2, and it's all good for the Magic Squad. From A.J. Myers, top in Pro Stars qualifying, to Horan in KA Masters, and now a small lead back to Bonanno, all by himself for Andy Kutcher, and this big group here is about 5th or 6th, back to roughly the early teens, back to looking maybe the 277 of Mir, Montopoli, Evan Kozak's there, Paul Meese is there. Peter Cook is still in the mix of it all as well. No moves into the last turn, though. And so this is really the first shot for everybody to kind of see how this track is going to race as Montopoli makes an over-under move there on Mir. All this behind this 3-pack with Falcone and crew inside the top 5. And again, your top 2, Chris Horan, John Bonanno, showing the way right now with just approaching the halfway mark.
More dust kicked up out of the exit of turn 1 there again this lap as we continue to watch the front 2 duel things out, and you see there Horan and Bonanno trying to figure out what they're going to do, what their decisions are. This track really proving to show difficult as the 204 of Caligaro is going to look to go around Falcone in the 299. Let's see their teammates working together as they come through, and they look, but nothing to be found yet. And you see a look over the shoulder there from the front car of the 299 as he looks back, and Falcone is going to look and just think and say, okay, what do I need to do? It's my teammate behind me. I can breathe a little easier, but not nearly as easy enough as that 296 of Kutcher. A driver that I am familiar with is the 222 of Queen. That was not a Queen-like move, going very, very off in 15.
Yeah, you could see he was hustling it because ahead of him, Caligaro had gotten around him and was starting to close in on Falcone and pull away from Austin and trying to push the limits there. He pushed a little too much and had a big off that's now got him nearly a full second away from 4th and 5th. So not ideal on that lap by the final sector for Austin Queen and QG3 karting. Good news is his teammate behind him, Anthony Stifler, still a good ways back. Then you've got the likes of Scott Carapolati, Eric Hennig, and Miguel Meyer and crew, but a little bit of note up front. I don't know if it'll stay 2 all the way. John Bonanno is still taking his time, playing it nice and conservative-like by just pushing Chris Horan around the circuit because Andy Kutcher is making some inroads. Last time by, the 296 was even. This time it looks visually like he might be a little bit closer. Let's find out. Out of the final turn, another lap in the books. This will be 4 down. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go on the board. And it's dead even. 200ths the nod for Kutcher over Haran, as behind them, change for 4th becomes official. Adamar Caligaro has gone past Scott Falcone, and now Falcone is under pressure from Queen here for 5th.
Yeah, Queen recovering very quickly from that moment as Falcone continues to defend from Queen there, taking a slightly different line. So we're seeing this track really show itself, show some different lines. And, you know, through warm-up, through qualifying, you don't really get an idea of how this track will race going through. You get an idea, but you don't get to see it in action. And then you end up with moments like this where Falcone is battling with Queen and Caligaro, and you end up in the situations where you find things that you didn't know about the track. And what I'm finding right now is that I feel like this track can open up a lot more than I think I really expected it to right now. And the pace can swing back and forth a bit more, but I'm also noticing that I think tires are really going to come to play again, because as we go through and we watch these lap times are really, really dropping off for some drivers in their karts here early on. And we're just in Heat 1. We still have all day today, all day tomorrow to go.
Right. I think also the fact that there's so many drivers that are pushing even harder now, or going side by side and going off for one reason or another, kicking up dust. You can see even more blowing across in the last turn, that it becomes that much more difficult to lead the way. As the first man back around for Chris Haran, he's basically the one clearing a path for the pack behind. With so many corners like this one that have little to no runoff past the standard racing surface, you get a lot of extra debris put on, and then he kind of shuffles that off the line before the pack gets there. But even still, they're going offline on their own. You saw Queen have a look into turn number 8, and again, just the way of the bend of that corner and how long it is, how much speed you can carry, Scott Falcone was able to shut the door. So you talk about, again, learning more in the races. The drivers are as well. Passes like that might have worked in practice when the driver is just going for lap times, everyone individually, and there's a lot more give and a lot less take. If you see someone that's faster than you, you'll see a lot of point buys. You'll see those rarely and sporadically in the races for strategic purposes, but in the heats, you're hardly ever going to see stuff like that or give at all. You're going to see a lot more take, a lot more doors slam shut, and what might have worked this morning to pass someone in the warm-up or even qualifying might not work now when they're trying to hold the position. Falcone, you can see he is really struggling with how much that inside tire was in the air at turn number 3 this lap alone. He's doing the lawn chair, the lean back tuck down that straight to turn number 8, but he is no stranger to airtime. He has one of the most viral photos over the last decade. 4-wheel jumping in the air back at Grand Junction Motor Speedway years ago in the SCUSA Pro Tour over the Tic-Tac-Toe S's curb section. He has no problem at all slamming the kart over the curbs and getting some elevation added on to the elevations already here. But right now it's the Rhino liner that's sending him airborne, and it looks like he just lost the spot finally to Queen somehow around turn number 12 and 13, 14. But that spread them out, and that allows us to put the focus back where our crew is showing us here. The battle for the lead is now officially 3 deep. Kutcher is there.
Yeah, Kutcher very much closing things up, and that is just patience and persistence really showing to play here as they come down the backstretch towards turn 8. Watch this battle for the lead here. Haran Bonanno, that is a dive down the inside into 8. That is something I wouldn't have expected, as Kutcher is going to send it through as well on the exit of 8. Down into the right-hander of 9 we go, into 10 yet again as the 221 is off. But this battle up front, I really didn't think turn 8 was a passing zone, but we see it. Kutcher again going to go for a dive up the inside, and through 11 we go, up into second. We might have a battle for the win coming up as we're within our 2 laps to go.
We are, and we've got another one off. The 227 now beached on the inside curbing. Another one down as we head for the white flag here in K Masters. Chaos all around as John Bonanno leads at the white flag.
White flag through, Bonanno leading, but for how long? If Kutcher has anything to do about it, or Haran has anything to do about it, it'll be a late race hurrah if it can be found here. Haran in the 224 looking there. Kutcher a little bit of a different line in through 3, 4, 5, and 6. Defending there, coming out of 6 we go, down the run into 7. 7 yet again, single file, they hold on. Coming down the line around the back stretch of this circuit. Kutcher looking through the point by Bonanno saying, hey, if you're going to go, don't go, but also watch out there to the inside of the yellow flag as we go through. Just under half a lap left to go.
Yeah, not much time left now. John Bonanno, 2 car lengths out in front. Kutcher still back there. Again, Haran in third. John Bonanno, the last 2 turns, there's such a major brake zone. He's got to be wary if Kutcher wants to send it. He sent it really deep there into the S's, but then went narrow, threw him off at 15. He'll be vulnerable here, so he'll have to protect for second. And heat number 1 in KA Masters will go the way of the number 1 plate. John Bonanno wins it here for the first race of the day at Quaker City. Kutcher second, Haran third, and 4th, 5th, and 6th. They spread apart. They kind of tighten back up here at the end. It's Austin Queen to Adamar Caligaro. Falcone holds off a hard-charging Anthony Stifler at the end, and the top 10 shuffle with Montopoli and Carapolati getting by Miguel Mir on that final lap. Evan Kozak back in 11th as Heat 1 draws to an end. A few moments in it. Obviously, the start a bit treacherous. I don't think that'll be the last time we say those words here with a sharp, about 110, 120 degree corner for turn 1 with limited runoff, and you're quickly fighting to get back to the left to set up for as much speed as you can through turns 2, 3, and 4. But Heat 1 goes down, and in the books, John Bonanno, KA Masters double champ, and more points added on. That's 50 right there for Heat number 145 for Andy Kutcher, and down Haran, Queen, Caligaro, Falcone, Stifler, Montopoli, Carapolati, and Mir. Ken Simonelli, no show for that one. Patrick Healy as well. They may have been on track and out in turn number 1, but that's the field for the first group, and the second one's ready. And we're back down to the young guns. Micro Swift ready to roll from the grid. The 7 to 10-year-olds are doing everything they can to stay cool. There's Lennox Lockhart with a nice fan propped up on the steering wheel. Very F1-esque, IndyCar-esque right there, trying to keep him in the zone as they get these last few moments before the 1-minute warning goes up, and the command is given to fire engines. 17 in total on the grid for Micro Swift this weekend, and for these drivers, talk about unknown, their race is going to look a lot different than what was just seen there with the full-size KA Masters. You're talking a 22 to 23 horsepower package to the 9 horsepower restricted Micro Swift engines here. They run a slightly narrower exhaust port than the full unrestricted Swift Stars do. They run at a lighter minimum weight, only 225 pounds, so it'll be a little bit tougher to get them up on 2 wheels with the lower center of gravity, and just about half the weight of the KA Masters at nearly 400 for some if they're not a little over that minimum. But this one, I think it's going to look very, very different. I think we could see a number of drivers changing the lead in spots that probably won't work for some of the other full-size classes as we take to the Skycam and the official KC drone shot over the top of the grid. What a beautiful facility out here in Salem, Ohio. The drag strip has been a mainstay and a part of the venue for many years. That's what the facility's known for and what many of the existing structures were already here for. But the karting circuit in the process began, I believe, either the end of 2023 or the beginning of 24. Pavement went down over the winter, and the rest of the property has come together to host the Stars Championship Series Earthquake. 227 and maybe more now, might be up to 228 total entries for round number 3. Third consecutive race above that 200 number for another record-setting year. At least that's what we're on par for the Stars Championship Series. What a great turnout here to christen this new facility.
Yeah, this facility is amazing. Driving in this morning here, not being here yesterday and driving in this morning, I kind of had one of those moments where I didn't know what to expect, but the drive here, absolutely beautiful. It's nice, out secluded in the countryside. Not necessarily out of the way, though. It's not, you know, disconnected from society in a way that, you know, you would think some racetracks are. As we know, racetracks time and time again are ending up in situations where they are challenged for noise ordinances and different things. But this track, with the drag strip beside it, is in such a perfect location. The trees around, the setup, it is absolutely beautiful here. Was impressed as soon as I pulled onto the facility, and just the racing today has confirmed everything I already thought. This is a great facility here to be hosting round 3 of this Stars Championship, as we have Little League running through here. I call them a Little League, but I tell you what, they are fast. And they are fast, they are quick, and you're going to see, as you said, passes where there shouldn't be passes, moments where you wouldn't think there are moments. So this is going to be the one to really watch here, as Westbrook will be taking on pole.
Another great look from the Skycam here as well. Just to the left of what it's showing currently is the official race control bus. They've commandeered Joe Janowski's own motorhome this weekend to work right by the finish line, and then the pit area is behind the angle here. You can see the drag strip off to the left. The drivers lining up here for Micro Swift with Dutch Westbrook on point alongside Brody Stoffel and all Texas front row. Slate Harrell for North Carolina on the inside of row 2, and Liam Francisco from Canada here in Ohio. P4 for the 41. Mason Brody and Jack Katowski on row 3.
Lockhart there with Hudson Howard beside, Bo Stowers, Dominic Nagel, Enzo Ramos, Caden Cladera, Kason Kinnifick, Liam Campitello, Algreta, Ayers, Barnett bring it through as we get ready for this rolling start. And one of the things I always love about micro minis is you can watch the race control giving all of the motions, and always it's micros and minis that really have to get told to slow it down to the start zone. They love to just get underway. They want to get going, and they have to be told to slow it down as we are underway.
Slowly bringing them up to full song through turns 2 and 3 and 4, and up and over the hill we go. 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps remain. Brody Stoffel gets away decently. Dutch Westbrook the leader. Slate Harrell into second as they round turn 7 and get down the backstretch for the first time, and we'll have another lead challenge. This time it's Harrell in the number 8 Nitro Kart for Ryan Perry Motorsport down the inside. 2x2 for all of the top 6 as they trade spots down the run to turn 8.
You can see how that kink into 8 is really going to play out through this weekend, especially here in the Micro Swifts. We'll see it more, I'm sure, through every category. That little kink right back to left. Drivers are going to want to straighten that line out, but then if you end up someone outside to inside, it mixes things up, as the top 6 have all swapped positions here once, twice, even 3 times, depending on which ones you look at, coming back through a round. Wide off the top 2, going very wide, coming back into 16. They'll get it back together, but that is going to mix things up greatly as they cross the line for the first time.
So 1 lap down here as they cross the timing loop for Micro Swift, and working their way through turns 2, 3, and 4. Another change there. Mason Brody down the inside of Stoffel. He'll bring Liam on through. Again, another part of the racetrack that probably only the micros and minis will be able to make passes on, but a pack of 6 or 7 deep trying to chase Slate Harrell. He's already trying to book it and get away. Great opening lap for the number 8 machine as he rockets down the back straightaway.
Coming down the back straightaway, looking over the shoulders all the way, as we're going to run all the way down to the inside. This is back in the back of the pack, but they're still racing like it's for the win coming around as they go through. That's the number 92 of Katowski, who is really getting the mix. That's a feisty driver who is going to push. This is Jack Katowski here in this class running through of Micro Swift. Continue to keep this battle alive up front, though, in the mid-pack all the way through. I mean, really, Micro Swift, you look, there's a battle going somewhere. This is not a case where you're ever going to feel like you're running on your own with our youngest class. They'll continue to push and challenge, but Slate Harrell has managed to open up a little bit of room up front as we see a battle there between Francisco Stoffel figuring it out, and now up the inside, 2-for-1 special there from Lockhart, if he can make that work.
So far, so good. Still all 17 rolling. Back to Bryson Barnett in the number 22 as they have now 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go further back, a three-pack has formed with Hudson Howard, Bo Stowers, and it looks like Enzo Ramos on the Paralyn. Move here down the run to 8. Liam Francisco pulling on a line with a run. He'll take it and get past Lennox Lockhart there in the 14.
You know what's funny for me is looking at Micro Swift. You know, we talk about there's moments in this that shouldn't work for other classes, but you know other classes are watching this and taking notes. So I would not be surprised if when we get in a little bit later for Swift Stars, KA Stars, right before lunch, if we don't see that turn 8 move really try to work out, because that's going to be the interesting moment to watch is how does that turn 8 work out for other classes. They're going to try it here. And, hey, you know, if I'm running in KA Junior or KA Stars, I'm taking a note of turn 8. I'm going to look for that here a little bit later. I'm going to see what I can do a little bit later as we continue to watch these Micro Swifts just run through, challenge, use all of the track, and just give the push that they can, alternate lines. Just everything that I love about Micro Swift is that it's such a variance.
Out of turn number 6, over to 7 again. All still in lockstep. Will we see anyone get closer? The straightaways will help keep Slate close. And yes, indeed, we've got another change in the lead. Mason Brody to the point now with a nice move down the inside in turn number 8, bringing Dutch Westbrook by. And the Nitro Kart drops back to 3rd. Brody Stoffel still there in 4th, but a split is slowly forming back from this quartet. Here's Westbrook with a huge run. Big time slipstream effect there in the run to turn number 11. And he takes over the lead once again. Our pole sitter back out front.
And as our pole sitter gets back to where he wants to be with 2.5 minutes left to go here through turn 16, still lots of rocks out on 16, and you see single file is the name of the game there through that Rhino liner going through. A little bit of a peek out here from the number 8 of Harrell down into turn 1. Wanted to make the move into 1 against Brody, but wasn't able to, so Harrell will hold on there in P3. Still coming through, looking somewhere, looking away. What do you do if you're Westbrook? Well, Westbrook, you look over the shoulder every once in a while, and then you head down drive. That is the name of the game. If you're up front, you know that a pass is going to be coming. It's a matter of when, not if, and probably when is going to be right now as we see everyone check over the left shoulder on the exit of 7. Keep things running down the inside, into turn 8 we go. Again, that kink playing through, and it's a 2-for-1 special again. Westbrook all the way back down into 3rd, was up in front.
All right, so now as we go through that middle section and on the backstretch, does Slate Harrell make a move or does he push? He's going to push Brody, and Mason's going to even stay low up until the last possible second to try and eliminate any potential moves made there. So overall, still nothing for the lead for the last few corners, and it's allowed 5 to join with Francisco passing Stoffel earlier on to take over 4th, and Lennox Lockhart is closing in as well.
Watch this going down into 1. The 8's going to pull out. Everyone's going to pull out a line. Let's go side by side as they come through. And again, it is the 8 of Harrell who is now ahead of Brody as they go through. Westbrook there in 3rd. 4th place, Francisco. And 5th place, Stoffel still also in the mix. We've went from a 3 or 4 kart battle to now it's a 6 kart battle that continues to develop and go through time and time again as we see all of these karts use all of the run there out of 6. To use as much curb as possible. Out of 7 they go now, going through a little bit of a dive here. The 8 stays to the right, but this is going to open things up, and it's 3-for-1, not 2-for-1. Make it 4-for-1 possibly. Inside turns to outside, not able to go through, and man, this is such an aggressive battle from the top 6. 20 seconds to go plus 2 laps. I have no answer for who's going to win this.
No, there's still so much time, so many passing opportunities. This track is racing exceptionally well for the Micro Swifts, and they are putting on a show for us here in heat number 1. Mason Brody has never won a major before. Let's see if he can do it this weekend and start the run towards that with a heat 1 win. He'll hit the line right as it crests 0, and that will give us the double sticks. 2 to go. Westbrook was hoping Mason would wait longer before he started protecting and defending because he knows it'll back him up. He wanted him to keep going forward. Now he's going to go wide and lose 2nd. Liam Francisco slips by, splits up the duo, and moves the chrome and orange into P2.
And as that chrome and orange hits P2 here, going around, continuing the battle, Going through side by side again, peeking through, peeking around. They know the laps are limited here on the 2 to go. They'll be coming white flag next time by. Brody pushes all the way to the inside here. Brody wants the straightening out of that kink into 8 into the 180-degree plus corner left-hander there of 8, but isn't able to take advantage as we go through, continuing to shuffle this front pack as they go. I mean, now you end up with, I believe it is Stoffel all the way up front, continuing to go through, and now down into 14, 15, 16. We're going to bring it along. I mean, this is just so competitive, and any one wrong move can shuffle you from 1st to 6th, and one good corner shuffles you 6th to 1st as we go through turn 16. They're going to take it 2 wide through 16, almost 3 wide through 16, as now it is going to cross the line here. White flag this time by, pushing all the way to the inside for one. Francisco ahead of Brody.
Oh, and a little contact even as he tried to leave it on the inside, but right there couldn't quite make it stick, and Westbrook takes advantage. Hudson Howard is now in the fray, and Slate Harrell, from leading early on in this heat race, is dropped all the way back into the middle of it. Look at Jack Katowski there in the 92 closing in. Enzo Ramos is there, and now out of 6 into 7, Dutch Westbrook finds a gap and takes back the lead. And they'll run down the straight, everybody fighting to get to the bottom side because they know the draft is going to make it very inviting for someone to pass. Mason Brody, high, low, still back wayside, still Westbrook leads them on the final lap. Up the hill now as they run to 9 and 10.
Coming through 9 and 10 out towards 11. The question is, what do you do here? And I think if you're in the position of Brody, you should just stay in line. But Brody thinks better of it, wants to dive out. Now into the left-hander of 11. Brody's looking for a move. Westbrook's looking for 2 for 1. And let's see if Lockhart can go 3 for 1 coming through. Down into 13, 14. And that's a big spin from the front. No, that is a big spin coming through to the line. That is going to open up the door for Brody. Checkered flag for Brody. Francisco will drop down the order. How far down the order? All the way to 3rd with that spin out of 15.
Dutch Westbrook hangs on for P2, out of the lead for the number 30. He backs up into Francisco, who nearly loses out on 3rd, getting bottled behind him with Lennox Lockhart closing in. A silent run there to P4 for Lennox, who kind of hung at the back of that group for most of the race. Ends in the top 5. Stoffel 5th from leading early on. Slate Harrell crosses 6th. Howard 7th. Katowski, Dominic Nagel, Enzo Ramos, the entire top 10 crossed the line all within 1.9 seconds. What a race for Micro Swift. Mason Brody with 2 corners to go. Never give up. Dutch Westbrook went to the low side to protect in 15. And between every other factor and how tight that corner is, he just barely misjudged it. Drops the wheel off the edge of the circuit and falls to 2nd. So how about that for Mason? Win here in the morning. He'll have to do it again from 4th on the grid in heat number 2, but maximum points, 50 markers on the championship, and a great run towards a pre-final pole position bid tomorrow. The rest of the field on screen here, Bo Stowers closed in towards the end at 11th, Cladera, Kanific, Ayers, and Brody Allegreda, your top 15.
Down here with Mason Brody with all smiles. You kind of saw me walking over towards you. I think you saw the microphone in my hand. You knew it was going to happen. But how does it feel to get this win here, bud?
It feels very good.
How difficult was it out there? It was like you and about 7 other drivers in that pack. What did it take to get this win?
It was very difficult, and I had to block everyone on the last lap. I got passed by Dutch, but I still outraced him, and I just got the win.
Thank you, Mason.
Well, welcome.
There you go, Mason Brody. Happy about that. A big smile on his face as he gets ready to roll through the scale line. What a battle. What a way to kick off the morning here with Micro Swift. Only race number 2 on the day. We got so many more races lined up, and well, that was a high bar set already.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Mason Brody. I outraced Westbrook and got the win. I mean, that is a good way to say it. And for Brody, he's going to feel really good here as we have a replay incoming here of what happened to give Mason Brody the win.
Yeah, presented by shopakr.com. Don't forget, any parts you need, orders over $200, free shipping. But look at that big moment for Dutch. Just got a bit wide, and I think he was already kind of somewhat wide before he went off, and as he caught the marbles, he just slipped right off the track. Heck of a save for Dutch to hang on to that thing and then just barely get in line ahead of Liam Francisco. and just perfectly the way it timed out where Liam couldn't cross him over to get the run underneath and make the pass for second. So Mason Brody victorious, but provisionally bumped to 5th as penalties are coming in from the first Microsoft Heat race. And so that will promote Dutch back to the point. And that, again, sadly may take the smile off of Mason's face. And, well, Dutch will be happy with it, albeit a bit bittersweet, having known that he would have liked to and had it all to play for the win as the first driver to the checkers up until 2 turns to go. So provisionally, again, a penalty looming for Mason Brody that would knock him down 4 positions in heat number 1 for Micro. But only a moment there to think about that, and then just like that, we're on to the next one. Super Masters and Pro Masters on circuit. KZ Power Plants, our first standing start of the day, and a very close qualifying run for the top 3, with Jake Fetter ending up fastest over last year's champ Matt Machiko. Jordan Musser will start alongside him on row number 1. Jordan Musser will start back on row number 2 alongside on the inside groove for P3 for Musser. And as we take a look there, Scott Presti, a former race winner this year, the Presti Racing Croc Promotion team, the blue, white, and red colors on the 4th starting spot. 5th looks to be Ryan Frank, I believe, one of the VTM Racing Team RS karts. First of the Supermasters field, Osley Cheek the 3rd. He's going to line up in the outside groove. And here we go. Supermasters, KZ Masters to the light stand. Jake Fetter with a great launch. Machiko as well as they race through 1. All good through the opening sector here. Single file for Masters and Supermasters. Everyone getting away cleanly, and it was just a clerical error there. Mason Brody still good as the overall winner from heat number 1, so that should stick. No issues. Meanwhile, Matt Machiko with the whole shot over Jake Fetter leading the way, although a little bit wide goes Fetter, and Machiko as well. He hangs on, still holds the lead. Musser right there in 3rd.
Musser in 3rd is just watching these 2 go, trying to decide really who to follow, what to do here as Fetter and Machiko sit and sift themselves out, and they come around down into the final few corners. You know, the unique thing with shifter karts is you have gears. You get to pick what gear you go into, what you want to do through as they come around here and out down the main straight. We're going to go, pulling up the gears, going as fast as possible. Machiko, Fetter 1st, 2nd, Musser in 3rd as we have a big off there.
Matt Machiko dragging a big cloud of dust back on the racetrack out of the lead. And the Magic Kart driver now has a smoke screen to drive through along with the entire field as they crest through the run of turn number 5. And Jordan Musser moves to 2nd, Presti to 3rd. A major moment on lap number 2 for the number 1 plate.
Yeah, and that number 1 plate will sit in 4th. And, hey, he's driving a Magic Kart. He's just trying to do a magic trick. I mean, just go through a smoke screen, get out. That's what you have to do sometimes if you're trying to get the win here. But we will watch Fetter now hold on in the front. Musser's really looking through. Presti would love to have a good run here this time out. Last time out at Quaker, no, we're in Quaker City. Last time out
at Newcastle for King of the Castle.
Yeah, there we go. Presti had a moment with Evan Batt early on that was a big moment in the weekend, and we'll see here because Presti would love to recover from that, go through, maybe get a win on the books if it's possible.
It would be a nice recovery in the championship using Newcastle as the drop round. Let's take a look at the replay here. Matt Machiko just way too deep into turn number 1, first lap at speed, and what a moment there. So much time lost for Matt Machiko. And the Magic Kart crew starting the day on a high with Chris Horan running great and qualifying on pole. Machiko with the whole shot, now back to 4th and has to regroup and get by now 3 karts instead of just clear racetrack in front of him. Fetter, Musser, Presti, 1, 2, 3 still. Ryan Frank in 5th. Frank Runco in 6th. Morn Van Tok 7th. Osley Cheek, Bradley Danoff, Lance Lane, your top 10.
Top 10 all settled in by about 5 seconds here. Our full field settled in by 7 seconds, and you can see everyone really just keeping the pace through the consistency, and I'm not surprised if this field condenses again. We talked about it during warm-ups, during qualifying. I'll say it again. As the weekend goes, as the tire wear sets in, as the track rubbers up, as everything changes, this field will compress here. Musser still within a couple tenths, and just slightly alternate lines there to Feder, just trying to find what is the better option. Do I like entering the corner this way? Am I faster on exit this way? Slow in, fast out can be the name of the game. For most of the time, it will be the name of the game. But every once in a while, especially in this situation, you've got clean track behind you, you're not under pressure. Just take the chance and maybe try a slightly different line, see if you can't catch something off guard, maybe set up a pass for a different corner as we go through. And again, if they watch Mini and Micros did a lot of things we didn't think, and here's one of them, down into 11, can you set up a pass?
Yeah, he had a look there, didn't quite have a long enough braking zone to make anything happen, so Jordan Musser pulls back into line. But yeah, building off that, right, this is probably the only category besides Pro Stars where slow in, fast out is not necessarily always the name of the game. When you're able to use the gearbox to your advantage, you're barreling it in as deep as you're comfortable with while still trying to manage the tire wear and then park it in the center and then launch off. They'll be carrying a lot more speed in these brake zones. That'll lay down a ton of really high grip rubber deeper into the corner with more load going in for the next class up, which will be a 36 driver KA Junior grouping. But Jake Feder, Jordan Musser, Scott Presti, Matt Machiko, varying lines, all working good enough for them to elevate themselves from the pack. Frank Runco's a couple seconds away, and he's just at the front of a decent battle here in Supermasters. Morn Van Tuck, the tall driver there in the black suit, and right behind him, Osley Cheek, who was just a little better than him in qualifying. Morn actually was maybe a little bit better in quali, but both of them pretty neck and neck, and now having to work through the back of the regular Masters field. They're currently 7th and 8th on track, battling for the class win. Here's Morn with a look to the last turn. Deep, inside, one extra gear shift down, and around goes Osley Cheek. Off the back bumper of Frank Runco. He keeps it going, spins it back the right direction, but he'll go all the way to the tail just ahead of Hugh Templeman.
And that for Owsley Cheek is going to be what we call heartbreaking here in Quaker City, Ohio, because that is not what you want to see from for Owsley at all. Battling out for the front for the class and then just dropping down the order there, because that's not what you want to see as we get a Shop AKR replay here. And just on the exit, the cart just came around there. As you saw, it's almost, he was up on the curb and then came back down, and it seems like he hit that Rhino liner, and it just hooked the cart more than he was expecting.
Yeah, that, and again, he was getting ready to put the power down, and once he had 3 tires on the ground and not all 4 with that left front kind of going in the air, it hurt him right here as now Musser pulls the pin and goes by with a slick move in turn 16 on Jake Feder to take over the point. With 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go, time was ticking down, and Jordan Musser stalked his prey, waited, found his opportunity, and now the goal is to set sail with a 2-car length cushion to start. Presti continuing to close on them, now is well within frame after that pass, and Machiko is not too far away. Both of them were tracking even or better with the leaders, and Musser, even with the move in 16, ended with a good lap that was equal to Presti. But Matt Machiko, fastest on track. He went purple last time by at a 62 flat. And for reference, again, that's a good chunk slower than where they were already in qualifying with new tires. So the grip going down, the heat now starting to bake the surface temperature up. And it's going to be pretty greasy here soon enough, where that Rhino liner will be starting to be more slippery than grippy, I think, especially towards the afternoon. But with 2 laps remaining now, we've got a 3-car fight at the front in KZ Masters.
Yeah, Musser here just trying to hold on and do what he did a month ago. Just show up and be on it from the start, win the heats, win the races, do what you can as the 626 of Presti. That was counter steering if I've ever seen it. Drifting his way down through 5 and 6. Going into 7 now we go. as they continue along and go down through Musser, holding off just enough of a gap there from Fetter as Presti will continue to press forward and try to find some sort of time, if it can be found here, around this almost a mile circuit. 16 corners of plenty of challenges, and you know what impressed me with Musser's pass up front was that it was just a brake check, really. It was a late brake lunge down into 16, which is not something we've seen, and it's a unique moment. I really thought, in 16 it would be single file, hold on to it, but no, decided that late braking lunge was the way to do it as we take the white flag, 1 lap to go.
You'll see that a lot in this class as well because they have the adjustability of the front to rear bias. Right by the driver's left knee, they have a dial where they can dial a little more front brake in to be able to go straight and deeper into the corner. It's not usually the fastest way. They still want to have a little more rear brake than front for the optimal line, but when you're trying to do just a straight, narrow dive, you'll see the driver gearing up for that pass with the previous straightaway, sometimes making that quick adjustment on the dial, sending it down the inside, and then trying to dial back to roughly where you came from to hit your marks and get away. And Jordan Musser, he is a master at this. He's a master at shifter racing, a multi-time Pro Division race winner in his heyday, and now one of the best shifter master drivers in the country. And he is headed for home in heat number 1 with a comfortable gap back to second. A slick move in turn 16 got him the lead. He'll exit that with it to the checkers. Heat 1 winner, Musser. Fetter second, Presti third, Machiko fourth, and Ryan Frank will close out the top 5 just a bit back.
Moore Van Tack is going to be the winner of the
another off. Cheek again, this time in 15. Owsley Cheek on the last lap was battling with Luis Quinones and Francisco Vassallo, and they both will find themselves behind Vassallo, who sneaks into the top 10 at the end. So Francisco to 10th, Lance Lane into 9th, and a last-second shakeup for Owsley Cheek. That puts him now down to 5th in Supermasters, just ahead of Templeman. So there's a look at the overall results from Heat 1 for the combined Supermasters and KZ Masters division. Jordan Musser victorious. Halfway through the support division's opening round of heats. We'll be back with more.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
I told you, man, I ate like 400.
All right.
Welcome back to Salem, Ohio. The Stars Championship Series Earthquake ready for action with KA100 Jr. On grid and ready to go green. Nico Katowski on pole for Trinity Karting Group Beryl Art, and Edward Kennedy on the outside of row number 1. Nathan Dupuis on the outside of row 2 alongside John Antonino.
And then from there, we're going to go Gabriel Balog with Travis Pettit rounding out row number 3. Valentino Santillan in P7 with Callan Berghofer in P number 8. P9, Isaac Malkett with Parker Ives in 10th place here, going through in this KA junior category.
Moving back to row number 6, Bristol Bornman starts on the inside alongside Isaac Payne. Max Weiland back on row 7 alongside Landon Boer, 2 drivers who should be pretty quick on the time charts for practice moving forward. Golseth and Murphy make up row 8. Mort, Mars, Kidd, and Walcott, the final drivers inside the first 10 rows. In the back of the field, onto your screen now, back to Bowen Green, who may be a no-show or maybe our 37th man. We'll confirm when they hit the timing loop, starting all by himself if he does, back on row number 19. 37 strong, KA Junior, and for the first time this season, all of them are together for all 4 race sessions. Let's see how this one goes with double the size of any field so far, headed down to turn number 1. 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Nico Katowski on the right in the red and white. On the left, the blue and red energy is Edward Kennedy. Here we go, KA Junior ready for action as they hit the blue cones and go racing from Salem. One driver off the circuit here down by turn number 1, had to take the cut through. It was one of the first couple rows. It was Pettit, Travis Pettit, now in front of the field as he went off instantly and now has to let them by and blend and hope on the grace of the officials that they won't duck him too harshly. He'll drop somewhere around 10th or so as they fan out 2 and 3 abreast on that first major straightaway in the run to 8.
And as they come down the run to 8 here, Katowski able to hold on to the front for now, but you can see already contested by Kennedy and Antonio as they go through. Down into 11, we have a dive from the 893 of Antonio to get up into the lead as the 896 of Kennedy wants back into second. Antonino there getting up into the lead. Katowski able to hold on to second for the moment into 16. No dives into 16. I lied, there is a dive into 16 from Dupuis going through, and that is Dupuis going through, and that is going to put us into a great position here. Great battles up front, just 1 minute in.
Big moment there for Edward Kennedy getting pushed wide. He'll lose 2 more spots now as Balog is by, Bornman is by, Berghofer is past as well. So a backward slide for our off-pole man, Edward Kennedy. He now finds Travis Pettit on his heels, and he's still out of shape trying to get back into rhythm here with a big straight that'll leave him vulnerable down the run to 8. He covers low ahead of him. Big move down the inside with help. Bornman gets another one. Great start here for Bristol. Up now 6 positions, I believe, to the 5th spot on the circuit from 11th on the grid. And the top 4, while that's been happening, have started to line up and break away. Antonino, Katowski, Dupuis, and Isaac Malkut as they change positions again towards the back of the top 10. That was Pettit making a move. Santian was looking to go with him. It looks like he did, and they have pushed Nathan Golseth behind, or he was behind at the start of the lap. They may have been making that move on the likes of maybe Bornman or Berghofer. No, it was on Kennedy. Edward Kennedy now all the way down to 11th at the end of lap number 2. Just a moment now to catch our breaths, but again, a dust cloud out of 1 and a 4-pack up front. There's hardly any time to take it easy here because the lead could change at any moment that Nico Katowski wants to. He is all over the back bumper of John Antonino.
Nico Katowski looking already through, going down to the inside. Again, that little kink of 8, providing more passing opportunities than I think anyone thought, as down the inside, 2-for-1 special, as Antonino will drop to 3rd, and that is the 894, who is well off the pace there going through, and that is going to be Matthew Holland, who was back in P29, and it looks like, unfortunately, has had a major moment. Will drop back to the rear of the field and try to get the kart going. Battle up front continues there as Katowski will shuffle back into third, trying to battle up front, and now shuffle back into third. Is it going to be back into fourth out of 16? It's not here for the moment. The 872 of Mousewit will go through and get his way forward, and Dupuis will say, "Wee, I'm in the lead."
Nathan Dupuis, that was the first time we've seen a pass done in the long sweeper of turn number 11. He kind of got the nose down inside at the final apex point, right on the bumper of Katowski on the entry. And then as Nico just moved up the groove enough, whether with help or not, he falls now to fourth as they exit 7 and run down the straight to 8. I think in the classes like this one where they don't have a rev limiter that tops out, the slipstream effect, that straightaway is long enough to get the run, to make a move in the run to 8 where you don't need to rely on outbraking another driver just to get position. Another one off. That is Grayson Knoll in the Tony kart, the 860 around at turn number 3. So we've lost another one out of the main group, although everyone is running minus gauge powers. 36 of 37 so far. Indeed, Bowen Green started from the rear. He's up to 29th as of last time by the loop. We'll see if he makes any more progress this time by with the Canadian out front, Nathan Dupuis, and Nash Motorsports. The bright blue and chrome colors show the way.
Dupuis leading here by a considerable margin, up 3 places. Mousewit
oh,
up
no,
5.
no,
Big off!
Nathan Dupuis spins out of turn number 2 and 3. He dropped the left rear just a bit too wide, and Nathan Dupuis goes around in front of the entire field, and now it has destroyed the lead group and how close they were. Antonino gets through with the lead into second. Is that Travis Pettit back up there? The Speed Concepts Racing Gillard, I think, might have had the clearest path further through the field, and from going off himself in turn number 1 on the start to now back in the hunt for the lead and the win, he's second and closing back on in on Antonino with a huge gap to boot, back to the likes of Malkut, Katowski, and Berghofer.
I mean, I don't even know what to say to that here as we get the replay. Dips the left off. This is unfortunately something that Dupuis has not done just once. Dupuis will be down into the 30s now. Dupuis has done this at another track, MCC, and unfortunately will suffer the same fate here today, and will have to figure it out going through. Another big off into 1 in the background, but up front, I mean, talk about a battle. Pettit all the way up into the front. Talk about a recovery drive in Heat 1 here for KA Jr.
Impressive for Travis Pettit. Even he was dancing the line of the limit in turn number 2 in the same way that Dupuis did the lap before. Now a pass for third. That's Kennedy on the inside. Berghofer in the black helmet on the outside drops back 1 position. The AKT EOS kart has a crushed in front bumper. We'll have to take a close look to see if he may have deployed the pushback system as this midfield scrum continues. That's Oliver Nybert trying to make up ground. Remember, he was fastest in happy hour, ended up down in the 30s after a mechanical where the airbox came undone off the hose clamp to the carburetor. He pulled in early in qualifying. Nybert right now has found himself up to 16th, halfway up from where he started in 30th. Let's see this time as 20 seconds remain. We check in with Kennedy. Balog there in the TB kart is now into 4th with a fantastic run for him in the works, going back from his 5th starting spot, charging forward once again. And then it's going to be Berghofer. Then here, Valentino Santien along with Isaac Malkut right in line, 6th and 7th. Katowski sits 8th. Max Weiland up from 13th to 9th now. And the update of where Nate Dogg is, 27th at the line last time for Nathan Dupuis from leading the race moments ago. 2 to go this time by. All in all, another change. Malkut by Santien, the Mike Doty racing driver, elevates himself to 6th, and 5th is right there.
That 872 kart will push, try to find P5. That would be a good recovery from battling for the lead at one point. Pettit holding on against Antonino as much as possible. I won't be surprised if those two really, really go after it. This race is not done or dusted here. 2 laps to go. Well, I say it's not dusted. The track has been dusted several times by karts going off, really spelling the story of this KA Junior Heat 1 as we continue to watch these battles here. Kennedy, Balog, Berghofer battling it out very, very hard here in the background as they continue through that. 872 is all the way up now, moving into the top 4.
Down the run to 8, Travis Pettit still holds the lead. Antonino was looking for help. There is nobody home behind him. Edward Kennedy and Gabriel Balog are 2+ seconds back. Another second from them to this 3-pack here of Malcutt. Up into 5th now, getting by Berghofer. Santi in 7th. And then about maybe 8/10 or less to Nico Katowski, which is great news for himself and Max Weiland. They'll get a little bit of the slipstream effect off the back of these 3, maybe just 2. Santian did not get a good exit out of the middle sector. He falls out of shot now, and it's just Berghofer and Malcutt, if they stay like this, with the chances to fight for the top 5. 1 to go at the line, white flag in the air. Travis Pettit leads the way. Talk about a roller coaster opening heat race. Can he close it out with the win? It's 2 car lengths right now back to Antonino.
Yeah, this race has been a Hawaiian roller coaster ride of epic proportions, and we're not done. That's the thing. This is just Heat 1. We've got plenty of racing to go here. That 829 of Pettit ducking the helmet down, trying to find ways forward. Antonino trying to find something through. Look over the shoulder from Pettit. Antonino is not nearby. Look at Kennedy and Balog looking over the shoulder there, 3rd and 4th. They have just enough of a gap to breathe here as they go down through 8, 9, and 10, holding on, keeping the pressure alive while they can. And this is going to be the question, is can Antonino make a late race lunge for the win and really make it stick on the last lap? I think there's just too much of a gap now. We'll see here as they come to the final corners.
Yeah, last time around, Travis Pettit, John Antonino, nothing there in 16. A clean run to the line. Travis Pettit from 0 to hero, winning in heat number 1. Antonino. And at the line for 3rd, Edward Kennedy wins out over Balog as off goes Boardman. Bristol Boardman, oh man, what a great run in the works. Bristol will fall outside the top 20. And the Nash driver was at the previous lap in the hunt for a top 10. That's a huge, huge swing in the last 500 feet of the lap or less. But it's Pettit who crosses the line first. We'll see if the officials are okay with the blend. He obviously had to make evasive action in 1, but he drives back and gets the checkered flag first provisionally here as we take a look at your top 15 from KA Junior.
Travis, didn't make it easy for yourself out there, bud. How'd you get it done?
Well, I mean, I didn't get the best of the start, but yeah, I had to come back onto the track, went back to the position I crashed in, basically. And, yeah, I just put my head forward and didn't give up, and I kept digging, and, yeah.
What do you think's been the biggest strength through this weekend? You've been so fast all weekends so far.
Yeah, I mean, the track's definitely difficult. It's bumpy. We finally figured out the setup. We've been chasing the setup all weekend, but I think we finally found the setup, and, yeah, it's not going to have more wins.
We've had a couple of drivers say that it's going to be tough to pass around here. You guys kind of proved us wrong a little bit. You fell back early on, obviously. Is it difficult to pass through? How'd you kind of get it done?
Well, I mean, it depends if you have speed. If you have speed, you could trust the car, and I trusted the car, and I just sent it, and, yeah.
Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
There you have it from Travis Pettit, Speed Concepts Racing, victorious from heat number 1 for KA Junior. They get 9 laps in that 7 minutes plus 2 laps run. There you see, after having to go wide in turn number 1, Travis put his hand in the air, let the field go by, took the escape route, and then blended back of the top 10. And so that's what was able to blend him back into line decently well, and trying to, again, watch the officials go to work pretty heavily here on all the results. It looks like it will be enough. I think right now it's still showing a number 1 plate for the 829. So another race down, 2 more of the support divisions, and then it'll be time for a break in the action And then after the lunch break, we've got our first of the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show classes, Motos, to roll at 1 p.m. So on deck, Swift Stars, the engines are firing here, and we are right on schedule. A minute to go before they hit the racetrack here at 11:50 a.m. Eastern. Following that, of course, it'll be 12:05 Eastern when the KA Stars close out our morning rotation of sessions. A windy day and a breeze that I'm sure is welcomed by the paddock here. The temps have been scorching for this Midwest summer so far, Bradley.
I don't know if I'd call this Midwest as much as we're approaching Northeast.
Yeah.
That's a podcast topic, though.
Okay.
We could talk about geography. Currently sitting at about 85 degrees, supposed to be a high of about 90 degrees when things are all said and done. So we're approaching that, and I'll tell you right now, just looking at the weather that I see, I can tell you right now, Panama City, Florida, it's warmer here than it is in Florida. So I don't know how the drivers feel about that. I kind of like it, but that, again, you know, the breeze is going to be welcomed. It's going to help, but the issue with the breeze, too, is throws the dust on the track when drivers spin, brings up some interesting moments, and we'll see how the drivers handle that as I have karts on track here, and I think Swift Stars are going to be fun to watch here as they are our second youngest class here with the grid coming up for you now.
Yeah, there's a look at it. Swift Stars on deck, 19 deep for the 12-year-olds. Holden Myers slated to start from pole here after qualifying all shook out. Jaden Francisco on the outside. And then Jake Manolio and Maxwell Macha will make up row number 2.
Going on from row number 2, Dominic Gaddis and Nicholas Mose will be row 3. Cameron Johnson, Paxton Romero, row number 4. DeGennaro will be in P9 with Byron Bornman in P number 10. Connor Lipka, P11, and Kai Park in 12th. From there, it's Tigpin, Sears, Scales, Jack Klein, Wachowski, Hadju Nemeth III. We saw his moment early on, and Zimniski rounding up the 19 deep field to the line.
Here we go. Swift Stars getting ready to go green from Quaker City Motorsports Park. Ages 8 to 12 years old, Holden Myers, Jaden Francisco, looking good. Green flag in the air, and we're away. All good in the run through 3, 4, and 5 as they crest the hill. And we've got all 19 of them, it looks like, across the timing loop, and one a little bit wide. Paxton Romero with a moment out of 6. Cameron Johnson's going to take advantage with a late send there in 7. He'll pick up a spot as the top 4 get a gap already. Myers defending just a bit there from Manolio, Francisco, and Macha, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Manolio is going to be looking very aggressively for a 2-for-1 pass, which is kind of becoming a staple, I think, here at this track. Don't go for one, just get both while you can, and let's see what can happen here through 11. Again, one of those unique passing opportunities that I think this the Swift Stars can do here that I don't think other classes can do. The micros and minis being able to pull things off that other classes can't or other classes won't. Depending on your opinion of that. Here's the top 4 go through, cross the line. They hold where they were. Manolio, Francisco swapping places, actually, as we see a couple of karts that have all very much swapped down through the field.
Oh, and off for Jake Manolio out of second. And the Nitro kart falls outside the top 10 with a big moment there through turns 2 and 3. Now he'll slot in line just ahead of Paxton Romero, who was the other driver from lap 1 that went off. And we're down to 3 up front. Myers, Francisco, Macha, side by side behind them for 4th. Cameron Johnson on the move. That'll be another spot for him as he gets by Nicholas Mose down here at turn number 8. And Holden Myers is still holding the lead, but not without heavy pressure and a lot of challenge from pretty in pink Jaden Francisco. The 130 is all over him now as they roll again over to 11.
You've got 5 minutes to hold this lead if you're Myers, plus 2 laps. Do not forget the 2 laps. That's all important here as we get an AKR replay here side by side on the right-hand side. That is the dip off that we saw, and there it is through. And recovery all the way back into P number 10 as we go through for Manalio, who will shuffle through the order, is actually back up into 9th ahead of Romero. As we continue to watch up front, Myers, Francisco, Macha continue to keep this battle on the top 3 alive. Francisco still looking over the shoulder there, and that's kind of what you just have to do. You have to look over the shoulder. You have to kind of figure out what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and what the best decision is. Are you defending? Are you attacking? And ultimately for Francisco right now, it's all about the defense game because Myers is so steady in place. But there it is, shuffled to the outside into 8. Again, the kink, 2-for-1 special yet again.
There we go. Jaden Francisco, Maxwell Macha, and Holden Myers, 1, 2, 3 through the middle. And out of it on the run now over to 11 will be another move. Macha down the inside, very similar to the Micro Swift heat race where even just that stretch, because they're able to be almost full throttle, if not full throttle, through turns 9 and 10, makes that just one long straightaway from the exit of 8 all the way into the sweeper down at 11, and they can take advantage of the draft and blow the doors off the car in front. Maxwell Macha out of Tampa, Florida now shows the way for Parolin in the 174.
I don't usually like matcha, but matcha right now is impressing me. And by matcha, I mean the food matcha, of course. Not matcha, the kart racer here that we're watching. This matcha is very impressive, going through and around and continuing to just keep that pressure alive, get up to the front, and then defend. And that is what you have to do. Myers here will be sneaking in the back in 3rd, just looking for something somewhere where it can be found. And then back behind that, 2 seconds plus back. Johnson leads this pack of 4th on, and you can see the different lines they're taking. They're taking a wider sweep through 8. They're going for that slow in, fast out approach because that is just where things have to land sometimes. You've got to do something different when you're trying to close such a substantial gap and find that pace. And ultimately, it's not working out right now, but for Gaddis and Johnson, they're holding the position that they're in right now of 4th and 5th to everyone behind, and that is what they've got to do.
Yeah, at this point for Cameron Johnson and crew, they need a lot more movement up at the front to make anything happen. The leaders are hands down still some of the fastest karts on circuit. Johnson just clocked in at a 69.89. The leaders at a 68.7. As now Manalio goes by Gaddis, shuffles him back 2 spots. He'll fall in line behind Nicholas Mose. Here comes Enzo De Janeiro, teammate to Maxwell Macha on the Parolin USA camp. And a big moment there for Mose as he drops the wheel off in 6. Here comes Gaddis with a run to the bumper out of 7, inside down the straight. No help, but they will get it now as they go 2 abreast in front of them. Manalio reclaims the 4th spot, and Gaddis gets into 6 with De Janeiro following.
And De Janeiro here trying to find even more positions as Manalio has moved up there into 4th. Will continue to try to hold that forward lead and really hold that position alive and maybe not be able to catch the top 3 as the gap is now substantially over 3 seconds. But for Manalio, it's the recovery drive. It's what can you do now to really recover your Heat 1 position where you're at, going through that 191 in a great position now in P4, and we'll just head down and continue to drive forward. Johnson, this is a good chance for Johnson to really get the elbows out and kind of get scrappy with Manalio and really, really just sort of test the track here for maybe looking forward into Heat 2s this afternoon or running in pre-finals or finals tomorrow. What can you do fighting with Manalio for tomorrow to try to have a run up near the front? What can you do? What can you think of? We'll see what happens here as Macha still leads.
Yeah, Maxwell Macha with 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Jaden Francisco and Holden Myers behind. Those will be the 3 outside of any chaos, which we've already seen a fair share of to battle it out. I mean, I don't know how much they would need to really lose and what it would take to close a 5-second plus gap, but I don't think we're going to end up finding out in this session. They are still managing, even with the passes that have been made, to hold a very, very nice and consistent growth over the gap back to 4th and 5th here on screen with the likes of Manalio and Cameron Johnson. So as they hit the line this time, they will get one more lap added on. So They beat the timer just by a couple seconds. It's 3 laps to go now. They'll get the full 9 as the KA Juniors did, and we are in that final leg of Heat 1 for the Swift Stars. And it may only be 2. The gap last time by, something must have happened, maybe a mistake or a miscue for Holden Myers, is now up to a second to Jaden Francisco. So it's a 2-car breakaway up front, 2 cars together, 4th and 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all in line behind, but a little bit too late to try and keep touch with Manalio and Johnson. They were fighting and they were right there with them, and then just the back and forth amongst them all has opened that gap now to be about maybe a 1.25 seconds, if not more than that.
Here's the problem now for Myers in the situation that the 136 Kart finds itself in, is that Myers has no help either way right now. Nothing behind, nothing ahead. Here's the problem for Myers. You have nothing ahead, you're losing time. And if you have no draft, nothing to help up front, you are losing time through as the 111 muscles the way around the 191. Manalio now back down into 5th place as Johnson gets that pass done, the 2 to go being shown here, as the 111 now has to defend for 2 laps, which I don't know about you. Sometimes I like to be the attacker and not the defender. Sometimes I think it's better to be that second kart, or in some cases, the 3rd kart in line, and really try to size things up for a pass. Based on how Manalio has driven this heat, I have a feeling Manalio probably feels the same way, but I think Johnson would prefer to be the kart up front right now as we go out of 7 down the backstretch.
Yeah, here they go on the run to 8. Cameron Johnson on the low side, Jake Manalio on the outside. Nothing there. Again, the corner's too long to really hope for the inside defending driver to wash out. And these corners, I think, are probably a bit too fast and too narrow of a general line to see anything. So it'll really be a matter of how they navigate the last 2 corners of the racetrack for the 2 of them. And they're closer by a fair bit than the front 2, which is why we're still keeping our eyes on this battle for P4. Macha's lead over Francisco was nearly 7 tenths. Last time by the timing loop, he added 2 tenths to it. That lap only gave up 1/100th. Maxwell Macha safe for the moment up front if he can keep the kart on the circuit to the end. Myers back in no man's land, 2 seconds away in 3rd. This group here for 4th and 5th. The group behind them, 6th and 7th, for Enzo De Janeiro and Dominic Gaddis. So a couple of battles all spread apart on the racetrack. A much different ending scenario than the younger Micro Swift drivers here in Swift Stars. And star of heat number 1 well up the road. What a race Maxwell Macha has put together. Look at how far he is across the circuit. The 174, great qualifying effort, continuing to just build the momentum with the Paralyn USA squad. They have been so strong since linking up just at the beginning of the summer stretch, kind of the end of the springtime. And a new go-kart for him after spending the last 2 or 3 years or so aboard a Kart Republic or Sodi kart. Paralyn seems to suit Maxwell very well. He'll win heat number 1 here from Salem over Francisco and Myers.
Myers coming across the line there in 3rd. Again, that's kind of no man's land area, but that shows the gap difference. 2.6 seconds in the term of 3 laps as Manalio will come through in 4th. Johnson, Gaddis, De Janeiro, Romero, and Mose with Lipka there in 10th place.
There's a look at your results. Swift Stars Heat 1 in the books. Jaden Francisco, Holden Myers right there with the 174, but at the end he was able to just slowly pull that gap out. Manalio, Johnson, Gaddis, Enzo De Janeiro, Paxton Romero, Nicholas Mose, and again Connor Lipka. The rest of your top 15 down to Eric Wojciechowski on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin, and the only driver unfortunately unable to run all 9 laps, Mikolos Hadju Nemeth III, out on lap number 6. One more race of the morning rotation is KA Stars, a full house ready to line up behind Oliver Hodgson down on the grid. They have provided a ton of entertainment for the support category lineup of classes. They'll be the final race of our afternoon tomorrow as the Pro Show division shift from the later start to the earlier finish, with their mains kicking off the afternoon rotation. But what a run right behind Hodgson there for Andrew Hamill in qualifying, and for Mason Surgener as well. Career best qualifying effort for the MPG Motorsports driver. Hudson Brown, the lone gold card here this weekend, and the North Carolina based pilot, the 3rd generation karter, lines up alongside Colin Lloyd's Velocity Racing Sodi out of Miami, Florida. Round 1 winner Jared Clark, a decent quality effort for him, and the 916 will roll from the inside of row 4 in 7th. To his outside, another top 10 starting spot for the next Oliver Hodgson inspired and coach superstar Chase Buscalia. And you talk about stars, Davin Roberts, first career pro podium just a couple weeks ago in Wisconsin at the U.S. Pro Kart Series. 13 years young. Had to get a waiver to move up because he shot up in height and couldn't make the weight for junior anymore. A stocky young man who even has to manage his weight just to stay in the realm of competitiveness in the senior classes, and he has developed very well. Last year, he was the most versatile junior driver with wins on every available package here in the U.S. Rok GP motors, KA motors, Rok VLR motors, Rotax engines, IME X30, and even OKN-J. And now, moving up to senior, his rookie season, it's another solid start to a weekend behind a very experienced front row. Alan Isambard, his accolades, maybe not to the international status of Oliver Hodgson, but he has won multiple times on the national tour in 100cc action and in pro shifter action as well. And a couple weeks ago, he was tapped for double duty in Wisconsin, entering originally with X30 Pro and then hopping into the Rocket Racing Company KA Senior seat as well. It's just KA for Alan this week. He starts alongside Hodgson as we go down to pit lane for a final bit of intel. Alex, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, I think the name of the game that we've kind of figured out throughout the heat races thus far is, can the outside row hang on? We saw Pettit have issues with it. Mason Surgener, the Surge, made a really good point to me right before this this heat race. He said, listen, the outside's going to be tough. The rubber's still new enough. The inside with the Rhino liner has such an advantage. The guys on the outside, not enough rubber's being formed out there, and obviously with the marbles we put down as well, the outside lane's really tough. But for Mason Surgener, best career starting spot to date for him on the national level. He's a little nervous, he said, but he's trying to hang on from the outside of row number 2.
Yeah, that's that danger zone. That's where Travis Pettit obviously had the big off in KA Junior, a class as big as this one, just shy of being even as KA Stars goes well beyond the first 10 rows that are on your screen here, well deep into the order for a massive, massive field that'll round turn 16 now, heading towards that front straightaway. Here we go. KA Stars, 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Oliver Hodgson, Alan Isambard have command as they head towards the start box. Race director Alec Coates trying to tell them to keep it slow. And here we go from Salem. The Earthquake KA Stars opening heat is green. Oliver Hodgson, Andrew Hamill, 1 and 2 there as the pack shuffles on by through turn number 4, turn number 5, out of 6 and 7. A good run so far for all of the first row starters as the next side-by-side action now is going to go 3 wide. Down the run to turn number 8, all the way on the low side. One of the black and white OTKs looking down low and trying to make a pass there as we see Andrew Hamill getting away cleanly on the DPC Motorsports X-Pre, the bright orange machine, easy to pick out behind the fluo yellow. The fluorescent yellow of Oliver Hodgson. 1-2, Isambard 3rd, Surgener into 5th there just behind Hudson Brown.
I'll tell you what, inside line definitely had the jump there, Alex. Whoever told you that, again, is well on the P's and Q's with that one, because that inside line had such a great run. As we watch here down across the line, Hodgson, Hamill, Isambard, Brown, Surgener, Roberts, Lloyd, Buscalia, Gabriel, and Clark, your top 10 as they shuffle. And now the challenge begins. It's just a case of really put the head down, run, use the grip, use that Rhino liner that's on the track, and do everything you possibly can to gain that time. 5.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go here. And really, I hate to say it, but you know, patience, you need to try to hold on a little bit, but you can't afford to right now. You've got to send it up the inside like the 953 of Isambard just did on Hamill and got the pass through up into that P2, and now Hamill will settle in and try to repay the favor here a little bit later.
One of those 3 dropped just off the side and kicked up some dust there coming out of turn number 10. I'm not sure which of them. It may have been Hamill, judging by him being a little out of shape there in 11. And that'll make Hudson Brown want to go here in 16. He's not quite close enough, so he'll have to wait another corner. He's lining up for a good run down the straight. It'll only be decent. He stays behind, but it's Isambard now back up to second. Hamill back to third. Brown to fourth. Davin Roberts, a clean getaway, has him fifth with Lloyd on his heels through 2, through 3. Nearly got into the back of him there. Might have even kissed it, the back bumper of the 915. But out of 6. Back from 6 is a little gap, and this will be a big one, sadly, for this young driver. One of the Fox & Son machines has found the wall out of turn number 3 and trying to figure out who that is. I don't know if it's David Baker. David Baker there in the 922. Contact here. Mason Surgener wide. Turn 8. Dropping back maybe 8/10 positions here as he tries to get back up to full song.
Big moments already happening here in KA Stars as the first couple laps have been done, and now you hit the point where it's really just hold on and give what you can and do what you can, but you've got to keep the kart on the track to keep it alive. And as we just saw there from David Baker, unfortunately sometimes those walls come quicker as the 921 there is going to be holding on around the outside towards the inside. We continue to watch these paddles develop all up and down this 36 kart deep field. It truly is one of those situations where pick a position and there's a battle. That's a big wiggle there.
Roberts, a little wide there in 3. Davin Roberts with the left rear tire now with dirt all over it and still out of shape there through 6 and 7 as Chase Buscalia now closes into the back bumper. Many drivers struggling, and it all begins at turn 2. Not only are you off camber going up and over a blind corner and trying to hope that you land as you go downhill in the right spot, but it is relatively bumpy there. Probably one of the rougher parts on the circuit coming through turn number 2. And so those bumps, I think that's what's catching so many of them out. It's a rhythm in that full triple apex from 2 to 3 to 4, and it sets you up for turns 5 and 6. And so getting a little bit out of shape or missing the placement of your go-kart entering turn number 2, we'll see, I think, be the cause for most drivers that have already gone off and more that probably will in that first sector of the racetrack. But perfect on the money right now looks to be Oliver Hodgson. He seems the most put together, and while Alan Isambard is tracking him down, you can visually see that Oliver looks really about as comfortable as I'd imagine he'd be in a laid-back chair, maybe just chilling in bed. He is phenomenal out in front. Not a wheel put wrong. Sadly, not the same here. Sam Avrutsky into the wall, turn 3.
And I don't think Avrutsky was the only one, as I see more dust kicked up off of 7, but I'm not sure if that is just the remnants in the wind carrying dust out of 1 as they go through. As we have a report from Alex. Alex, what do you got for us here?
Yeah, real quick. I mean, the 2 drivers actually off there in 2 and 3. And again, with all the drivers continuing to drop tires on the exit of turn number 2 in that triple apex, it's throwing dust on the exit curbing, which is being used by a lot of drivers to get that added rotation right at the end. The problem is I'm seeing a lot of drivers start to touch that exit curb, and they're kicking dust in the air. And with that, they're turning in, and the kart's rotating too much. It's catching them off guard.
Makes sense. I mean, again, you're hoping that you land on a clean patch of track, and you can't really see it all too well when you exit 1 and start to look ahead towards turn number 2. So that combined with more drivers going off in turn 2 or in turn 3, they bring more on in the run to 4 and 5. And that, again, we'll see more go off there, more off in 6 and 7, where you get back to leaning on the right side tires again. So a treacherous first part of the racetrack, and Oliver Hodgson each lap is basically having to clear the path, clear the runway for the field to go by. And it's partly why I have to imagine Alan Isambard was able to track him down so easily. But now that he's gotten there, not only maybe is he waiting, but maybe slowing his own pace down unintentionally by not being able to push closing in, because he's hitting the dust just as Oliver is.
Yeah, it's one of 2 things. It's either that situation of clearing the track because nobody else is clearing it when they come around, so he can't afford to take the risk to dive out. As the 905 of Hamill drops a wheel there, and it's going to lose several places. Hamill now well down the order, trying to stay out of the way, getting passed by 1, 2, 3, 4 karts.
Big Gabriel by. Brown and Roberts now well and away from our third-place starter and Andrew Hamill. A couple of moments for him. Jared Clark right there behind now in that blue and yellow branded Jarsacrack Racing LN kart. A quiet Heat 1 with chaos all around him, it feels like, for Jared Clark. We haven't mentioned him yet. He's now forcing us to. Currently 9th, looking for 8th. Hamill looking low into 8 to protect and keep that spot and keep Clark back. Behind him, Lucas Zabo has cracked the top 10. He rolled from 13th. Chase Adams from 14th up to 11th. And a couple other big movers further down the grid. Ibrahim Deem is up 9 spots, 25th to 16th currently. Brassel up 5, 19th to 14th. And in the main pack, Colin Lloyd and Chase Buscalia, 3rd and 4th, have started 6th and 7th. They're now a couple spots up apiece as we have a new leader. Alan Isambard takes over here right at the double sticks. 2 to go, and the Rocket Racing Company crew rise with the 953 taking command.
Isambard picked a great time to make that pass happen there, but now Hodgson is on the back foot here. I feel that he does not do well as the following kart. He would really rather be up in front with clean air, kind of just running his own run here, but Isambard has to defend now. Looks over the left shoulder. You see Hodgson pulling off there to the inside. Now Isambard will look through, hold on to it, around the turn of 8, up the hill, down the hill they go, and they will stay P1, P2 as they are. But that 927 kart has 1 and a little bit more than half a lap to make this pass occur, and I have a feeling that it's definitely going to be sent somewhere, starting to set it up here into turn 11 through 12, 13, 14, just trying to feel things out. Gap is opening quite a bit now, though, and as we come up on the white flag going through the Rhino liner out of turn 16, 1 lap to go. What can you do if you're Isambard to hold this line and hold this lead?
Yeah, he's got a car length and a half right now, almost 2 in full as it stretches out on the run from turn number 1. Oliver Hodgson, you can see, pushing the limit a little bit more, still keeping the line much narrower than Allen through turn number 3. I have to imagine part of that's just trying to, again, manage the tires, but the other part that you touched on a little bit earlier in the day in qualifying is, the aerodynamic effect. With that high of a roll speed, they'll feel it on the nose cone and front bumper, and that little bit loss of downforce, that tick of aero wash they can get when they're pushing the limits through the corners in the higher speed classes like KA Stars and above. That can be a bit of a detriment for being able to get close enough to challenge. As there's another one off, Surgeoner and Henry Taylor collide, and they are stuck together on the outside of turn number 8. 2 more drivers from inside the top 20. They were 16th and 15th, but final turn, Isambard low. Hodgson sets up for a crossover to the straight. He will not get there. It'll be a decent run, though, still to make it look close. At the line, Allen holds 900ths to Oliver Hodgson. Lloyd, 3rd. Buscalia, 4th. Davin Roberts leads a pack of 5 across the line to put himself inside the top 5 with the dust clearing. And the final run forward, what a charge. Ibrahim Dean, big mover, 25th, 13th at the checkers. 12 spots up for the Orsolone Tony Kart driver. Cash Perkins also picks up a couple at the end there. 5 up for the 963. He cracks the top 10 just behind 3rd place starter Andrew Hamill, Jared Clark, and Mick Gabriel and Hudson Brown. So Heat 1 in the books for KA Stars. A lot to unpack from that.
Yeah, there is, all the way up the order, down the order. I mean, so many drivers with different stories here for this race. Heat 1, some had great times, some had not great times. But as you can see, many drivers getting their karts together here as the drivers will debrief here in the line for the scales, get things together, and just talk about it as we get ready to look at the pro show here in just a little bit.
Yeah, that's right, folks. This is a break in the on-track activity. But the KA Stars are down in the scales, as is Alex. So, once again, Alan Isambard, Oliver Hodgson, the leg up. A clean race for them. A little more chaos behind. But overall, the majority of the front runners able to keep the black marks off the fresh sticker kits through heat number 1. And they'll roll through the scale line here for the officials with Oliver Hodgson with some notes, Isambard with some notes. Both of them had about half the race split behind each other, so a lot to take away from heat number 1 because, again, with this many karts on the circuit, their qualifying session, their practice sessions, they probably didn't really get a good read at each other. Now it's that little bit of cat and mouse game of how much did they show, how much did they hold back, and not just on the driving line, but racecraft as well, making notes of what they need to do to be the first to the checkers on Sunday. So KA Stars wrapped. That's, again, all of the morning and support classes wrapped. The Pro Show drivers are gearing up to race following the lunch break here in about 42 minutes. And while we've got that break in the action, before we take our break, we'll head it down to Alex for some post-race intel.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Chase Buscalia. Chase, walk me this way real quick so we can get out of the way all the carts coming through scales. But I got to say, first of all, everything stayed on the go-kart this time around. It seems like at Charlotte things didn't go your way. Newcastle, the same deal. How would you kind of rate the weekend for you so far?
I'd say it's pretty high rating. We've been up front every single session, and that race just showed what we can really do. And we have the pace to just be up front. Just kind of got screwed in qualifying, and I think these heat races and the pre-final and final will be way better.
You have the benefit of working with Hodgson as well. I mean, what has he kind of been showing you? Have you learned anything from him, or how close are you guys setup-wise, driving style-wise?
We're pretty close with everything, and it's just so good learning from another veteran. Like, it's just so much more, like so much, I can't talk, sorry, helpful. And yeah, it's been really good working with these guys, and I'm really glad they gave me the opportunity to race Stars this year.
Thanks, Chase.
Of course.
Great notes there from Chase Buscalia, and a very happy young man. P4 across the line for KA Stars. Beautiful Saturday afternoon here from Quaker City Motorsports Park. And again, we've got plenty of racing on tap, but we'll take our break here now with the Get Pride Countdown to Green. 40 minutes until we're back with on-track activity. OKN Jr. will lead the way at the top of the hour.
And good afternoon, good evening, good morning, of course, if you're watching a playback of this. But if you're with us live, it's about 1 p.m. here in Ohio at the Quaker City Motorsports Park as we get going here with the action after the lunch break. And we're starting out with OKN Jr. here for the Pro Show Moto, 11 minutes plus 2 laps to be found. Now, of course, we ran the Heat 1s for all of the support series this morning. That was 7 minutes plus 2 laps, and here is coming up the grid as we get ready to pull it up here in just a second for OKN as we get things set up and going here. And here it is. It is Nathan Dupuis with Edward Kennedy, John Antonino with Marco Samet.
One spun top of the hill coming down to green. That's the 151 that's gone around, and I think the field is still getting ready to go, and they are. Green flag in the air for OKN-J as they rocket through turn 1. Sorry to interrupt there. Yeah, it was a last-second moment coming to green just behind the grid screen for OKN-J. I don't know for certain who we lost, or well, saw it on screen, sorry, but just further back, the leaders, though, are okay, although Max Weiland goes a bit wide. And in the first run, down to 8. Lots of late blocking attempts, 1 or 2 passes down on the end of the straightaway as they get to the edge of the rev range. And it's Dupuis to Antonino to Kennedy here through the infield.
Yeah, coming through, never what you want to see there right on the start of a race as we have a dive for the lead into 11. Not what I expected here going early on, but dive to the lead nevertheless for the 193 of Antonino, getting through, getting done, dusted, and locking that Kart into the lead. Will lead off of lap 1, coming across, plenty of time left to go, but the 151, very unfortunate to see that Kart off and gone here on the start. So we'll continue through. Only 15 karts will take part in this heat number 1.
Yeah, losing a few off the bat is always unfortunate. And again, it's magnified in OKN-J. I think one driver there hustling to get to the back of the grid just ended up getting a bit too close, locked the brakes up, spun the kart, and then boom, engine off. And end of the session before it begins. On the run down to turn number 8, John Antonino leads to Nathan Dupuis, Edward Kennedy, and Marco Samet. And behind there, Jude Thermalaswamy down the inside of Max Weiland getting through.
Coming down out of turn number 8. Now we continue through, and at this point, you know, in the karts, you're just looking for a gap. You're looking for a run. Hopefully the drivers didn't eat anything too heavy for lunch, and hopefully they are all feeling good, done and dusted, ready to go for the afternoon here as we see plenty of great runs coming through. That is the 188 of Anderson having a great run down in through turns 13, 14, 15, into 16 as we go through and around. But up front, it is still Antonino who is ahead of Dupuis, with Kennedy there in 3rd coming across top 3. And you can see the wheel hop really showing up here in OKN Jr. as you see them go through the corners, and watch that inside rear wheel especially hop up and come over, because that is really gripping up here in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's only going to get even more so with another round of sessions to go. John Antonino by a car length back to Dupuis, Kennedy, Samet, and Travis Pettit right there on the 129. Little gap back to Indy Anderson. Jude Thermalaswamy, P7, about a second away as they rocket back towards 11.
And now as we continue this lap, rocketing around here, you can see Antonino still holding off Dupuis and Kennedy as they just continue to follow through for the moment as they try to just find some sort of measure. They just need the 10th of a second to be faster here, because as of right now, lap times are very identical between the 3. Edward Kennedy maybe slightly slower by a 10th or so here lap after lap, but those front 2 are just neck and neck. I mean, hundreds, if not thousands of a second in pace difference here on the lap. 7.5 minutes left to go, though, plus 2 laps after that. So there's still plenty of time for them to really battle it out here and figure things out. As you can see further back in the field, a little bit of give being given between Rist and Weiland.
Yeah, Sebastian Rist on the Carlos Sainz machine back there in the 10th spot through the infield run. John Antonino, 2/10 up the road from Nathan Dupuis, and again 2.5 tenths back to Edward Kennedy as they run over into 11, 12, and 13. You can see the pack is kind of spaced out just a little bit Isaac Malcutt with the MDR Leading Edge Motorsports combo entry. He's LEM here in OKN-J, MDR in KA Junior, and a pass again as Weiland retakes that spot away from Riss. They've traded it now twice on screen, and who knows how many more times in the opening lap or so. The leaders are still loosely tied together, but not too tight. Again, Dupuis, a car length to Kennedy, and 3/10 plus or minus up to John Antonino, who has been in a pretty stacked front of the field in OKN Junior, the class of them. First to the line, lost the win at Charlotte with a pushback bumper penalty that deployed on the outlap, just for a bumper clamp being a bit too loose, and deployed without really any major impact at all. And then coming to Newcastle, had a chip on his shoulder in a battle with the likes of these two, Pettit, Kennedy, and Moore. On the last lap, managed to go from 5th to 1st with an incredible drive, and it looks like he's already rolling that momentum into a bigger lead this lap alone. It was just shy of 3/10 last time by the timing loop. This time by, what will it open up to as Pettit closes in on Dupuis? It's up another 3.5. Big time gains for Buddy. And for Nathan Dupuis, he's got to start worrying about the cars behind him.
Yeah, I think Antonino here has really found the position of just rhythm and comfort and has figured out this track. The big topic of the weekend, of course, has been figuring out the track, figuring out how things are gripped up and what the track conditions were going to be like. A lot of unknowns coming in. Antonino really seems like he's locked things in very well. There's a hard dive between Samet and Anderson, the 175 and the 188, battle for 5th behind your top 4 as they continue along. But Antonino really has this settled in, but how long can Antonino hold ahead is my question, because I don't know that it's going to be super long, and maybe there's an answer.
Well, that's Malcutt down the inside of Drew Thermalaswamy, and at the same time, there is one driver that seems to have had the silencer come off. No, the full pipe. That's the sound there in the background for Sebastian Riss. The pipe has come fully off the back of that OKN-J package, and he will be headed for the pit lane, and a disappointing fashion as well for the 122. Blowing his ears out, I'm sure, along the way. So we go back up front. Pettit now into 2nd. Dupuis back to 3rd. Kennedy 4th with a gap still to Indy Anderson, who's got Marco Samet bearing down. I think Samet might be able to go down at 8, as the leaders, I think, are a little bit too far away. Let's see it. Does it happen for P5? He's close. He'll push him for now.
As they continue through, just keep that push going. That is really what you have to settle into, because, again, we have to save the equipment. Plenty of racing to go, 4 minutes left to go, plus considerable more time throughout the weekend. So right now, you've got to find that balance between push-pull, and I think right now, maybe Kennedy has really found that the pull now might be the push later, and just keep things going as you can, as we watch here through battles continuing between Anderson and Samet, trying to find where the battle can be up front. Antonino by 6.5 tenths over Pettit. Such a great gap to find there, as Dupuis is kind of just really settled in. But look at how unstable the karts are coming through that first sector all the way out of turn 7. I mean, they are right on the ragged edge of grip at this point.
Yeah, they are hanging on now in the heat of the day, the afternoon, with Antonino showing the way back to Pettit, back to Dupuis, back to Kennedy. Look at the gap as well back from Samet and crew. Isaac Malcutt's pack of 4 is well back from 5th and 6th on the racetrack. There is a huge margin right now to the likes of Drew Thermalaswamy, Max Weiland, and Tristan Murphy, and then it's spread even further, a couple seconds to Walcott, Sapirko, Indy Irwin, Nico Katowski, and then Rist obviously has pulled in. So 14 remain. This is a look in at the fight for 9th. Weiland there in the blue, white, and orange Magic Kart, and Tristan Murphy on the RPM Tony Kart. And up the road, Thermalaswamy's putting the heat back on Malcutt.
Yeah, Thermalaswamy starting in 9th, up into 8th, having a good run here. Again, just stable in position, keeping things moving and grooving where you can. It's all about getting that battle one position at a time going forward. Don't get overwhelmed in the big picture, and just keep that battle moving and doing a great job of that. As that number 3 of Weiland there is the 3rd kart in picture, trying to battle it out with Murphy there behind. Murphy, again, just looking one pass at a time. Don't get overwhelmed with what's ahead, as Thermalaswamy will now dive through, look for the pass on Malcutt, down into the kink, into the 180 left-hander of turn 8. gets a very clean pass there, is able to just straighten up that entry to 8 and then slingshot it around and is able to move up into P7.
So Jude Thermalaswamy up the chain a little bit, and Max Weiland had a look there going into 11 on Isaac. He didn't quite like the run there. He'll be close enough to pressure him into 15 and 16 here. Let's see. Big send out of 15, inside 16. Got him. And that corner, probably the slowest one on the circuit, or one of a couple, was enough to just prevent any over-unders. In some of the other classes, we've seen a lot of crossovers. You'll see that quite a bit, I'm sure, in the micro and minis. You'll probably see it in the KAs as well. But for a very heavy mid-range oriented power plant that doesn't have a lot of low RPM power, when you drop below a certain number, you really are kind of almost gridlocked. The difference there being at 8,500 RPM to 8,000, or really more so down at 6,500 to 7,000, is next to none. Either way, you're well out of getting juice to the motor. So with that in mind, some of those late dives into 16, I think, will be more prevalent in OKN-J and OKN Stars than anything else with 45 seconds to go here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting situation to really watch how it develops over the weekend. And, you know, we haven't talked about it a lot here, and I'd like to not talk about it because I think it'd be interesting to see what happens. But you send those late dives through, going through what? A wiggle there into 1 as we see Antonino and Pettit battling it out there.
And a send into 2, right back at him. John Antonino Jr. retakes the lead. He had built up that gap really nice. You were mentioning that it was good early. Would it stay that way? It has not. Travis Pettit has tracked down the early race leader. He's brought Dupuis and Kennedy with him, and a little bit of defending and racing has really stacked them up as Antonino quickly goes down to the bottom side in the run down to 8 and locks up the rears to spin it back the opposite direction. He'll stay out in front.
And coming through, holding on Antonino there, and Pettit just really giving things. And Dupuis, I mean, at this point, you are absolutely just chomping at the bit. You're looking, you're watching these two battling, and you're just thinking, what can I do to get by? What can I do to get by? Are they going to have a moment? And you sort of just, you're waiting here. As time is over, we'll get 2 additional laps when they cross the line. So we'll have 2 to go here as they exit out of 16 and cross the line. Look at the look over the shoulder. Antonino all the way down. Pettit will look one way, and now watch out for Dupuis. What can Dupuis do here? Well, Dupuis will move forward as we continue. Another car off, but continuing along there. I mean, this battle for the front 4 is nowhere near done.
Yeah, Dupuis taking some notes there from Antonino, gets by Pettit in turn 2 and off the racetrack. That's from the opening lap there, the 151, I believe, that was off in the Tony Kart. But going wide was Jude Thermalaswamy, it appeared to be, in the 191 out of the last turn. Here's the run again into 8 with all the fighting up in the front. It has allowed now Indy Anderson and Marco Samet to enter the stage. 6 cars all in line now. The timer has hit 0, so we're into the final few moments, and look at Dupuis all the way into the grass, but he had position, and he takes the lead by force into 11. Antonino back to 2nd.
Was not expecting a pass into 11 for the lead, but Dupuis very clearly saying, hey, I can make this work. Antonino now dropping another position down into 3rd across the line, white flag out, and this is going to be where things get feisty. This is going to be where you have nothing left to give after this heat. Go ahead and go for it here. Let's see what happens here as that 129 to Pettit is up into 3rd, Antonino into 4th. There's a little bit of contact there coming through. They're going to run very wide. This will open things up for Anderson and Samet. What can they do to capitalize on this and possibly find a podium finish?
Pettit covered low going into 2, and that washed him out wide, and John Antonino was able to get by him into turn number 3. That's taken the pressure off of Edward Kennedy up the road, and the 2 Canadians are ready to duel here on this last lap. Nathan Dupuis trying to keep the gap enough. Edward Kennedy trying to close in. How good of a launch can he get out of turn number 10 to put the heat on Nate Dogg? In the run to 11, they're still 3 car lengths apart. Kennedy will send it deep and kind of diamond the corner a bit. I don't know if he'll be quite close enough. A big late race lunge will be what'll be asked of him. I think he's just too far back, and indeed, he will have to sit in 2nd as they fight for 3rd. Nathan Dupuis scores the Moto 1 win, and P3 to the line. Antonino by half a tenth over Travis Pettit, Anderson, and Samet, and behind Max Weiland hangs on for 7th. Jude Thermalaswamy 8th, Tristan Murphy 9th. Grayson Walcott on the final lap gets by Isaac Malcutt. He ends up in 10th. Malcutt falls a good ways back. Something happened to the 172 that last lap or so, and the LEM Tony Kart falls out of the top 10 with a brutal final lap. He was put in a 67.6, so I think he must have fully gone off the racetrack. That was a 5-second loss for Little Sizzle, and Ike is going to have to suffer a P11 run provisionally from Moto 1. Katowski, Indy, Irwin, Achilles Sapirko, 12, 13, 14. Sebastian Rist went out, obviously, with that broken exhaust pipe. And we mentioned earlier the 151 Tony Kart going out on the outlap. But Nathan Dupuis is victorious, and he's standing by with us down in the scales.
Well, you just said it. You got an interview, Nate. Yeah, obviously went out there, got it done here in OKN-J. How'd you get it done?
I went a little lower than Antonio on the last lap. I think that was a good part of it. Keeping my head cool when Travis and Antonio got in front of me, just to like not overheat my stuff, not wear out my tires. Just staying patient, I think, was a big part of it. Staying patient, just staying behind, seeing where I was weaker, seeing where I was stronger. And in that corner, the corners after that, I knew I was a little bit stronger than Antonino there. So if I knew if I get him there, I could pretty much seal it up. I was almost in the grass there. I thought I was going to hit the cones at one point. It was a good race. Friggin' Antonio had a good drive. Same with Pettit. Everybody was good there.
I just spoke to Blake Nash on the grid there when you made the move on Antonino. He says you're handling the bumps really well around this place compared to some of the other juniors out here. How much of a factor are those bumps for you guys physically?
It's a big challenge. Usually on tracks I don't really get wore out that much, but this track seems to wear me out a little bit more. The bumps, they're hard because if you hit them, like in KA, I was in the lead, I hit the bump, and I drove off track. So it's hard to make sure you don't hit those bumps wrong. You got to make sure you hit them right. You got to be consistent.
What's it going to take to repeat this result later on this afternoon?
I think just keeping my head cool, making sure I have the right people around me, stay out of the kerfuffling, and just staying calm, being patient, just driving.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
Word of the day, kerfuffle.
You know, I don't know that I've heard a driver say stay out of the kerfuffling before, but that is such an accurate representation of what you have to do to keep things moving. Kerfuffling definitely does happen, especially if you've ever seen turn one, lap one of any event ever. So kerfuffling you have to avoid here, and did a great job doing that, did Nathan Dupuis, and ready to get the show on the road and party, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's get ready for OKN Stars here. A quick look at the grid and more moments from the OKN Stars division. Nathan Dupuis setting a high bar for his teammate Blake Nash. Close-ups of the entire OKN Stars field here with last round's winner, James Overbeck, buried a few rows further back. He starts alongside Mason Kuhn in the 05 MPG Motorsports entry, and the reigning series champ Paulie Massimino has his work cut out for him as well. The BJRLN karts have been dominant to start the year pace-wise. Not the case so far in Quaker City, but again, that's what these motos are for. Just like the heat races, they only pay 50 championship points to win, and down the board from there, there's 200 points up for grabs plus entries, or the total entry of the division when it comes to the main event. So 4X, the main, yes, the motos do matter. It sets up where you start for that final, and they do pay some points, but they still are essentially big-time test sessions for a lot of the field, and especially the front runners, because many of them will try to hold their cards tightly and close to the chest, if you will, Bradley, and not let some of their competitors that they think are going to be a threat follow them around in practices or even be near them. You'll typically see some of the fastest karts on opposite ends of a circuit on a Friday or even a morning warm-up.
Yeah, and it's always such a smart decision, I'd say, if you know that your competition is high, and again, we know what the stakes are here through Stars. It is a very, very stacked championship, so if you're someone like Blake Nash, Diego Ramos, you don't want to be near anyone that you're racing with. Austin Olds in third, with CGL Chase Gaslit Lee there in fourth, Henry Wheeler in fifth, and Frankie Iveda in P6 here.
James Overbeck and Mason Kuhn back on row number 7. It'll be Paulie Massimino and Aiden Fox on row number 5. Then Alex Sharma and Aiden Lorenko, Maverick McKenna, and Finnegan Bailiff. Jacob Kolar, Remy Andriatos, Satvik Sarathi, Kyler Chiza, Mingnan Zhu, Theo Corelli. The 20-car field getting set to form up out of the final turn. All of them single file trying to keep those tires clean. They'll get into their lanes probably right out of turn 16. A couple of them are side by side further back, but for the most part, they wanted to wait till the last second to form up. And here we are, we have them all. Blake Nash, Diego Ramos, Moto 1 for OKN Stars, 11 minutes plus 2 laps from Quaker City. We're green. Oh, big time moment for Chase Cassian Lee and more. There was a lot of contact out of turn number 1, and a big dust cloud blows across the track as they crest the hill at 4. And what happens to the lineup now? It looks like Aiden Lorenko got bit the worst out of it. Theo Corelli is now sideways in front of everyone. He'll try to get back going just ahead of Remy Andriatos. And as they rocket down the backstretch, Blake Nash leads to Ramos and Henry Wheeler.
And as Nash will lead there, just holding on as much as he can. That 31 of Gassiet Lee losing a lot of positions there, having that moment early on. Was come through up the hill, down the hill towards turn 11. There's a dive coming through, possibly for the number 18 Wheeler, not able to make the pass stick there as they go, but certainly had to give it the try as they come through down towards 15 and 16, looking a lot cleaner, a lot better than it did this morning. Not nearly as many rocks, nearly as much dirt, as many pebbles as we saw before as it sorts itself through. As we cross the line for the first time, it is Nash, Ramos, Wheeler, Olds, and Iveda, the top 5 with Massimino in P6.
Yellow flags waving there at turn number 4. Frankie Iadavea trails at the end of this group here on the Carlos Maranello with Massimino in tow. Overbeck leads the next pack as they head down the backstretch here for Moto number 1. Again, 11 minutes plus 2 laps, and Ramos inside, fending off Henry Wheeler, going back and forth for P2. He can only hold him back for so long. Henry Wheeler, one of the closest locals to this circuit, as there is a look at Mason Kuhn and Chase Gassiet Lee off to the side. And the contact from the opening lap, it began in the second row as Gassiet Lee kind of got booted to the outside runoff in 1. He kept it on the track, and I think as everybody went to avoid him, they kind of all collided together and sandwiched the likes of Mason Kuhn and crew. And Gassiet Lee then at that point had nowhere to go when he was rejoining into the field. So 2 gone, 17 remain. I think we may have lost one more because we did have 20 on the initial list. But regardless, still, it is Blake Nash showing the way. Ramos second, Wheeler, Olds, Iadavea, your top 5.
Yeah, Maverick McKenna there dropping down the order into P17 from P12. Possibly had a moment as well on the last lap. Looking here at the carts as they go down the track and continue to run down towards turn 8. Everybody just looking for something somewhere. Iadaveda still looking left, looking right, looking in, looking out, not able to stick anything. A little bit of dirt comes up there, and that might be the opening that's needed coming through. That's Olds and Wheeler going through. And Massimino is up in the mix of this as well, so we'll see what can happen there for them as Iadaveda is now looking through, looking very feisty into 16. A little bit of the nose in and nose out, not able to get past Olds there as Massimino is going to be looking for something better than 6 here if Massimino can find it. The defending champion from 2024 would love to go back-to-back.
Yeah, Paulie Massimino, you can see it was a rough start for him. That front bumper crushed in, looks to be still intact though and not running loose where the pushback bumper would have deployed. So the number 40 exiting turn 6, heading to 7, is still just kind of riding at this point. He's 3 spots net up from his starting position, so that's good news. There's a few more again still right in front of him if he can ride here and maybe pick up a few more before the race is done. With the extended distance on the motos for the OKN-J, OKN Stars, and Pro Stars drivers, I mean, there's plenty of time to let the race unfold and not have to feel rushed or hurried to get to the front, and that's exactly what has happened so far for the Brazilian Diego Ramos. He was under heavy fire from Henry Wheeler early on. He's allowed the kart to go to him as we got problems. Frankie Iadavea off, turn 16. The 76 comes to a halt with presumably a mechanical failure of some sort. And another pipe dislodged, this time for the Carlos Racing Maranello camp. They get bit by it, and Iadavea out of 5th now gets drugged to the wayside.
Aya de Vea was having such a strong race too, and that is going to be just heartbreaking for Aya de Vea, who possibly could have had a run through here to challenge for a win, but that is the nature of racing. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it taketh away here, as we see the 64 Nash still up here in the lead, just continuing through and going amazing run here from Blake Nash, just continuing to push forward and keep this moving and just race of your own at this point. I mean, really, that's where Blake Nash has found his Ramos in second, still trying to chase down here and still looking for something where it can be found, as the number 2 cart there behind is just settling in right into the back of Nash. And 5 minutes, 45 seconds, plus 2 laps to go. There's still plenty of time for this race to go anyone's way.
Yeah, about 2 car lengths between them. They've got a really good and accurate view on the field as they head out of that last turn, and out of that turn right in front of us, turn number 6, normally the last turn on the original layout. And down the backstretch we go towards turn 8. 4 car lengths between them on the run. Single file, no changes up front. In fact, there's not much battling on the racetrack. Closest grouping probably is this 2 coming to us right now, Aiden Fox and Finnegan Bailiff. This is all the way back for the 9th or 10th position. 8th position. Fox 8th, Bailiff 9th. 7 seconds and some change away from the race lead here with 5 minutes plus 2 to go.
And as Fox and Bailiff are the closest battle on track, continuing to go through here, just a couple tenths separating them. But you can see the different lines they're taking. You can see that Bailiff on the attack is really just trying to settle in here and hold on as that 13 of Fox lifts up that right rear wheel, say that 5 times fast, through turn 15. And that 21 of Bailiff just ahead or just behind is still trying to battle it out as well. Down into turn 1 we go, holding on, doing just what we can when we can, and that is kind of where everyone's at. They're just sort of trying to get through the next 4 minutes here, give the battles, and really just take care of the kart for the long run here. It's a long weekend here in OKN Stars. They have Moto 1 today. They have Moto 2 here later in the evening, and then of course tomorrow it is the Pro Show warm-up, the pre-show and the finals. So still, you have to get your kart through the entire weekend, and I think some guys might be really thinking that right now.
Jacob Kolar dropped the tire right there. He lost a spot. Aiden Larenko getting by. Bailiff still charging on Aiden Fox. You saw there for a moment in the bottom right corner, Kevin King, one of the co-owners of PSL Karting, along with Lucas Noguera, our KC official data analyst partner and the data analyst for PSL, watching Diego Ramos try to hunt down and now try to just stay with Blake Nash. Blake has found another gear in a single gear class, and he has started to open the gap back up. It's nearly 7 tenths for the lead. Wheeler's still by himself there in third. Another second to Olds, another second to Massimino and Overbeck as they run all by themselves here. This is the look at the end of the top 10. Again, the battle for 8th right now between Fox and Bailiff. And from them, Satvik Sarathi, Aiden Larenko, Jacob Kolar, and Remy Andriatos were the drivers we were following along. So that was 10, 11, 12, and 13. But 3 minutes to go, plus 2 more laps on top of that. So plus or minus maybe 5.5 minutes left in the race. Blake Nash is making it look easy. You touched on it in the warm-up. He ran in the first ever recorded OKN race in the U.S. with the Challenge of the Americas Series, the West Coast equivalent to the number of Florida Winter Championships that will follow, like the SCUSA Winter Series, like the Rock Florida Winter Tour, and even the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. Those events on the East Coast. The West Coast, where Nash Motorsports, his family's teams, his father Seth obviously here this week, based out of Southern California, following along with the Challenge of the Americas season. In fact, this year that series has added a 4th round and become a little more of just a winter run, but a winter-spring championship. And going back to 2023, they got the first honors of running the package. Unfortunately, out there, it just wasn't quite strong enough of a turnout to continue it into 24, but Blake parlayed that experience into a really sweet opportunity last year to compete split between the U.S. and European events for his calendar, racing with the Tony Kart Factory team in the OK Senior classes, and now back with a direct drive package here at OKN Stars. But let's go back to this. Aiden Larenko, something happened there to the 29. He was slowing coming out of 8. Not sure what happened for him. Obviously, still no issues so far for Blake Nash as the lead now sits at 8 tenths.
Yeah, it looked like for Lourenco that was just a little bit of an off-track moment, hit the dirt there as the battles continue to shape up and run and develop here. Nash, though, as you said, is making this track look so easy. It's beyond comprehension right now as there's a minute and a half to go, and I mean Nash is just otherworldly running here. I mean, looking over the shoulder, I almost don't know for what going through as Ramos continues to try to chase down here in that number 2 car and is just in second place, trying to chase down slowly but surely.
Well, part of that is at this point in the race, as long as they're running, he's probably starting to try and manage the gap and see how slow he can bring the pace back down. You don't see his hands moving as much as earlier. You see the line maybe narrowing up a little bit throughout the corners. And while he still is going to be launching the curbs where he needs to, you're trying to almost switch over into tire conservation mode to have plenty of rubber left for Moto 2 later today, because they'll be all stacked up again behind him running single file. With 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go, Blake Nash continues to lead, and now nearly a full second back to Diego Ramos. You saw Jay Irwin there in the bottom corner watching along. Alexander Searle is down with the likes of Jay and the entire Pro Stars field as they gear up for Moto 1 as well.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Down here with 2 guys who are going to have to make some moves in this shifter race. Adrian, I'll start with you. We know you have the pace. You had a lap that maybe would have put you P1, P2. Obviously got held up on your fast lap. What's it going to take to drive through here in the first Moto?
I think we will see now with the heat is quite different on one lap. First, I need to take a good start, avoid any problems, and then after, I'm trusting my pace, but I don't know the pace of the others, so we see how it goes.
Jay, over to you. Obviously, you've had quite a long travel week to get here. The pace has been there. Maybe some mistakes here and there from you. Starting 11th, what's it going to take from you?
Yeah, just similar to what Adrian said. You know, I need a good start, and we were fast in warm-up, so I hope that translates to this heat.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks, Adrian. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex. Again, keeping those cards close to the chest. Adrian mentioned it. He's like, I know we were good, and I know we were good yesterday, but I don't know what everybody else has. This is the first chance to really flex some muscle and push to the limit with other fast cars around. Blake Nash has done that to perfection. The lead now up and over a second and a quarter. Headed for the white flag this time by Ramos back there in second again, following along his fellow countryman Mateus Morgado there, the current points leader in Pro Stars, getting set to roll from P3 on the grid for their moto. And for Diego, second best. It's still going to be what he'll have to settle for, it appears, here in Moto 1, but he'll have another shot to go 1 spot higher later this afternoon, because with the white flag waving now, that gap, it may have come down a little bit before. It's opened up again. And I think even Diego, realizing how much space he has back to Henry Wheeler, is also starting to kind of ride and cruise to the end. In fact, if anything, the only gap maybe tightening might be between the BJR teammates in 5th, Massimino and Overbeck, about a half second apart.
Yeah, and as that Massimino-Overbeck gap closes a little bit, but their teammates, they're going to be really respectful with how they race each other. They're going to be very, very careful with how they race each other, because the one cardinal rule in racing, regardless of what class, what age group, what anything you run, what sport, don't wreck your teammate. So you'll probably see them, if they get near each other, be very, very careful of it. Nash has had a beautiful run here today, and if this is a precursor for what could be coming up in Pro Show 2 here later this evening, I mean, Nash, the question is who can catch up and who has saved the tires to give. Ramos might have, but Nash is just dominating form, wins this Moto 1 here for OKN Stars.
Diego Ramos, Henry Wheeler, Austin Olds, and to the line at Massimino will manage it enough to stay ahead of James Overbeck to round the top 5. Finn Bailiff and Aiden Fox, they've been near each other all race. To the stripe, it'll go the way of the 21, and TKG picks up another spot there. Fox 8th, Alex Sharma and Sathvik Sarathi will complete your top 10. Bit of cleanup to do from the OKN Stars field. Frankie Idavea all the way out there in the weeds. Maverick McKenna, and of course Chase Gassiet Lee and company. We'll take a moment here and step to the side for a quick word from our partners. And when we return, the big boys and girls are ready for action. Pro Stars, they've been waiting all day. They're ready to put on a show for you next.
Brandon,
Why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time. It's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR? MXC rims.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Pro Stars on the grid, and an all-magic front row is getting set to hit the racetrack. AJ Myers and Andrew Boydeshow. 27 drivers for Pro Stars are ready for action. Obviously, they're still waiting a few moments to get going and get down into the go-karts to fire away, as there was, again, a handful of go-karts that needed to be cleared from the racetrack. But here's a look down on the grid. Sun beating down on the pavement, and we've already seen it definitely groove up some more. It always kind of feels like at most racetrack attempts over the course of the session, but at a certain point you go over the cliff, and then it becomes a slip and slide fest and super, super greasy. I don't know if we're there yet. I'm sure Alex will have maybe some ideas for us when the karts get rolling, but for now, enjoying a great close-up view as the drivers get set to lock on in, and a handful of them are trying to take advantage of the little bit of shade that there is around the facility here. Huge thanks to Mazda Motorsport for our grid marshals here right by row number one. That's another benefit of, I guess, qualifying up front. You get to go walk over to the tent really close.
Yeah, you want to keep feeling really good, you just walk your way in and sit in the tent and just, enjoy the perks of being up front. However, I'm going to counter this.
Brent Cruz and his return to the Stars Championship Series. It wasn't too long ago we saw the TRD driver back behind the wheel. He was able to join us most recently. One heck of a duel at that weekend. They're running the KHI livery Hunt Brothers Pizza Tony Kart at his home racetrack, where he and the likes of Connor Zillakers back and forth. Car really had kind of a bit of a leg up on speed. Brent was able to get just enough to really bring the fight to him, and that's a style of racing that Brent thrives on. The head-to-head mono-y-mono dogfighting. And right here, this moment for Brent and Brandon, a close call for the lead, and it ended up knocking, I believe, either the full valve stem or one of the bead locks, one of the three seals of his tire, or off his wheel. The tire slowly went flat over the last couple laps, and Brandon Carr was able to get the victory. But I can tell you one thing, Bradley, it was a show, and he will be on fire to try and get up the grid as quick as he can here, with only the motos to try and improve his starting spot for Sunday. And it already looked like a step in the right direction with the Delta in warm-up. He's not quite where he wants to be yet. Of course, a driver of his caliber, of his accolades, he won about everything there was to win on the international stage. In his mini career, he won a ton through the junior ranks, performed well in a very short run in senior ranks of karting between shifter, X30, and K100. Still hangs out and races the occasional Trackhouse Motorplex Club race whenever it works. But he quickly got the call to go to the big cars with the likes of TA2, midget racing, dirt racing. If it's got 4 wheels and an engine, he wants in it, and he's got a long way to go from 14th to try and get up front and put on another battle for the lead and the win like he did the last time that we saw the 270 machine. But again, the drivers he's got to get through, well, let's start with the top of them. How about an all-magic front row? AJ Myers and Andrew Boydeshow's fantastic return performance in qualifying, putting him on the outside.
Yeah, from there we're going to go row 2, which is Mateus Morgado, and then CJ Bowman there, and then Justin White in P5 with Adrian Ronaldin in P number 6, Charlie Steins in P7, and Vincenzo Saraceno in P number 8. Quinn and Bailiff rounding out the top 10 here today.
Jay Irwin rolling from 11th, but was in the top 3 nearly every lap of warm-ups this morning. We know he's got speed. We've seen it plenty of times on display, and in Charlotte, we saw him go from nearly the back of the field to the front. And so from 11th on the grid here today for the Kiwi kid, 16 years young and on year 2.5 or year 3 as he calls it in the gearbox categories. The now 2-time New Zealand national shifter champion, starting alongside Luke Powers, who has had a very solid run in qualifying to this point. He gets to get the cleaner side of the racetrack, and you can visually see how much cleaner that outside groove is. That said, it's a very short run down to turn number 1. So while it will be potentially a better launch spot for Andrew Boydeshow on the outside of the front row, AJ Myers only needs to make it just far enough to get to that apex, and then he'll have the shorter way around that first corner as we go green. Oh, contact there, top of the screen. The drone caught it. Great angle overhead. 2 drivers colliding, still stuck together and pirouetting on top of each other at the exit of turn number 4. Brent Cruz, one of the 2, and that is him right there trying to get refired with a massive moment for Brent Cruz. Adrian rented it off to the side in turn number 3. Chaos reigns here at the start of Moto 1 for Pro Stars, and up to 3rd for Justin White. CJ Bowman, I think, was also in 2nd, hot on the heels of the number 1 plate, AJ Myers. Then Morgado and Justin White there, 4th and 3rd, and what will be the run further back from 5th? A lot different than what they qualified in. Terrible start for those 3 of Reneden, Cruz, and Bowman, and more. Luke, is that Luke Powers? And the 255 it is. He's off on the pit out end.
Budiso, White, Morgada, top 4 with Steins in 5th. I mean, I don't even know what to say for that, because that down into turn 8 we go. Myers, Budiso, the 2 magic carts there, teammates right behind each other, P1, P2. Now, teammates right now, they're going to play nice with each other, right? Give it a little bit of time, though, because they have White and Morgado behind, but we'll see who goes where. But as of right now, there is the managing the gap. There is kind of watching the space, and these top 4 are really stuck to each other for now.
And the overarching deal here, again, is, like you said, managing, right? These drivers here, they've got a lot more weight and a lot more power to the tires than the OKN Stars. So it'll be key for them all to try to not let the cars in front get too far away, but also not roast them, as we see Vincenzo Saraceno go way wide there in 1. Nearly end up off the racetrack, but a good save by the Croc Promotion Presti Racing driver keeps him in the top 10 with a moment. And for Andrew Boydeshow, a good start is now going to be put to the test. Here comes Justin White looking in 8 on the left, replay on the right, contact as well for 2nd, as there you can see Bowman collides with Reneden. They all stack up, and how does Brent Cruz get turned around? He ends up on top of Luke Powers, as the field was just all on top of each other here. So again, that overhead shot on the right showing that, as Justin White makes contact on the left side of the screen with Mateus Morgado jumping over the left front tire of the Brazilian, the points leader in the fray, and Andrew Boydeshow takes advantage and gets back up to 2nd.
Well, this race has been nothing short of eventful here as we go through. Bodeso up into second here. White third, still
looking.
Trying to, oh, that's a big slide with a big wiggle. Can you hold on to it, though? The two, oh, my gosh. That line really comes through that Rhino liner. It grabs the cart, and you can see how they're loose, and then it hits and it snaps. But then it gets loose again as soon as they come back off of it. And that is just where it's warmed up today. Everything has gotten so much different than when they ran warm-up this morning. This is just a lot of them racing hard, but a lot of them trying to feel the track.
Now 7 deep in this pack. Morgado's got to think points right here and try to manage so that way he can still have a chance to. He's sandwiched in the middle. Boydisho trying to hold everyone back. First up with Justin White, who's going back and forth with him. As around goes one of the Marinellos. That's the 211 machine that has spun towards the rear. Boydisho still leads, and Morgado, Boydisho crowded him low, and he finally gets it done again.
Here's going to be the problem for the top two battling. The more they back it around.
Maybe up to let Jay on by and say, fine, you want to go mess with those two guys, you got it. No, Morgado defending for fourth from his teammate. So keeping in mind about the championship, Irwin still has a shot at it if he has a great weekend here. Quinn back behind, then Gavin Bailiff. Steins has been shuffled back behind the two of them. Oh, and Ian Quinn drops a tire, and he drops it again. Out of 7, he'll lose 2 spots and maybe more. Here comes Eli Fox. He gets a bumper from Saraceno and loses a spot, and Annie Rule, the young lady, is there outside the top 10.
Big moments happening there, but you can see just how different the carts are handling now compared to this morning, and everyone is still figuring it out here as they come through. This is turn 11, the long sweeper into 12, 13, 14 they go, and then we check back in here out of turn 16 is where this camera shot is there. The left-hand 180 of turn 16 that leads us down into the main straight, dive down into turn 1 here, the 90-degree left-hander that has proved tricky time and time again, but for now everyone's able to go through. You see the wheel hops there off of the curb out of turn 2 into 3, and you can see just how difficult this track is showing itself for so many drivers as they're going up, down, around here as we look all the way through back to the back end of the top 10 here with Fox through, and you could see hand motion there from the 278 of Boydisho. I'm not sure what that would have been for there.
I think he might be motioning to AJ Myers going the other direction. AJ's nearly 5 seconds up the road. You never know what you're going to get with Andrew Boydisho, but you know it's going to be must-see TV. And, well, he has provided that in the fight for second as now Morgado finds a way past Justin White here for third. Mateus waited, conserved as they fought ahead, and now he's slowly going to be able to pick them apart. He gets by Justin, and he sets his sights on Andrew up the road 3 car lengths away with AJ Myers. I think they're, again, that's what I got to imagine this was. Boydisho signaling to AJ saying, look, you're so far ahead. If you can see this, I'm still second. You can start slowing the pace down. You can take care of your stuff because I've got this. I've got everyone back here behind me, nothing to worry about. And now for Andrew with a little bit of a gap thanks to that pass for third. Maybe he can try to pull back away again like he did in the opening circuit. But Mateus Morgado is one of the best on the long run, and I don't think that's going to change. He's already pulled away from White and his teammate now. Jay Irwin is bearing down on the Marinello.
Yeah, and as we watch, he has been managing, but at some point is going to have to pick it back up because at some point Morgado is going to pick it up, and you just have to wonder when. That's part of the thing with this race being 11 minutes long plus 2 laps is at some point there is managing that plays in, but at some point it is done. As AJ here going through, I mean, the gap 3.7 seconds. Now, it was 5 seconds. He has dropped nearly half a second the last lap.
In line behind with Gavin Bailiff still looming in the distance, second further away. So, yeah, Andrew Boydisho and crew, this whole pack, they're still pushing, but AJ is at this point just really taking a Saturday afternoon stroll around Salem. He's got just a little over 2 miles to keep hanging on.
And hanging on is about all he can do at this point, I would say, as we go through the 232 of White, again trying to put pressure on Irwin. We get the double flags here, 2 laps to go. Down into turn 1 we go, and you can see the defensive line that Boydisho is having to take on Morgado into 1 through 2, really having to just park the bus. I don't know how wide these go-karts are off the top of my head, but however wide this track is, it's probably the same number if you're Morgado, because he is just stuck behind. There's nothing he can do. This is the equivalent of me driving through Cincinnati traffic.
Oh, he almost had it there. Big look out of turn number 7, but also we've got problems just behind. Issues for Jay Irwin at the top of the corner of the screen there. While we focused on the fight for second, there are major issues here for the Kiwi kid. Irwin now staring at a potential DNF in heat or moto number 1. That would put him all the way back to 20th or 21st. Boydeshow still hanging on to second. Myers is going to hit the white flag this time by, and there it is. Jay Irwin in the same area that Adrian Renedin went out. What happened down at turn 3, we'll have to go back and see what the reports were exactly. But going over this section, we've seen many drivers go off through 2 through 3. That, again, is that uphill slight and then quick drop down to a blind exit of turn number 2. It's caught a lot of drivers off guard. Irwin had 2 big moments off the racetrack on Friday alone, but he was running fantastically well in this one up until this point inside the top 5. So a heartbreaker for Jay, and a story he's known all too well when you go back to the first round of the season with a DNF in that first moto due to an engine seizure in Charlotte. Half a lap to go. Myers out in front, managing it perfectly, getting maybe a little help from a buddy in blue, white, and orange. But the Magic Man keeps the magic streak alive. Out of 16, he'll dominate Moto 1. And behind him, Andrew Boydeshow keeps the field at bay and keeps the 1-2 alive as well.
Great run from him there. Morgado very close in the end to almost being able to make that run. Just wasn't close enough there. Justin White in 4th and Gavin Bailiff in 5th. And then it was Quinn Steins, Saraceno, Eli Fox in 9th, and Ashton Hinkle finding P10. And what about P11 there?
How about Jonathan Ocasio? Tail end Charlie to 11th, 14 positions gained for the Magic Kart driver. Mitchell Lowry on the last lap as well, able to get 1 spot on Logan Hickman for 12th. Hickman 13th. Annie Rule also late in the going with some issues. She will sadly fall down the board on this final lap. That'll promote Branko Giuverdiano into 14th, Owsley Cheek into 15th, and there are a myriad of DNFs from this moto. Luke Powers out on lap 1, Renedin out, Bowman out, Cruz out, David Carmody out, along with Josh Conker. He's only got a combined, he's got single-digit count on the laps turned today, and overall at Quaker City, 4 in this, and then the warm-up, and then again Jay Irwin, Forrest Adams, Annie Rule out in the final few moments. Let's go down to the scale line with Alex.
Thanks, Andrew. Down here with Andrew Bajoso. Andrew, were you struggling for pace out there, or were you kind of playing the team game with AJ?
Nah, man. I mean, it's just I was a little low in pressure maybe. But, you know, we've been doing a lot of driving. I'm already tired, kind of. But, you know, these guys just want to give it to them the spot. No, fuck that. Earn it. Try to pass me. It's not fun. So, you know, maybe better luck to them next time.
Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you.
Apologies for the language there. Back to you guys.
Andrew Boydeshow, again, always entertaining. We apologize about the language. Thankfully, we're on essentially pay-per-view right now with members only, but definitely a driver worth the price of admission to watch here or to come out to the track and see a little bit of the chaos that ensued. That was one side of the battle for second there at the end. And in the middle of all these clips here, including that crazy moment with Justin White jumping over the left front tire of him, Mateus Morgado, P3 in Moto 1. And let's hear what he thinks about it. Alex.
Thanks, Andrew. Obviously, Mateus, you were on the other end of kind of Andrew's train forming there. What'd you kind of take of it all?
Dirt. That's all I got to say. But, I mean, it's not off the blocking. The blocking is fine. But doing a heat race like this and also pushing Justin White out a couple of times, I mean, I don't got to risk myself. If I just finish like this, pretty sure I'm the champion. I mean, he's doing good. He's there. And that's their game. Maybe it's the only way they can win. But happy to be here once again. Just not happy with the amount of laps they're making the race. I think will be very long final tomorrow. Considering it's very hot, I think we should make some changes. But the rest is fine. Really happy.
Thanks, Mateus.
Thank you.
Well, you hear it from one of the most decorated karting drivers of the current generation, Mateus Morgado, saying, yeah, cut a few laps off the main. But there's something to be said, and I say this now in jest here, Bradley, not competing, and I'm sure a lot of our crew will agree. It's fun putting the drivers in a box and watching them squirm when you're not in that box with them and a driver at this point.
I really feel for the production team out there, you know, all of the camera guys who are out with the drivers, because the thing is the drivers are in the suits and everything, but all of our guys on the camera, they're in the mix as well. They're, you know, sitting out, getting these shots that you're seeing here on Kart Chaser. But, yeah, I mean, can you imagine if we just put all the drivers together in a room and just kind of let them go for a little bit? Who would
think
walk
after
out?
that race, you'd have a lot of black eyes and definitely a lot of upset drivers right off the bat. Chaos here in Moto number 1 with our Coastal Link custom printing recap. 3 cars trying to go down to 1 lane was never going to work, and Adrian Renedin, CJ Bowman first get collected, then Brent Cruz ends up ramping over the top of Luke Powers as the whole pack just all squeezed into each other, and it took the CRG out, it took Powers' Steel Motorsports entry out as well. And at that point, well, Myers had a bit of a lead. Boydisho was there with him. Then he wasn't. Then Justin White had gotten by him, so had Morgado, and those two got together in a racing deal. And at that point, Andrew realized that AJ was too far out of range. So he knew all that he could do was second, and he was determined to get it. A bump and run here to Justin. You heard from Mateus. He said, all I can say about that is dirty. He's like, I don't mind the blocking, but I don't like moments like that. At that point, I mean, that was a relatively light nudge, but again, the camera doesn't tell the story of what it feels like from the driver's seat, and I can tell you that's a decent impact. Justin was prepping for it and got rooted off the line still. Irwin going out there on that final lap just in frame in the dirt. A bummer ending, a heartbreaker for Jay Irwin, as he was hoping to keep his championship hopes alive with the top 5 run that he was tracking for in Moto 1, but it ends up instead sending him down to 20th. AJ Myers victorious to Boydisho to Morgado, who, as Mateus mentioned, another third. If he stays in the top 3 pretty much to the end of the weekend, he will probably, we'll double check the math, be out of reach and clinch the title with 1 full round of action to go. And he may not be the only one. Everyone gets your best 3 of 4 rounds, and in that same token of consistency, as we switch to K Masters, is the reigning champ, the reigning double champ in this class, John Bonanno, and the number 1 plate. I don't think he's had more than maybe 1 session that he's finished worse than 3rd this entire run of the year so far. That's 2 full weekends of qualifying, 2 heats, 2 pre-finals, and 2 main events. And it was the same story here this morning, with qualifying putting him on the front row and winning heat number 1. Now we're in the heat of the day. They do have a slightly shorter heat race than, of course, the Pro Show drivers, motos, have, but it's still in the heat and humidity. And for the 30 and over Masters class, they may feel a little more than some of the teenagers and early 20s drivers in the divisions we just witnessed. So Chris Horan for Magic Kart USA, watching the Magic Man put it on the top and stay on the top of the pylon. He's got the bar set mighty high, but he gets the roll from pole alongside Bonanno.
Yeah, from there we go Andy Kutcher, who is not too far away from here and should be feeling comfortable. Looks very feisty there in Heat 1. We'll be looking to do it again in Heat 2. Austin Queen in 4th. From there, it's Caligaro in P5, Stifler in P6. It's Falcone in P7 and Mies in P8, Amato P9, and then 10th place here will roll off as we get going very, very quickly here with the KA Masters. Into the lines we go. Start zone there, getting told to slow down, and let's see the green here for 7 minutes plus 2 laps here for Heat 2 of KA Masters.
On the box, on the power, and away we go. Horan with the lead through 1. So far, so good for KA Masters outside of 2. One of the comp carts top of the frame there, going wide at turns 2 and 3. Other than that, I think they've all about blended, plus or minus maybe 1 or 2 positions. So it's Chris Horan leading to John Bonanno, then Andy Kutcher, and then right behind him, Adamar Caligaro there, just past the likes of Austin Queen in the 4th spot. Stifler fell back a little bit further from his 6th place grid position, but first lap underway. Battle is on right here. This is P5, I believe, going down to 11.
And as we watch these battles continue through here, Haran Bonanno continuing up front going through, and Kutcher will sit there in 3rd, you see, and it's just a case of managing the pace here at the moment. 7 minutes plus 2 laps, can be a long time to feel here as you see a little adjustment of the helmet from your leader, the 224 of Haran going through, and then Bonanno there in 2nd in the number 1, trying to capitalize on that because that little moment can sometimes cause drivers to lose focus. You could have a little bit of a moment going into the next corner, but you see everyone kind of pretty as you please holding along here. Falcone in that 299, a bit of a gap forming and trying to close that gap if possible.
Yeah, he's looking better even in heat number 2 than he did in heat number 1. But Scott Falcone, while he's had fantastic opening stage of the race pace in the KA Masters races we've seen him in this year, it's not necessarily stayed at that same level in comparison to the field. They end up maybe having a bit more of an edge on him, but he's one of the best out of the box when the green flag drops, and right now he's trying to maximize it on that Orsolone OTK. And Chris Haran, off a little bobble from Bonanno, now is going to get an opportunity to maximize the gap from 1st to 2nd. A good recovery through 15s brought Bonanno back close again. Let's see the delta, just shy of 4/10. Kutcher, and again, Austin Queen completing the 4-pack up front. Big time leap forward in terms of pace so far for Austin Queen from the morning. As I say that, though, he got some hefty airtime jumping over the hill at turn number 2. And I think some of those jumps in airtime that we're seeing here, Bradley, aren't even from curb hits in turn 2. It's just that off camber, that much elevated, that much of a steep drop, that whether you slam the inside rumble strips or not, you're going in the air. And right here, we got Andy Kutcher going into 2nd with an easy move. Bonanno almost kind of letting him by there.
I wouldn't say almost let him by. I'd honestly say that Bonanno did let him by there. I think Bonanno playing the game of live to fight another day at the moment and just really letting it go here as you see Kutcher thumb up and hand motion forward saying, come on, let's go get her on here ahead. Let's get this moving, get this grooving ahead if we can. But you see them continuing to battle and move and groove a little bit here as they go. 4th place there. Queen now looking very good in the mix here, trying to get up into 3rd ahead of Bonanno as Kutcher will hold on there. Haran still with a hoorah up in the front, keeping things going. Gap still sitting about 3.5 tenths.
Yeah, it's close. It's still not far, even with the change in 2nd. But Chris Haran, he looks like he's been mighty consistent. Last lap, new best of the session. But over these 3 laps, he had one moment on lap 1 where he kind of dropped a tire right there at turn number 7. Other than that, he's been pretty much flawless. So they're going to need to get there on raw pace, and, well, the draft will help a little bit with that. That was a big push from Bonanno forward to Kutcher, and now they are right on his heels again. And look at Haran. What a wider arc he takes there in comparison through that infield turn 9 and 10 complex. That's one of the highest points on the circuit. And he was able to really roll the speed there, rolling it good through 11 and 12. I don't think he's as strong over the other 2 as he is there in the infield. And then right here might be the weaker point. He may have probably less front end than the other 2 karts behind him, which helps again in the longer flowing corners, but he'll be a little bit worse off in those quick switchback sections like 15 and 16.
Yeah, and the quick switchbacks, as you pointed out, that's where Andy is really gaining the time there in that 296 car. Kutcher doing a great job through those quick sectors, quick areas. Bonanno putting the pressure. It's just that right balance back and forth. And really, you may ask what the preference is on that. Do you want more front end? Do you want more rear end? Do you want faster sweeping corners? Or do you want very tight hook of the kart? The answer to that is dealer's choice, driver's preference. What do you like? What do you think is the fastest way for you to go? And that's usually how the drivers decide to set things up here. As Haran is continuing up front to hold on here. Kutcher in second. You can see the gap ebbing and flowing through the lap. Opens up a couple kart lengths, closes a couple kart lengths, and really not consistent. So if you're Haran, you are nowhere near comfortable. But the big key is, as you cross the line every time, you need that gap to be about 0.3. And if you keep doing that, you've got probably 3 or 4 more laps to do that. You're going to be okay.
Yeah, you just need to keep on doing exactly what you've been doing, as long as you can keep managing it. Again, these races here, by the lap count, they don't look long, right? We're only working lap number 6, and we've already gotten to the end of 6 minutes so far. But, I mean, this racetrack, as long as it is, just shy of a mile, with so many corners, so many high-load corners, and the summer heat of, as you mentioned, Midwest, Northeast, call it right on the border of where you want to draw the super regions, it's putting them to the test, making the race feel pretty long. And it now is going to end up seeing the first mistake of the race out of our leader, and he's going to pay for it. 1, 2 by there through turn 10 as Bonanno completes the pass for second.
That was an unforced error there. So Haran dropping in to third there. Bonanno up to second, and now Kutcher up into the lead, a place that he should be comfortable with here. Again, if you've watched Kart Chaser Grassroots, you'll know the name Kutcher from any of our MCC coverage going through. So let's see here what Andy can do going through. The only Kutcher on track, usually if you see him there in Cincy, is we have a replay, the Shop AKR replay on the right-hand side, and it was just a wide berth through the corner. Again, just sort of an unforced moment, missed the entry and had to run it wide. So let's see what Andy can do to capitalize here, as he's just got to hold on for 2 laps.
Yeah, just a little bit longer for Andy Kutcher out front on the red speed. And with his brother, I'm sure, probably watching along, if not here, helping Andy this week. He'd love to see the 296 be the first to the line, but John Bonanno is trying to sweep the day, and he's still well in position to do so in classic John Bonanno fashion, staying close, staying in the hunt, in the picture, and being there right at the end. He got a great exit that time out of turn 10. He'll really close the gap up into 11 this time around. Let's see what the number 1 can do by the time they get out of this long sweeper. Lose a little bit, but still close as he gains by cutting the curbing there, sending it deep into 15. He's close enough, and that'll be a mental note for him right there for the final few laps, that if he gets a tick closer than where he just was going into 16, he could have pulled the trigger on a move. Might have even been able to try something in 1, but for now, he stays in luck with Andy Kutcher. 2 to go.
2 to go here, and all that number 1 has to do is just hold on at the moment. Bonanno just looking to do what he can here in the comp car as he goes through. He is so lightning quick. It's impressive to see here, but it's just a matter of strategy at this point. Where do you go? Well, here we go. This is the dive down the backstretch towards turn 8 in the inside. Send it the inside. Kutcher now trying to defend from Haran. Haran through. That's a 2 for 1. Kutcher a little bit off into the grass on the exit of 8, and that is going to let Bonanno take away the number 1, finds P1 here with about a lap and a half left to go through into 11, and that gap needs to stay open for Bonanno.
So similar scenario to what happened earlier in the race with Haran, now just happening with Kutcher. Just not being able to get down in line behind the passing driver early enough in turn 8, catching the outside of the corner, and as the banking kind of falls in the opposite direction and is a bit off camber, combined with all the rubber getting laid down and all the marbles and debris off the line, you just kind of go for a slow skid up the edge of the racetrack, and then you spend the rest of the lap still with a lot of high-load corners trying to clean the tires back off to push them again. And so this final lap, Andy Kutcher's hopes, they ride on the shoulders of Chris Haran. Bonanno knows it as well. He's going to cover just low. Oh! Contact for the lead. And they all check up. And Bonanno stays alongside Haran and stays in the lead as the 2 bang tires into 8.
Kutcher had to back out of that hard, locked up the brakes there, and could not capitalize. But where could he go in that? You had one kart to the inside of Bonanno. You had one kart to the outside of Haran. And in the moment, Bonanno goes through Haran, looking over the shoulder there. Kutcher maybe trying to find a second place here. Coming out of 11, now through 12, 13, 14, into 15 there, 16 around. Bonanno will manage the gap here, hold on, and Bonanno will find the checkered flag to win the KA Master Heat 2. Haran in the end holds off Kutcher, and it's first, second, third.
Goodness, what a finale here to the second KA Master Heat race. They had a good heat number 1 and chaos in heat number 2 to close it out. John Bonanno defending low in the middle of the track, Haran going to the outside, and I don't think Bonanno even considered that Haran would try it. But Bonanno going low, then opening up just a tick, and Haran was there, and they made contact again. And the reason I would say he wouldn't think anyone would even attempt to go to the outside in that corner was just because we've never seen anyone be able to pull a crossover. The corner's so long and so flowing that, you know, you're really not going to have the speed drop enough to over-under somebody, especially with the track going back the opposite way in the very next turn. So I think that's what's probably being communicated a bit right now as the two break it down in the scale line from KA Masters Heat number 2. So KA Masters wrapped up, a little bit of cleanup to do, only a couple DNFs from it, and then it'll be time to roll right into the next division. For myself, I'll take a moment to step out to the side. Bradley Dalton will be joined by none other than the likes of Simon Sykes, of course Alexander Searle as well, bouncing around the property between the two of them. And then we'll be back here for the latter half of the day. So Bradley, enjoy it. It's been fun to watch so far, and the youngest superstars are gearing up for more action.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see these young drivers come through. Next is going to be Micro Swifts coming up here in just a moment. And if you missed Micro Swift Heat 1 earlier today, I tell you what, you missed a great show coming through in with Micro Swifts. They had such a great run going around and fighting it out for 7 minutes plus 2 laps. It's been so much fun to watch. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Stars Championship Series here for Earthquake as it's going. We've got Micro Swift Heat 2 coming up, and here is your grid. Dutch Westbrook up front with Brody Stoffel in second, Slay Harrell in P3 with Liam Francisco in P4. Then it's Brody and Jack Katowski in P6, Lennox Lockhart in 7th, Hudson Howard in 8th, Bo Stowers 9th, Dominic Nagel in P10, Enzo Ramos P11, Caden Cladera P12, Grayson Kennefic, Liam Compitello, Algaretta, Ayers, and Barnett. The 17 karts here in Micro Swift Heat number 2. I'm very, very excited for this one.
This should be interesting. The youngest kids here this weekend on the track. Hopefully we'll see some good action, some good racing, and not too many incidents here in the Micro Swift category. We're at the Quaker City Motorsports Park, getting ready for Heat 2 of Micro Swift. Dutch Westbrook on that Team Bennick kart out front. Brody Stoffel in that J. Howard driver development machine alongside him. That makes up your front rows. They round the final corner and get ready to take the green flag.
Coming through, they'll hit the tram lines here and they'll get going as we look. Will they get the green flag through? Getting the motion to slow down as always for Micros and Minis, our youngest class, and we're away here for 7 minutes plus 2 laps.
All clean and green through turn number 1. Field single file at the front, 2 and 3 wide behind. One of the sodium machines off on the exit of the double right. Most of the field clean through the first couple of corners here. Westbrook, I was going to say holding that advantage, but let's take a look here. New driver to the front. That is the number 8 of Slate Harrell, making the most of his start.
Yeah, Harrell able to find the front there through the first few corners. Very, very good run. And, you know, we talk about it with the Micro and the Mini Swifts here. You see the moments where drivers can make moves that they normally can, as we see the number 77 around here. That is going to be Ayers, who is going to get the kart back going before the official can even get over there, and just 180s the kart and gets back on the track. Meanwhile, up front, that number 8 of Harrell is still up front here, and I gotta say, it's been such a good day of racing here, but as we have a big wiggle from the 41 of Francisco, this has just gotten very interesting.
The midfield action kicking off here as we'll see a pass for P2 around the outside looking. Was Brody Stoffel not going to complete that? It'll be Dutch Westbrook holding on. Another kart around in turn number 1. The action certainly heating up here in the early stages of heat number 2.
That it is, and I gotta ask the $1 million question here. What's been your favorite event of the day so far?
Oh, easily our Pro Stars Heat that we just had a few races ago. Nothing more fun than watching an all-out battle. It was AJ Myers taking the reins, but man, that battle behind was certainly one to watch. We'll see if anything like that develops here. Honorable mention, I have to go with OKN-J. That big group on the final lap, something I wasn't expecting to see, but still great to see this track racing well here in the early stages of the weekend. We've got 4 karts in one group out front, led by Dutch Westbrook, able to get his way by Brody Stoffel and company, and that's the 92 around. That was Jack Katowski. He was P6 last time by. He'll be relegated to the back of the field this time.
Jack Katowski with an unfortunate moment there and tumbles down the order all the way down to P15 on the run here. Unfortunate to see. We'll see if we can get a little bit of info about what happened, as Katowski's actually into 16th now, dropping down to the next to last position. Up front, Westbrook, Stoffel, Harrell, and Brody, your top 4, still continue to battle things out. As you see, Stoffel is probably going to look for a move into 8. This has been popular here today. Again, a place we didn't think, in a 2-for-1 special, as Westbrook will go from 1st to 3rd, as now we settle it out for the lead, as the 29 of Stoffel is now passed by Harrell up into the front.
Yep, Slate Harrell back to the point of the field. These 4 bouncing around, trading positions back and forth, no holds barred, no need to settle in yet. They're comfortable with the gap they have, and they're racing all out as we see Mason Brody go wheel to wheel there for the 3rd position and through the final couple of corners here at Quaker City Motorsports Park, and it's starting to break up from 2 and 2. Now the next group of 2 as well going to join the pack this time by, and that will be Liam Francisco and Lennox Lockhart arriving onto the scene. We could see a 6-kart battle here in Micro Swift.
It would not surprise me a bit. And I tell you what, that onboard footage all these drivers are getting in their GoPros here, mounted to the left-hand side of most of these karts you can see, I am envious of that. I would love to see what that footage looks like. And I tell you what, if you looked on the Kart Chaser YouTube, there was some great footage of onboard laps here of this track earlier this week. And as we see more side-by-side action happening here, Stoffel and Harrell going through. And again, it's the 2-for-1. If you're the leader going into 8, you're going to lose at least 2 positions. Unfortunately there for Harrell, he lost 3. He's down into 4th now.
And that's something extremely important to remember about this Micro Swift category, the draft playing such a big effect in these small karts. Drivers able to draft their way up, use that toe to get to the next car in line. So the leader, much of the time, is going to be a sitting duck, especially on these longer straightaways. And it seems like we can't have a leader for more than 1 lap. It's back and forth. The entire top 5 now nose to tail. So we've lost 1 off the back, but still 5 strong in your front group.
Francisco off in the back, and that's somebody well off the track. That's the number 15 of Nagel there that has just completely dropped off the track. Dominic Nagel, the number 15, now drops into P8, looking to try to find a little bit more time, if possible, to try to gain back a little bit, but so much of a gap is formed, and unfortunately, you run the cart off into the dirt, into the grass like that, that is going to be a problem, as Hudson Howard, the number 49, is now out there into the barrier, and I believe that is going to be the 49's day over.
We'll see if he can get the cart refired, but nevertheless, he's going to be moved to the back of the field. At the very least, he will refire and rejoin the action, but well behind your leaders now, as it is continued to split up here at the front. On your screen, Slate Harrell and Lennox Lockhart now fighting for position. Lockhart on the way up through the field, the top group, not just one big pack anymore. We have your leaders, Brody Stoffel, Dutch Westbrook out front behind him. The number 11, it is Mason Brody now up into the 3rd position, and they've created a bit of a gap there to Lennox Lockhart behind.
And that is what they need to do, is just continue to open up the gap, find the space, find the time there. Stoffel and Westbrook, they need to work together and go away. But the thing is, they're going to be battling so hard here in this Heat 2 with 45 seconds left to go. Call it 3 laps to go here, really, as they come around through into turn 7. Now down the backstretch they go. Look at this, as this top 5 have spread through, but still looking for a dive. Westbrook on Stoffel, not able to find a move yet. Westbrook looking high, looking low there into turn 8, not able to get a pass done. Down through 9 and 10, the double right-handers. And you can see this battle will continue to develop. And the thing is, if they aren't careful, if they battle too hard, they just wheel in Mason Brody and Lennox Lockhart right back into the mix.
The nice thing is this track is so technically difficult that while it does feature long straightaways, if these drivers choose to stick in line, they can break away from that toe range of Mason Brody behind. He's still well within the point of range where he'll still get benefit from the toe, but if these leaders decide to line up and somehow find the pace, they may get away. We'll see if they continue to battle as the timers reach 0. We're coming down to the closing stages of this race, and currently 3 horses in the fight. Brody Stoffel, Dutch Westbrook, Slate Harrell, Mason Brody. Slate Harrell actually is the one that dropped a little bit farther behind. He's back there with Lennox Lockhart, seeing if they can't wheel their way back into this group, but it is 5 karts and then clear track behind.
And that is exactly what you don't want to see if you're Liam Francisco in P6. You do not want such clean track ahead, but if you are any of the other karts, you don't want the clean track behind, or you want the clean track behind. So you find yourself in a great position here. Let's see what happens between Stoffel, Westbrook here. What they can do is that 11 of Brody is just in the mix, but it's ebbing and flowing. It's opening and closing. And you can see that again here as the technicalities of this Quaker City Motorsports Park track here in Salem, Ohio really show themselves throughout the day and throughout the weekend here. White flag this time by. Stoffel looks over the shoulder. Westbrook is there by about a 10th, and that gap is going to be very, very close. Let's see how this goes here through the final lap.
Our first defense offered into turn 1, another here into turn number 2 and 3 for your leader, Brody Stoffel not willing to give it up just yet, and that's going to bring Mason Brody right back into the fight. 3 karts, and look at, oh! Big moment.
Brody over the top of Westbrook and clean over the top.
Wow, I have never seen that one before. He cleared him completely on the way through. A bit of a tangle there into turn number 6 as Dutch Westbrook went for a move. Brody Stoffel got a bit checked up, and Mason Brody right over the top.
That is Harrell running wide there. Slate Harrell, P5 in the number 8, is now going to have to defend from Francisco. Let's see what happens here as Stoffel in that number 29 kart now has clean track anywhere he looks here, coming through 15 into 16 with an absolutely action-charged final lap. Brody Stoffel will come across the line here to win Heat 2 in the Micro Swifts.
Wow, what a race. Brody Stoffel making the most of it. What a chaotic last lap. Hopefully everyone is okay and uninjured. Although he did clear him completely, so there wasn't any kart to body contact. Lucky break there. We'll get a report on the drivers for you. That has been Heat 2 of Micro Swift. We'll continue on with the rest of your classes when we get back from the break. You're watching live on Kart Chaser.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Back live here to show you that insane moment in the Micro Swift Heat number 2. Wow. Mason Brody right over the top. Big airtime for that number 11 machine. Both confirmed are uninjured. Great to see here for our drivers, but up on track. It's time for our Masters. Pro, Rok, and Shifter Masters lining up for one of the most exciting parts in karting, standing start, only featured in our shifter categories. Let's take you through the grid real quick.
And looking at the grid as they come up here and they get ready to get this race running, it is going to be Jordan Musser and Jake Feeder up P1, P2, Scott Presti and Matt Machiko third and fourth. We'll get going very quickly here. Let's see how this start goes as we get ready and underway here for the Masters and Super Masters shifters.
And around the outside, Matt Machiko able to get the whole shot, taking the early lead through the first couple of corners. The rest of the field through cleanly. But the best start goes to that number 1, the reigning champion of the series, the Magic Kart of Matt Machiko.
Let's see if Machiko can pull off a little bit of magic here and keep this run going, as it will be 7 minutes plus 2 laps, as it was this morning for Heat 1. You can see the dives there through the inside, around the outside there, as all of the karts try to settle themselves through. What gear do you use? What line do you use? This has been a category where different lines have really played out different ways through the day, and it just sort of depends on what you're comfortable with. Again, it's dealer's choice, it's driver's choice. What are you comfortable with and what works? And right now we can see everybody really settling in at the end of this first lap to try to keep pace at the moment.
And that was Jake Fetter offering another chance of attack. Going to dive down the inside. Will get crossed over by Machiko on the exit. He's certainly looking to take that lead back after starting on pole. Dips to P2. Machiko with a mistake, a missed gear exiting turn 1. He'll fall to 3rd place as both Fetter and Musser go through to take the first couple of spots. So Machiko 1st to 3rd in one corner.
Machiko almost falling into 4th place there from Presti going through, and the 605 of Frank is there in the mix as well, going around, keeping these top 5 very close together. Nobody able to really form a breakaway early on in this Heat number 2 for the Masters, Super Masters double category here. And you can see that they are continuing to really try to chase each other down, and just somebody wants to try to find some time. Nobody can find the time yet, though, unfortunately, as they go through, and now through the long sweeping turn 11. And you can see here, this is just a follow the leader for the moment, but watch the accordion effect that's getting ready to hit here. And as they come out of 16, we're going to see that accordion flow hit, and these top 4 are going to just squeeze back together.
It's been impressive that the racing has been good so far. This is our most difficult engine package to race with, the choice of gears and different lines, but that is a mistake there from Jake Fetter. He's going to drop off and go from 1st back to 4th in one corner. Mistakes for both him and Machiko in turn number 1 early in this race.
Yeah, and this has been something that we've talked about it through the day, both on air, off air, around the paddock. You've heard people talk about it. It's really been a case of drivers who are usually pristine, picture-perfect racers are just having moments that you wouldn't expect. They're having, the offs in turn 1 that nobody expects. They're having the weird missed braking point into turn 16 that people don't expect. Regardless of who it is, it could be the best driver on the planet. They're having a hard time here, and that's because this track is so new, and this is one that's only ran a handful of events. And for a lot of these drivers, they showed up, and Friday was their first time on the track, so they're still trying to figure this track out to a degree that is changing time and time again as more karts get on the track. As the weather changes, it makes it more difficult for everyone to really get a handle on this.
And the 626 machine of Scott Presti down the inside. He'll clear Jake Fetter that time through turn number 2. But just to go back on that point, it was really interesting to get the insight from the drivers during the interviews yesterday. I made sure to ask what it was like to get on a track that we haven't run a whole lot. We have those tracks like Newcastle Motorsports Park, some of our others around the country that are mainstays on ability. Not a whole lot of time to learn the place, set up the kart. Get everything dialed in where you want. Everyone's attacking it for the first time, and throughout every category we have here this weekend, we've seen plenty of mistakes. This here you get the replay of Jake Fetter just dropping a little bit wide on turn number 1. That cost him quite a few spots there. Not able to regain.
Fetter is able to feed his way ahead here and squeeze that gap in as Machiko's still going through. Big wiggle there on the exit of the corner, and that's something that I heard the drivers talk about during lunch, kind of walking around and listening and getting to hear a couple of the drivers talk. That was one of the feedback things they said, and everyone's noticed it, is that where you have that Rhino liner, that grip strip that's been added onto the track, the kart will really hook up, and as soon as you get off of it, it just slides everywhere. So drivers are really having to fight their karts on that situation, as we see a pass going through here as battles are continuing up and down the grid.
And it's all as well farthered by the conditions we have out here today. We're just getting reports in from our crew out there on the track, and I quote, "It's hot." I mean, that certainly will make the track a bit greasier. It makes everything just a bit more challenging, and it adds to the physicality of racing these machines, especially in our shifter categories where it's just so physical.
Yeah, these shifters are so fast. I mean, consider that the fastest laps on the tracks typically come from shifters, and these karts are able to run this track in 60 seconds. When they are all out, qualifying run, 1 lap, best lap, they can run this track in sub 60, and it's a mile long, 0.96 miles. Think about that. That is ridiculous.
It is extremely quick, and it's difficult enough to do it by yourself, but what we've been seeing on screen just makes it all the more challenging in the heat of combat. Trying to defend, trying to attack. We see Machiko on the defense from Scott Presti. Presti looking for a way by. Jake Federer still lurking there in the background. This is our best battle on track currently. This is for the final couple of spots on what would be the podium if this were the main. But here in heat number 2, still Musser extending his advantage. 2.6 seconds now as time continues to tick away. Machiko, the one under heavy pressure as he continues through the first couple of corners of Quaker City Motorsports Park, struggling with Scott Presti, biting at the bit, trying to find a way by.
Machiko is having a lot of wiggles, a lot of little moments on corner exit that back end of that cart is trying to kick out, and I don't think he's doing that on purpose. You can see even a slide there through 8. I don't think that's on purpose. Now, sometimes you can slide carts around. You can do different things to try to make them fast, right? Sometimes, I think the saying in NASCAR is a loose car is a fast car, and sometimes you'll see different carts try to do that. I don't think Machiko is doing this on purpose, though. I think Machiko is genuinely struggling with the handling of the cart, especially since things have heated up, especially since it's gotten warm. I mean, you can even see the slide there out of 15. I don't think any of that is on purpose as we come across with the 2 to go signal this time by. Gap is nearly 3 seconds to Jordan Musser.
And it's so difficult to predict, especially in these shifter categories. You throw it into the corner, bang down the gears, and you hit that rhino liner and those darker patches of rubber, and you're waiting on it to stick, but you don't know how hard it's going to stick, if it's going to bite or it's going to snap the rear end away from you. And certainly the driver's playing with it a lot throughout this heat. Machiko fighting, going on the defensive now from Presti. This has been the battle of the race so far. Presti not giving it up easily. Our pole sitter fallen from grace. Musser taking the lead and taking the advantage out to almost 3 seconds now. Machiko just holding on to P2, trying to position himself well, score some points, hopefully set himself up nicely when we hit main events tomorrow. A P2 isn't bad, but he'll be looking to improve, looking to get ways to get that cart back under him, hold the ground. But as we come through this time, white flag in the air. Jordan Musser well clear of the field. The battle, P2, 3, and 4, as we'll see the rest of the field cycle through. Ryan Frank, Morn Van Tok, Frank Rucco, and company behind. But the battle still for P2.
And as this P2 battle continues to develop, Musser, just running away here, a race of his own. Jordan Musser, and we've seen that in a few categories this afternoon. Once you get up front, you really do kind of get to just take away with it and really just enjoy, and that is where you find yourself. So as we look through here, as Musser and Machiko are just miles apart, but Machiko has managed to pull a little bit of a gap there on Scott Presti, which is really what's needed for him here. Jordan Musser coming through turn 11, and it is really his race to lose at this point, going through the final half a lap.
In very much the same style as AJ Myers, getting out to a big advantage and then backing the pace up. You can see the other carts in frame now. No need to push it. Coming to the line this time, a checkered flag in the air. Jordan Musser, victor in Heat 2.
Such a great win there from Jordan Musser, and Matt Machiko there in second place, just trying to hold Scott Presti in third, Jake Feeder in P4, and then it was Ryan Frank and Frank Runco in P5, P6. Owsley Cheek the third then gets the win overall in the Pro Supermasters category, which is our 45 and older class. Will win the class overall there with Van Tok in P8, Vassallo in P9, and Quinones in P10.
Behind that, it was Hugh Templeman, Lance Lane, and then a few issues there behind our results screen. Brad Danoff, unfortunately, off to the wayside, and Kevin Simonellic rounds out your field.
Such a great great battle to be had here in the Pro Masters, Pro Super Masters. And as we go to clear the track here, next up will be KA Juniors. Just a few more races left today. KA Juniors coming up. Now, KA Juniors, they were a lot of fun to watch early on, and I am excited to see how they do again here today for this afternoon, as we have Alex standing by with Jordan Musser. Alex.
Thanks, Brad. Down here with Jordan Musser. Jordan, I mean, I'm going to take an assumption that the last couple of laps you're kind of tire saving a little bit there, but what can you tell us about the racetrack from, what it was this morning to now?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. There's actually a lot of rubber going down, but then it's greasy at the same time. So some of the corners are picking up grip, and you can roll faster through them, so you have to make that adjustment. And the corners that aren't picking up rubber, those that probably don't have like the rhino lining and things on them, they're actually greasy and slippery. So the corners are changing differently with each session on the track.
So with that, how much throughout the session are you kind of changing or adjusting your driving line or approach?
Significantly. A lot lighter braking into the faster stuff. There's still no brake grip in the braking zones, so I'll brake a little softer and then let it roll deep into the corner and let the corner slow the car down. And then the slippery corners, I have to almost brake more and really be cautious with the cart. We saw some guys go off that session. I think that's why the variance in corner-to-corner grip is significant.
Thanks, Jordan.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Some excellent insight there from Jordan Musser. Notes that at least these KA Juniors should be hearing. They're already on track, though, forming up to make the grid, and definitely points to talk about. I mean, lack of grip in the brake zones, rubber in some corners, slick in others. That's going to make it challenging both on driver and setup. We'll have to continue to monitor that development throughout the weekend, but now, time to go racing for KA Junior Heat number 2. Let's run you down the starting order. Nico Katowski on pole. On his outside, Edward Kennedy, John Antonino, and Nathan Dupuis. Row number 2, Gabriel Balog and Travis Pettit on row number 3. Valentino Santillan and Caleb Berghofer on row number 4. Rounding out your top 10, Isaac Malkwood on the inside and Parker Ives on the outside.
From there, it's Bristol Borneman and Isaac Payne, P11, P12, Wyland Buer, Golseth Murphy rounding out things as we get going here in KA Junior. Over 30 karts, nearly 40 karts here today as we get going. Kennedy Katowski, let's see how turn 1 goes.
And the entire field almost clean through the first corner. Issues at the back for one driver. We'll see if we can pick a number on that. But the rest of the 30-plus kart field through turns number 4, 5, and now into 6. The leaders clean through the first couple of corners, and it was Nico Katowski able to take the early lead, but Edward Kennedy not having any of it. He'll go back to the lead down our long straight into turn number 8 this time. Everyone fighting and dicing to establish their early positions here in heat number 2.
Going through, you saw Kennedy clear greatly there into out. Dupuis really looking to put a battle in, though, coming around down the track. And look at this side-by-side going into turn 11. Again, things that I didn't think we'd see at the start of the weekend we're seeing now. Very, very hard racing into turn 11, setting up for 12, 13, 14 as the drivers come through. 16 now, holding on. Kennedy trying to go, and that's a big off there in the background for the 8-14.
Berghofer able to regain some level of controls. We'll see a few more off to the wayside. Isaac Malkwood and one more into the last corner, not able to hold it onto the track. But into lap number 2 now. Still Edward Kennedy, Nathan Dupuis, and more karts on the wayside. Turn number 1 collecting casualties.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6 karts at least that are off in turn 1 out of this category. I mean, look at this. You might as well just call this a karting junkyard because there are so many karts off. That is the 817 who is off as well. I mean, there are so many karts that have taken the casualty of turn 1 that just aren't able to go. And again, turn 1, you wouldn't think it would be tricky looking at it. It's a 90-degree left, but it's at the end of a long straight, and you want to carry the speed. So what do? Not brake.
And it's also downhill. That's going to add to the level of difficulty. And with the amount of karts off in turn number 1, not in this series, but in other series, I've seen fields with less karts than that. Here at Stars, we fill our fields out. Excellent to see all the competition here this weekend, and unfortunately, a few of them not going to continue in this one. But up front, 3-car breakaway. It's Kennedy, Dupuis, and Antonino taking the early advantage.
Watch out for Antonino. Antonino can be a sleeper there. We saw that this morning in Heat 1. Antonino will be looking and then just be there. Pettit will be a big mix as well, as that is significant damage to that 814 kart that is off. That's Berghofer that is off there with Buer in the 820. What has happened between them?
At least a front fairing removal, and that front left, at the very least, tie rod completely snapped. So definitely some heavy contact there for those two drivers. Let's key in back to these top three as they continue to break away. I want to point out Antonino having one of the best last laps I've seen in motorsports, especially this year at Newcastle, not too long ago in the OKN-J category, able to go from 5th to 1st in just a couple of corners. We'll see if he can repeat some of the same magic again this weekend, but he has been one of our top prospects in the junior category on that MPG KR machine, looking strong here as he moves his way up into P2 above Edward Kennedy. And look at that, Travis Pettit is latched onto the back of these three.
And Pettit just getting there is all that needed to be done, because now the battle really starts. Pettit will be looking for some sort of a move, and I'll tell you right now, the first place I would be looking is turn 8 as we see them come through. Dupuis up in the front, Antonino second, Kennedy and Pettit. Pettit doesn't go for a move into turn 8, just sticks behind here, and that is also a good decision right now. You could have went for the move, you could have sat back, and I think sitting back with 3 minutes to go plus 2 laps is a great decision right now. We'll have to see how things play out a little bit later in as Dupuis and Antonino. There's the pass, though, into turn 11 for Pettit getting ahead of Kennedy.
So through the inside, Pettit will move his way up into 3rd place, and they'll continue to try and close down that gap to these top two, Nathan Dupuis, John Antonino, and it only took one corner. Pettit with a lot of grip and a lot of pace in that machine. He'll find his way back up to the rear bumper of John Antonino. That Speed Concepts go-kart hooked up here early as we take a look at that replay on lap number 1. One car off on the way in, and then in Malkuit and company off on the way out, coming back to complete the lap. So certainly a lot of dust, a lot of issues on cold tires for these drivers. So difficult to get those tires up to temp, up into the operating window. And in Masters, in the shifter category, that's where we saw a lot of the moves. Once they settle in, it makes it increasingly difficult to pass, but everyone's on a question mark on cold tires. So once the heat's there, a little bit more predictable as you see the top 4 here, certainly feeling comfortable with the tires they have underneath them.
Antonino literally bumper to bumper with Dupuis there, pushing him into turn 11 at that point, going through, giving no space, no patience to be found, continuing the battles out. Pettit, Kennedy there, 3rd and 4th, a minute 30 left to go in this event, plus 2 laps, and there is the moment that happened earlier on back with a couple of other drivers as they get going here. Now watch this battle up for the top 4, and you can see the conversation being had as they try to kind of sort out who is where with what. But up front, Dupuis, Antonino, Pettit, and Kennedy continue to round things out on our top 4. They've broken away by 2 seconds at this point from P5 of Balog and Katowski, and they're just running their own race.
And as we just saw on our camera a few moments ago, we aren't the only ones watching the battle at the front. Some of their fellow competitors forced to the wayside, having to enjoy the sights and scenes of the fighting here at the front. We'll see Pettit down the inside of Antonino, clears him into turn number 11.
And that's a great move there, going around in through 14, 15, but Dupuis, regardless of who's behind you at this point, Dupuis is just kind of driving like there's nobody behind. I haven't seen Dupuis look over the shoulder once at this point, and that is a driver that is locked in, that is focusing, as there's been a big off in the background. That is the 826 who has decided some yard work was needed here around Quaker City Motorsports Park.
Nathan Golseth just taking the scenic way around this facility. Unfortunate off there for him as you see the grip on the way into the corner, that inside rear jacking up into the air. We've seen karts on 2 tires at points this weekend. Plenty of rubber down, plenty of grip on the way into the corners, and I have to say these top 4, there has been some passing, but it's been very efficient. You've got Dupuis at the front, head down, not worried about anything behind, and any passes we've seen have been well timed so that they do not lose a whole lot of momentum, and that just makes it all the more difficult for Gabriel Balog and Nico Katowski to take advantage, and here's the exact example of that. Passing into turn number 11, that time Pettit goes to the lead. He'll bring Antonino with him, but that's a corner where you're just not going to sacrifice that much. It's not that big of a brake zone, so there's no real loss of momentum. Very efficient for these front four, and still ever-changing in position, but the gap keeps extending to the karts behind.
That it does. 2 laps to go here for this heat number 2 in KA Junior. And Dupuis, they're dropping from first to third, so 2 karts get passed for the price of 1. That's the price you pay in turn 11, though, to keep that momentum. Is you let 1 kart by, and a lot of times that second kart will just follow through, and you sort of settle in, and then we'll see if you can start leapfrogging back. They'll try to put Pettit back in the third, maybe fourth, if Kennedy has anything to say about it. And there it is. Pettit has to defend. You turn the outside to the inside. Dupuis comes through as well into turn 8, and that is how you do the pass back. Now Dupuis up into second. Antonino up into the lead. Kennedy was not able to capitalize, though. So can Kennedy do anything to find a move forward? At the moment, Antonino, Dupuis looking to the inside of 11, not able to make the pass. And for the moment, Antonino will hold on coming through 11.
He covers the inside there, not willing to give it up just yet. 4 different teams, 3 different manufacturers here in our top 4, and they haven't separated one bit this entire time. You see the energy cart there of Edward Kennedy in 4th place. White flag in the air this time, down the inside, make it stick. Nathan Dupuis up into 1st place over John Antonino. Antonino looking back to the inside, not going to complete it. That's that time by, but the lap is far from over. Plenty of more overtaking opportunities with 4 karts in the fray, and Gabriel Blog lurking in the background waiting to pick up the scraps.
Let's see what Nate Dupree here can do, as goes all the way to the inside, defensive early on, and now swings back out. Little wiggle there. That was a bit of a push there, I would say, from Antonino. Now coming through 8, able to hold on into the position at the moment. Down into 9 we go, and Dupuis with just enough of a lead here, trying to keep this moving. First time I've seen Dupuis look over the shoulder the whole time, looking over the right shoulder, trying to judge where Antonino, where Pettit, where Kennedy is, and what will happen there. Balog has closed into the back here. Out of turn 11 we go, down through 14, into the right-hander of 15. We come out, 16 we go, and Dupuis able to hold on for the moment. No chance of a look there, as that's a big off for the 896 of Kennedy. Kennedy will lose lots of positions, but for Nathan Dupuis, it's a great win here with Antonino into 2nd.
Victory for Dupuis, the driver who led most of the laps out front with confidence. He'll bring home the victory. John Antonino in P2, Travis Pettit coming home 3rd, and then Gabriel Blog. I said he was going to pick up the scraps. Well, he does, collecting P4 out of that one. Katowski comes in 5th, and Edward Kennedy, after the off on the last corner, will be relegated to 6th position. Valentino Santillan, P7. Ryan Moore, P8. Isaac Malkiewicz comes home P9 after the early off on lap number 1, and Tristan Murphy rounds out your top 10.
And then from there, it was Parker Ives, Isaac Payne, Oliver Neighbor, and Molesta and Golseth rounding out your top 15 here. Mars, Resende, Wargo, Weiland, Gleiberman, Doberler, Lewis, Powers, Green, Bornman, Holland, Weiler, Savage, Knoll, Glover. 30 of your karts that ran through this session today here in KA Junior Heat number 2, their final race of the day, as we get ready for Swift Stars coming up here momentarily to take on their 7 minutes.
Down here with Oliver Neighbor there. Oliver, I mean, first of all, the issues in qualifying set you back. You have to kind of drive your way through the field in these heat races. Up 17 in this one. How'd you make it work?
I just kept my head forward and just made a bunch of passes and be smart.
You seem to be a driver that's been pretty good on learning new tracks, alternate layouts. Obviously, Emery Lida works for us over here, and he sees you guys at Trackhouse doing really well in the alternate layouts, making it work, learning them pretty quickly. Is that something that's a strength for you feel?
I feel like, yeah. I mean, I have a bunch of hours in like car racing pro and stuff, so I drive a lot. So.
Lastly, you're kind of describe the weekend to me so far, because the pace has been there for you. Obviously, the qualifying issues set you back, but now that you've put together some good heat races back to back, how do you look? How do you feel heading into tomorrow?
I definitely want to go forward and not go back, and just be smart.
Thank you, Oliver.
Thank you.
Great to hear from the driver making the most moves and taking advantage of that KA Junior chaotic heat. What a race there. What a race coming up. Swift Stars here momentarily on Kart Chaser at Quaker City Motorsports Park. This is the Stars Championship Series Earthquake. Welcome back. Engines fired down on the grid for your Swift Stars. About to get set. Take the green for heat number 2.
Swift Stars, I absolutely love this class, and I think the reason I love this class is because this is our youngest class on the grid. Well, youngest Swift class on the grid here. So it's so exciting to watch the 9 to 12-year-olds run here as they go here. Holden Myers will take the front here with Jaden Francisco in P number 2, Manolio in P3, and Maxwell Macha in P number 4.
Dominic Gaddis and Nicholas Mose on row number 3. Cameron Johnson, Paxton Romero, row number 4. Rounding out your top 10, Enzo DeGeneiro and Brian Bornman on row number 5. Connor Lipka, Kai Park, row number 6. Elaney Thigpen and Dalton Sears, 13th and 14th. Bryson Scales inside row number 7. Or row number 8, actually. Outside him will be Simon Jack Klein, Eric Wojciechowski in 17th. 18th will be Miklos Hadjunimith the 3rd, and George Zeminski rounding out your 19 kart field here for Swift Stars.
Coming around through the carts are already up 2x2. As they come down, they get ready to go here, and they get ready to get this race underway.
As the drivers all into formation through the last couple of corners, finishing out their tire prep, getting ready to take the green flag. He'll be led off by that comp cart out front through the last couple of corners into the tram lines. We'll await the green flag.
And into the tram lines they go. You see the signals being given to slow down here. Will we get going this time by? That we will. Green flag out, and we have 7 minutes plus 2 laps here of Swift Stars underway. Turn 1, everyone gets through good. Turn 2, is it the same story? Almost the same story. Big wiggle there in the mid-pack.
A bit of contact there, but everyone through cleanly in the first couple of corners. One of the cleanest starts we've seen today, and your pole sitter will hold the early advantage. Holden Myers out front early in this one. Jaden Francisco chasing there in P2. Actually, that'll be Jake Manalio having moved up into P2. Relegate Francisco into the 3rd place. You see the number 114 Dominic Gaddis there losing a bit of ground on the exit of turn number 8 through 9 and 10. And the field already starting to spread out just a little bit. We've got a group of 6 karts already here in the mid-pack. As we were watching some of the early action here on lap number 1. Holden Myers, no pressure behind. He's out front. We've got a spinner right in front of the field. Make it 2. I believe Gaddis is one of them and Johnson the other. Unfortunate in the second to last corner. That is turn number 15. Just a little wide on the exit, and look at that. The 136 of Holden Myers, your pole sitter, an early leader, loops it exiting turn number 1. We've seen it cause problems all day, and it strikes again here in Swift Stars. Holden Myers dropping to the back of the field, loops it by himself on the exit of turn number 1. I mean, we've gone over this, the downhill, the soft brake, the fast 90-degree corner. It's catching everybody out this morning.
It's always those self-caused spins, too, that are the most frustrating for Myers, as Myers will try to get back going. Another big moment there going through. That is the 174. I believe that's Macha.
Maxwell Macha, one of our front runners, and he'll get contact on the way out, puts another driver off the seams in this one.
And that was wheel-to-wheel contact there from Macha, as Macha was trying to recover places. Currently down into at least P number 6, possibly lower. Up front, Myers is trying to run away with Francisco there in second as we go side by side here for the replay, and that is what happened there early on with the spin from Myers up front.
Just a little wide on the exit, gets that right rear in the dirt, and with still having some wheel input in the car, it just snaps all the way around on him. A good avoidance there from Francisco. And that will let him and Jake Manalio take the early advantage. They've emerged from the chaos. The 2 teammates from Ryan Perry Motorsports holding the advantage, a second apart. And then it is 2 seconds back to your next driver, Enzo De Janeiro, and his teammate, Maxwell Macha, in the Paralyn equipment.
And as we see everything get going here through, and everyone, I think the race start jitters are now gone. These drivers ages 9 to 12 will really settle into a rhythm and run here while they can, as we can see multiple battles developing. This is Macha trying to get past De Janeiro where he can, looking into 11, not able to make the pass into 11, but is definitely there in the mix. Now through turn 15 into 16, and you can see there, Macha is really trying to match De Janeiro for pace right now. And look over the shoulder and a point forward. Send it ahead. Stop looking behind. Don't worry about me. Let's go for the win.
It's 2 teammates and 2 teammates. The Paralyn boys pointing forward, trying to line up and work together to see if they can catch those Ryan Perry Motorsports machines. But just behind them there, it's the 155 Romero, Paxton Romero on that Bennett kart. More issues, driver off, exit, turn number 3. One of the Sodi boys, unfortunate into that one. And we'll see there it is, Macha down the inside, passing his teammate, decides he might have the better pace, the better odds to lead them toward victory here.
Yeah, Macha definitely looks to feel good here, even though the gap was 2 seconds at the line last lap. We'll see what the gap will be when they cross the line this time coming through. There goes Francisco. There goes Manalio, and here we go through with De Janeiro and Macha, 3rd and 4th as they go. The 174 now ahead of that 190, as we saw happen a moment ago. Romero and Bornman also in 5th and 6th. They are slowly starting to kind of compress this 2x2x2 battle. And the gap now 1.8 seconds. Can they close it, though, is the question. I don't know.
The strongest pace in the field right now, your leader, Jaden Francisco, 109.3 that time, extending the gap to his teammate. Kart off there. That is Scales. Bryson, unfortunate, off in that BJR machine. He's going to lose a handful of positions. Able to recover. The second fastest driver on track last time by was Holden Myers. Cameron Johnson also there running quickly in the 16th position. So a lot of good pace throughout the field. It's a varying amount, but Jake Manalio in P2, the slowest of your top 4. Losing the gap to his teammate in front, slowly getting run down by the drivers behind. The Paralyn boys are marching forward.
Yeah, and the march forward is exactly what they need to do. Just adios, sayonara, see you later, just let it go. And we saw this happen just a little bit ago in Pro Stars and OKN Stars, where teammates were up in front and they worked with each other to kind of open up gaps. A little bit less crazy of a situation here with that, as Scales dropping down the order there from that run off the track earlier. But Francisco and Manolio continuing to open things up, both ahead and behind, much as they need to do, as De Janeiro still trying to chase down and past Macha if possible.
So another class where draft is a heavily talked about point, but to my surprise, the field quite spread out here as the time ticks off. Just over 30 seconds plus 2 laps remaining, and the battles starting to spread apart on track. Another driver off exit T3. Not sure what happened there, but an unfortunate break for the 1-1-2. Was that Bryson Scales again?
That was Bryson Scales
Unfortunate
again.
Day, unfortunate Heat 2. Bryson Scales going to go back to that BJR tent and look for ways to improve as they roll into Heat number 3. Hopefully a better one there for the BJR driver. But back up to the front of the field, Maxwell Macha. And my apologies, I called it Heat number 3. It's actually a pre-final, so not weighted the same as these two, but still one more race before we go main event racing tomorrow. As we keep an eye on the Paralympic boys, that was De Janeiro on your screen, and the pace that Macha has shown has been strong. He's extended the gap to 0.6 of a second over his teammate, and slowly reeling into that gap that Jake Manolio has over him. Francisco well clear out front. Should be getting to the end of the race. We'll see 2 sticks either this time or next time by the stripe. And Francisco, not much to worry about. 2.5 plus. Pretty comfortable lead for the driver in the number 130.
Yeah, Francisco just in a great position here, and Manolio there in second as well. I mean, the field, as you said, to my surprise too, has spread out quite a bit. The 2 to go sign being given there by the flagman, and at this point for all of the drivers, they are running to the end of this heat. Pre-finals and finals tomorrow. They know they need to conserve their equipment and get through the day, so I don't think anyone is really trying to run out their carts. They're not trying to do anything too aggressive here, and they are just racing to get to the end here. It's very hot outside as well, so I think at this point of the day, maybe there's some physical fatigue that's playing in as well. When you're out in this heat off and on all day, as these young drivers are, it can wear them out in many ways, and they've done as much as they can here and raced as hard as they can yesterday, today, and they still have all day tomorrow to get through. So at this point, if you're Francisco or Jake Manolio, I am not pushing much harder than I have to. Maybe that's a me issue, though. Let's be honest. These drivers are probably faster than me. So they're just trying to get to the end of this event, leave the gap ahead, leave the gap behind, and just continue to hit your marks. Don't make any silly mistakes.
And we've talked a lot about the physicality of these machinery. White flag this time. Francisco by the stripe, well clear, 1.6 seconds to his name. We were talking about the physicality and the exhaustion that can come into play. Really hot outside here this afternoon, but also a point I don't think is brought up enough, the mental exhaustion. You can be physically okay to drive the kart, but mentally you start to disappear when you get tired. That fatigue sets in. You start making maybe a few mistakes you normally wouldn't have. Combine that with a difficult track layout and a place where we've already seen so many drivers have issues, and it adds to what was already a tricky combination. As we're halfway through the last lap, Francisco trying to avoid any mistakes. He just needs to cruise back to the line this time, and he will be your victor here in heat number 2 through turn number 11. A few more corners, a couple of switchbacks, and victory will be his.
Yeah, Francisco with such a dominant run here through 15, through 16. Nice and comfortable. No footing put wrong. And in the end, we'll see the checkered flag here to win Swift Stars Heat 2. The 191 kart will find second place, with Macha, the 174, in third. De Janeiro will find fourth, and they will continue to push along there. Romero, Lipka, and Bornman through. Myers in 8th, Sears in 9th, and Mose rounds out your top 10.
So a good recovery there from Holden Myers after the spin from the lead, recovers to a P8 finish outside the top 10. Scheinman, Jack Klein, Laney Thigpen, Cameron Johnson, Dominic Gaddis, Eric Wojciechowski, your top 15. When we return, KA Stars on deck. Don't go anywhere. You're watching live on Kart Chaser.
To the finish line, who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent. Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for KA Stars Heat number 2, 7 minutes plus 2 laps, where Hodgson will be up in front with Isambard in 2nd, Hamill in 3rd, Surgener in 4th, Brown, Lloyd, Clark, Buscalia, Roberts, and Gabriel, your top 10. Big shout out to Simon, who joined me for the last few races in the booth here, going through the events today, as now Xander will be back here in just a moment as we get ready to go racing for our final heat of the day here on this wonderful earthquake event in Quaker City Motorsports Park here in Salem, Ohio. We hit the tram lines, we get ready to go green, and here we go. Up front we go. Hodgson, Isambard, hard racing last time. They'll do the same thing again as the drone cam gives you the best perspective. We're back green.
All good so far as they work their way through that infield sector and back towards us at turn number 5 right here. Single file, another great getaway for the Macron Motorsports comp cart of Oliver Hodgson. He'll lead by about a car length and a half, maybe 2. Andrew Hamill once again finds himself up and into 2nd. A little gap back to Alan Isambard there in 3rd, and they're going to go 2 by 2 behind him. Hudson Brown, first of them, side by side, and into the side a little bit of Mason Surgener. That'll bring Jared Clark along, and he will get that spot. Colin Lloyd trying to send it to make it 3, and Surgener's off. Off he goes down the berm, and Mason Surgener, what started as such an exciting day, and a day that had him with a career best qualifying effort in the morning, once again has him shuffle down the leaderboard on the opening circuit.
And that is heartbreak here early on as we continue to watch through. Hodgson, Isambard, Hamill, Surgener going through and around. Everybody just trying to get their laps completed through as Brown comes across 4th. Isambard down into 3rd. Andrew Hamill up into 2nd. Clark into 5th. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news there, but I think ultimately that run off the berm was well off the track, and that is going to relegate all the way down to the bottom and be done and dusted continuing through here. 5.5 minutes of racing left to go, and that 927 of Hodgson will continue to hold on up front. Hamill there in 2nd. Out of turn 7, you can see some people peeking inside, peeking outside into turn 8. We didn't think it was a passing zone, but by golly, it sure is, as the 953 of Isambard was getting pushed further back, and that's the 971 cart that is now off the track.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the Viral Art machines. Might be one of the TKG entries. Emerson Blatt out in lap number 2 of heat number 2. He'll continue, though, just all the way at the rear of the field. What a second lap in the works here for Andrew Hamill as they continue to fight for 3rd, now with Hudson Brown in command of the pack, albeit only for a moment, Looked like Davin Roberts was having a look. He'll have a take. P3 for Davin. And now Colin Lloyd and Jared Clark also are able to move up the board. Hudson Brown got caught by surprise. He lost about 6 or 7 spots in that one turn alone. And just like that, once again here, a great race in the works further back from the lead, but no different than what was witnessed in Pro Stars earlier today. The leaders getting away, but it's not just one. Andrew Hamill is hanging tough with Oliver Hodgson right now at the end of lap number 2.
And that is all Hamill needs to do with Hodgson, is just hold on there while he can. Keep it moving. Roberts and Lloyd also very close together there, 3rd and 4th. I mean, this is a hornet's nest of cars, and I mean, they almost sound like a hornet's nest outside of the booth, honestly, going around this track. So many karts here and Swift Stars battling it out, and you can just, watch here, and it's genuinely a case of you have one small moment, and you will be swallowed up by the pack here going around, and you can see just the grip levels there. The rear wheel keeps coming up for these karts time and time again. That's how grippy this track is, but we heard it earlier too from Alex whenever he was interviewing drivers in the scale line. This track has gotten slippery at the same time, so this is a completely different track than what they ran well before lunch today.
Yeah, we're past that peak point I was mentioning earlier. Right about the time I stepped out of the booth, it felt like it definitely was the heat of the day. I can tell you right now I am drenched and off the racetrack, going back to it for a moment, is one of the BJR entries with that harrower, and as he rejoins, it sends Logan Mueller for a rough ride. He'll pull wide, and another driver was bailing for pit lane at the same time. Close call there, as Mueller, I think, is going to be out. Behind side-by-side still, but so, to be fair, the inside rear tire, it's hard to see at most racetracks, but it does lift. That's how they rotate without a differential in the back. They have to get onto 3 wheels for a second. The issue is when it goes way too high in the air or it stays up too long, and that's why you're seeing drivers try to narrow the lineup, because the corner is long and you don't want to necessarily twist the frame of the go-kart. If you put one of these at a standstill and just turned the wheel fully to the left or fully to the right, it would pick the inside tire up or make it light. And you're trying to just get it just enough to rotate or hold it there, very light on the inside rear, or a little bit of airtime through the apex of the corner. The issue is when you dig the outside front tire in too deep and the inside rear comes way up and really knocks you upside the head, where we've seen some drivers, then that takes them onto two-wheeling and biking, or vice versa. You just lose straight-up control because the inside tire slams down super hard or gets up in the air and doesn't come back down, and you go off the racetrack. We've seen that mainly due to the fact, not just of the grip levels here, but the off-camber and the difference in elevation throughout a corner. I mean, that's a 5 to probably even almost 10-foot difference from the entry to the exit at turn number 8. So what the karts are being put through with the varying up and down hillage of the racetrack is a big factor in that too. But this corner, for example, you see the inside kind of bouncing for a second. It just gets light, and Chase Buscalia's kart, that was a great angle of what you want. Davin Roberts here, just a quick lift and then back down, but even he coming out of turn 15 kind of almost ricocheted, and we've got another one off now. That is the 903 Tanner Bunny, one of the BJRLN karts in the infield. So Bunny out, and David Baker out, Talon Laney out, Emerson Blatt still going, albeit towards the end of the lead lap. We've lost a handful, and through it all, it is still Oliver Hodgson out front. He has not yet relinquished the lead this entire day from the moment he qualified on the pole. On the other hand, fight looming for second. Here we go, Colin Lloyd fading, deciding not to. He tucks back in behind Andrew Hamill.
He definitely was looking for it there. Hamill, Lloyd continuing to battle out. They've also stretched a little bit of a gap to Roberts there in 4th. Isambard down into 5th. Buscalia in 6th, still looking for something somewhere as they go through. Here's the dive, the 961. Lloyd to the inside of Hamill, and Lloyd into the inside of turn 11. A opened up passing zone through the day as they've continued along, able to get a beautiful pass there up into P number 2. They'll come across the line with about 20 seconds to go, so we can call it 3 laps to go here, as it'll be this lap plus 2 more coming through, and Hodgson with a second lead up front, just running away with it and not looking back.
And I think he's starting to really manage that gap now. He has slowed his pace down just a little bit and stayed at the 105.7 second bracket. Colin Lloyd, last time with the pass, clocked a 105.4. Further back, a lot of 105.5s and 105.6s. So Hodgson's not the fastest at this point in the race, but that I'm sure is by design. While he's still going to be tucking and pushing down the straights, he's trying to back up those corners, save the fronts as much as he can, try not to slide the rears at all, and give himself plenty to fight with. We've asked him time and time again, hey, do you think you got him covered? Do you think you're going to walk away? How confident are you? He's like, we come here, Rok Motorsports, the Oliver Hodgson Driver Academy that he leads up as well, for a fight. We want to challenge the best, and we expect the field to get there, and he's banking on that, or at least preparing for it tomorrow with the pre-final. A longer race on this same set of MG tires before they get a fresh set for the main. And behind him, these drivers may not have as much to fight with. Or sorry, they've got to make it all the way to the main. Correction, I'm mixed up here because we've had such a busy summer stretch, and thankfully we've got our resident statistician, Emery Lida, here to correct me. It's the same scuff set all the way through the final for the KA classes, the mini and the micro classes as well. It's only stickers for the shifters, at least in the pro category, and I believe for shifter masters as well, because they're using the MG yellows. So he's trying to make this last for 2 more lengthy runs, longer than this heat race, and preparing and knowing that the field is only going to continue to close the gap lap time-wise to him. But these guys fighting here. Mick Gabriel at the helm of that group there with another move made. That was around, well, it looks like we're right around the edge of the top 10 here with quick Mick Gabriel. That was for 12th on Quentin and Jelly in the Rocket Racing Company LN Kart. But the front of the field is just kind of holding station, and that's why we've dropped that far back outside the top 10. At least they were. Hamill is starting to fade at this point in the session. Coming to the white flag, Andrew Hamill from second, now back to third and under heavy fire.
And that heavy fire continues through as that 953 of Isambard is just right there doing everything right. Outside, inside, looking for the move, but has to keep in mind Roberts behind as well as Buscalia, who is in P number 6. Now, as they go through, Hamill still just with the defense holding on here. Lloyd has closed the gap down to 0.8 of a second to Hodgson and is still trying to close it. Here's the battle coming down the backstretch. Outside turns to inside. What can you do here? Well, if you are Hamill, you just defend as much as you can. Isambard now going offensive to defensive from Roberts. Roberts still trying to chase through as Hamill and Isambard still hold on. P3, P4, P5. Who will get the third place position as they come through? Down the inside into 11 we go, and Isambard will get the pass done.
And Hamill got all the way out into the marbles there, got caught by surprise and falls all the way back behind Buscalia. Now he'll just be hanging on to the last turn. So will Isambard and Oliver Hodgson. It's a clean sweep of the day, a perfect day. Every lap of heat number 2 and nearly every lap of heat number 1. But with Alan Isambard dropping back to third from his heat 1 win, it will put him with a pull for the pre-final. A quick correction as well. Again, Isambard was able to get the better of him in heat 1 in the final few laps. But a 2-1 for Hodgson will beat the 3-1 for Isambard provisionally. Colin Lloyd splitting it up and allowing the Brit to get the pole tomorrow. That should, if the results hold, put Isambard on the outside of the front row. And a major improvement, I think, looming for Colin Lloyd. He qualified 6th overall. A second in this Heat 2 will help. Davin Roberts, 8th overall, a P4. Buscalia, 7th overall, a P5. Andrew Hamill, 2 top 10s, but he'll be a little further back tomorrow morning than a third qualifying effort where he got to start both of the heat races. Still a better Heat 2 than Heat 1 for the DPC Motorsports X-Spree. Clark, Adams, Hudson Brown, Lucas Zabo, your top 10. And looking down for some of the bigger movers, really not all too much. There was a handful of drivers picking up 3 to 5, maybe 6 spots apiece, but nothing too notable. A big improvement, though, in pace for Miami, Florida's own Colin Lloyd. Alex?
Colin, a solid weekend for you thus far. I know you guys have kind of made some improvements throughout the weekend, even from the last race into this one. So how would you kind of sum it up so far this weekend?
I mean, it's been a pretty good weekend. Been pretty much top 5 the whole weekend until qualifying. Just made a poor decision, went out by myself and made that mistake. But we're slowly changing the kart, making it a little bit faster and ready to go.
Anything you see that Hodgson's doing differently from you guys, or you feel like you have the pace to match him tomorrow?
I think we have the pace to match him tomorrow. We'll make some more changes and make the kart faster, and we'll go from there.
What are the races like for you guys? Obviously, you started more towards the front than other people around here, but for the viewers back at home, what's it like in the KA class around this place?
It's all draft. Like, you have to have draft or you're not going to be able to catch nobody or catch up to anyone, and it's really hard to overtake at this track because all the corners get super tight, but you just have to send it and go.
Thank you, Colin.
Yep.
Hunter is running.
And just like that, the support classes are done for the day. KA Stars concludes the afternoon for them, and well, visibly you can see it here. We've got the first bit of cloud cover in quite some time, right in time for the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show classes. It's got... And as Alex mentioned there, it is breezy out. It is getting a bit windy, a little bit cooler. And while that might be welcomed for those that are done today, that is not welcomed right now for the drivers lined up on the grid on slicks, nor is it for the OKN Stars and Pro Stars drivers eyeing up with slick tires, banking on hopefully another dry session. Do we get a little liquid sunshine and some inclement weather to play a factor here? That could be a crazy cap on the day. And taking a look at the radar there at the bottom right corner, again, we are right to the west of Youngstown and east of Akron, so some small cells nearby, some bigger stuff that probably won't get to us until too late in the day if it were to go all the way east. But the nice part is we have Emery Lyda as our resident statistician, my younger brother Carson Clements as our resident meteorologist, and we'll know exactly what we need to do. If we did do a race team, we'd be top of the setup. Now, all of us are probably a bit rusty being out of the seat, but I can tell you from knowing what to do and watching the hours and hours of coverage that we put together, well, I think we definitely would have a piece to fight at the front. It's just a matter of we can wheel it, and we're going to get to see the juniors try to do the same. Let's take you through how they'll stack up for Moto number 2. Same order as Moto 1. Nate Dogg on the pole. The Canadian was able to score that Moto 1 win and have a nice comeback from the spin out of the lead in KA Junior. He mentioned how tricky it is to get up and over the bumps, but Alex mentioned as well his teammate and mentor Blake Nash was praising him, and still is, for how well he's managed to keep the cart underneath him throughout the weekend and keep the speed up. Edward Kennedy completes an All-Canada front row. John Antonino and Marco Samet back on row 2. Max Weiland and Travis Pettit back on row 3.
From there we go Indy Anderson and Sebastian Rist, row 4. Malka and Thermalasmui in row number 5, not P5, my apologies. Nico Katowski and then Tristan Murphy, 11th and 12th. Indy Irwin and Achilles Saperko in P13, 14. Walcott 15th and Gus Wanderl in P16. The 16 carts to take on the OKN Junior Moto number 2 here as they get ready to go green.
Here we go. Nathan Dupuis, Edward Kennedy, OKN Junior is green from Salem. Front of the field already quick to get down to single file and to try to keep Nate Dogg well within their sights, and a much cleaner start on the second go round. We've got all 15 of them still rolling through 6, through 7, and down the backstretch to get up to full speed for the first time in Moto 2. Edward Kennedy under fire from Antonino. Antonino throwing a shrug at him, saying, man, what are we doing? And now Buddy gets out into the weeds. He'll lose about 5 spots.
Antonino's not going to be happy with that one and will fight his way through. And I'll tell you what, if Antonino can get back near Kennedy, that's going to be remembered a little bit later. The 175 of Samet now sending it through around the inside, getting a pass done as well. Samet there in the 175 holding on here. And as they come through 15 out of 16, there's an off there for the number 3 of Weiland. That was another cart following as well. That was Anderson, the 188 going through. Everyone scatters out of turn 16, and that's going to mix things up and slow a lot of people up coming down the line into turn 1. And as they cross the line, if the goal is to keep Nate Dogg in check in a stone's throw distance, they have not done a good job with that, because the gap is a second after 1 lap between Nate Dogg and Edward Kennedy.
So while they were nice and tidy early on, they are no longer, and Kennedy seems to have lost a bit of faith from the rest of the field. Marco Samet was looking to go not once but twice there, and here's Weiland leading a duo off there with Anderson following him off the cliff, and then Travis Pettit innocent bystander to avoid had to go wide, fell out of the power band, and was bogged down going to the front stretch. He's fallen outside of the top 10 now. Long road ahead, most notably for the 129. Weiland kind of got away to the closest of being scot-free, but here they come out of 16. Another lap down, and with Samet making the move on Kennedy, he didn't lose any time to Dupuis. In fact, he gained a full 10th there, as it looked like at the back, Amelia Gus Wonderl and Drew Thermolasami, one of the two went off, and I think it was Amelia.
Yeah, it looked like one of the two off there, unfortunate, in the back of the pack, just trying to scrape things together, keep things moving and grooving. But further up, Dupuis continues with this run ahead going through, and you can see the gap is a big off from the 151 of Gus Wonderl, off there majorly on the exit of 6.
Yeah, that was big. That was probably the fallout of going off on the front straightaway, not fully having clean tires, and then going to those super fast 90-degree corners in turn 6 and 7, and going off again. And now the clock kind of resets to get her tires cleaned back up. So we shift our focus once again to 5th. No, 4th. Katowski now, the next one to drop a tire off the edge of turn 15. It is definitely getting greasy and slippery out there, even with the track maybe cooling down a tick from the air temperatures falling and the breeze picking up. We're also seeing all the dust and debris catching everyone off guard, and I'd say with the consistent track traffic, the surface temp is probably still roasting hot, and these MG tires are starting to slip and slide more than the morning. Another off. This time it looked like it might have come from Kennedy or Samet up there in 2nd and 3rd. Pass behind. No, Murphy wanted it, couldn't get it.
Murphy with a big look there on the inside of 8, just not close enough to really send it through, but definitely going out of line. So you know the thought is we have another Kart that has dipped a wheel off here. Up front, battles continue along as we look there. That is Katowski getting passed actually by Antonino that is going through. Is the 175 and the 169 now. Samet Kennedy looking, switch back into 16. Can you make it stick out of 16? No is the answer there, as it is going to be across the line side by side. A little bit of grass there, and I think Samet will hold ahead of Kennedy for the moment. Into 1. I thought there was going to be another pass attempt into 1, but no, we settle back in. Samet ahead of Kennedy as we have an AKR replay on the side.
Take a look at it. Nico Katowski all out of shape. Left rear tire drops off the surface. And once again, another great catch by our camera crew. Look at that, a full-on wheelie for a split second. And a great job to hang on for Nico. Sadly there, he did lose his spot now, falling behind John Antonino. So back to 5th goes the 192 of Nico Katowski, our KA Junior top qualifier. Still in the mix here at OKN Junior. All 4 on screen are still trying to hunt down Nathan Dupuis, but with the back and forth to start this lap and end the last, they kind of impeded their progress a bit. But the good news once again is we mentioned the motos longer than the standard heat races in place of them getting a pre-final, so they're still just about maybe halfway, if that, based on the fact that, again, you've got 2 laps on top of the time that shows, so plus or minus 7 to go, 5 in the books here.
Continuing to watch these karts really settle in, and Dupuis is impressing me here, just managing that gap ahead, 0.8 of a second. And Dupuis locked in here, looking down, not looking around, and getting the radar on the bottom right yet again. And you can see more pop-up showers starting to go through. So I have to wonder here as we look at the rest of the schedule going through. I mean, we have at 3:50 p.m. OKN Stars, and then at 4:10 it's the Pro Stars here. Are we going to have that pop-up shower that just absolutely wrecks this track for Pro Stars? Because at this point, you know, we look at the sky and it looks fairly good, but it's breezy and just more and more pop-up showers developing. Either it's going to be right at the end of the day as the 175 is well off there. Samet dropping into 6th, possibly dropping further.
Yeah, that all started back at turn number 14 and 13. As he went through that chicane, he took a lot of curve. I think he washed out too wide from 12. Set him off for the rhythm run in 13 and 14. He was then able to be passed by Kennedy, which Kennedy did in 16. And all of that coming together with Samet then having more of the field go by, going wide in 16 to not run into Kennedy. Had him now have to spend the last half lap cleaning those tires back off, and he's lost touch with this quartet that has traded him out for Mad Max Weiland. The Magic Karts continue to show up and show out here at Quaker City. Another move, though, by Antonino, and with a good run here today and another good run tomorrow, he'll be in prime spot for the OKN Junior title going into the night fight at Trackhouse in a little over 2 months' time. Marco Samet, now he's got to deal with Travis Pettit, who's had to come back from the earlier moment, led by Weiland actually going off and ending up with Pettit dropping down the leaderboard. And with this pass here, they're going to get back closer to Pettit still. Kennedy going by on Katowski, who barely gets ahead of Weiland.
And that is what you have to do, is just pick off one card at a time, continue your way forward, keep the battle alive, and kind of just keep the fight alive. They have to survive through as much as they can.
Fastest lap of the session, the 1:29. Travis Pettit continues to roll forward back through this field. He will be a threat tomorrow if the pace continues at this rate. They'll be running a little bit earlier in the day in the peak of the grip if, again, we do get the same weather we had today, which, again, the radar right now starting to look a little more unpredictable. Monday, when I was moving the rig in here, in a matter of minutes, the heavens opened up and absolutely dumped on this place, and that could be the story later in the final two sessions. It could stay away, but the pop-up showers continue to loom, and the battles continue on. Kennedy on Weiland, and behind, Samet versus Pettit. Now Samet with a chance at Weiland, but it's in a section of the track that's pretty much single file. It's too fast here to really make anything happen into 6. Sometimes we've seen moves into 7. Maybe we'll see it here. Pettit thought about it as Samet was kind of on the edge of the track, but then the real move is down here at the end of the straight if you don't have a tow for the car in front, but they're all getting the tow off the back of Kennedy, so they'll stay single file.
Yeah, at this point with the weather, you know, we can look at the radar, we can talk about it, we can look at our phones and say what the weather app says on your phone. I mean, at this point, you're pretty well as good off as walking outside and putting a hand up and kind of saying, what's it doing here? We've hit the point where, you know, the radar may say it's raining and it's doing nothing. The radar is going to say nothing for miles, and it's pouring the rain outside, and that's just kind of where we're at this point. It's a guessing game as we guess up the inside. The 175 of Samet past Weiland there, and that is another move well done there. Weiland losing 3 positions in the matter of 1 lap. The 175 of Samet, the 129 of Pettit continuing to battle their way through and around as they head through the first sector of this lap, heading out of turn 5 and 6 here in the moment. They try to go through that 122 of Risk now, also looking to get a move done on Weiland if possible.
Yeah, Sebastian Riss back there in the 122, now joining the conversation as Pettit finally, again, another good run, but whether or not he is on a different gear might be the reason why he's not been able to make much stick at the end of the major straightaways. With 45 seconds plus 2 laps to go, Travis Pettit now in the run, 2:11, not there. Marco Samet slams that door shut in his face.
And Samet, great defense there, you have to say, just leaving not enough room to the inside, enough room that the nose could have been poked there if he wanted it to, but just also not enough room to really actually make that happen. And that is such a great move to see there as the 129 now is past the 175, going into 1, actually gets that pass done and dusted. Now trying to defend there, the 3 of Weiland trying to look to have a move in the mix as well, as up front Antonino and Katowski have closed up pretty close as well as they go through. Dupuis still, though, is checked out away, isn't even looking over the shoulder at this point. The confidence you have to be Dupuis and just not look over the shoulder, it's amazing to me.
Well, I think, again, the benefit of the Stars Championship Series, having that timer on the finish line straight where the drivers can manage the race by knowing exactly how much time is left, allows a guy like Nathan Dupuis in the middle of this run, when he got out to about 7 or 8 tenths, to maybe take his time, do his tire conservation there, and knowing that he's got a fresh sticker set of MG Yellows staring at him for tomorrow's main as we see seconds start to heat up. Antonino versus Katowski now down the straightaway. At this point, they've only got 2 laps left on these tires. You can pull the pin, start to open it up, and this will build that gap even more so. Crossovers back and forth through 1, 2, and 3. Kwiatkowski still can't get there. It'll still be Antonino for the moment as they crest out of 4 and into 5 and 6. And nothing there, but a long straight and a big gap out front from Antonino. He'll be vulnerable on every major straightaway if Kwiatkowski gets a run. He didn't there in 7, so Buddy can take the normal line into 8.
And as he takes that normal line into 8 here, going around, coming through, just looking, trying to do anything possible at this point for the 192 to get past the 193. Now, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. We've seen passing opportunities aplenty. We see a lot of looks over the shoulder aplenty for Antonino there, trying to look where Kwiatkowski is, trying to really defend where he can, just keep this run going lap by lap, corner after corner. I mean, just continuing to push through.
White flag in the air. Nathan Dupuis still out in front. Now 3 seconds. It'll probably add another second to second and a half depending how this unfolds behind him. Antonino defending. Kwiatkowski outside, inside, outside again. Sending it still on the outside in 3. He'll hit the dust and slide. Pettit as well. A big moment behind. He had just gotten into 4th, and Travis Pettit now drops all the way back, and all that hard work, and you can see the frustration as he bangs his fist off the wheel, realizing that the entire moto he spent charging past all those drivers now goes to the wayside. Production team and shopakr.com replay for sure incoming of what just happened there with as well, of course, Nico Kwiatkowski 3rd, Pettit 4th, and Marco Sam and Edward Kennedy. Max Weiland, Sebastian Rist, let's take a look. Final turn, Rist with a move. Weiland kind of just at that point, again, trying to hang on. And goes a bit wide, and my mistake, I left one out. How about our buddy Jake as well, who's been doing a great job. I forgot because we've had Jake and Simon Sykes floating as our Swiss Army knives throughout the day. They've been on the track, in the booth, running around. They've done a great job as well. A huge thanks to our team. A huge thanks to the Quaker City Motorsports staff, AJ and everyone. They've done such a great job at welcoming 228 entries here for the Stars Championship Series. And we've got 2 more grids of them still to go. OKN Stars, we return from Salem.
Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
OKN Stars getting ready to get the command to fire engines. Blake Nash, just as Nathan Dupuis displayed in the OKN-J Moto number 2 and Moto number 1 for a perfect day for Nate Dogg in the 125 class. Blake Nash is on track for the same. He had pressure early. It kind of subsided, then materialized a bit towards the end, and then by the end of the race, the last couple laps, there was nobody close to Blake Nash. Now, how good did he manage his stuff to be able to still have enough to fight here in Moto number 2? That'll be the big question that'll be answered shortly as they get ready to push off all 20 of your OKN Stars. Blake Nash, and a great qualifying effort once again for Diego Ramos and PSL Karting. They have been next best to the blue, black, and yellow machine. The number 64 is locked in and ready to start your OKN Stars drivers off. Again, Diego Ramos, a lot of notes, I'm sure, and it looked like he was even himself taking a bit of a breather in the final few laps of Moto 1 once he realized he had second clearly covered. This is a recovery drive for Chase Gassiet-Lee and others, as well as our camera crew is quickly trying to make sure while we were getting the shot, there were a few drivers that were slow to fire, and as they bailed for the middle, Hunter bailed for the side. Great job, and sadly, ahead of him, there's an issue. This is Olds. Austin Olds, unable to get off the line. He's going to quickly hop back in and try to refire. He's got a time pulling the decompression valve. Can they get him going? You can see the smoke billowing. It's trying. And Chase Jones doing the full 100-yard, maybe 200-yard sprint there, trying to get him going. And he takes a sigh of relief as his driver makes it out. But now Austin Olds is going to have to hustle if he wants to get up there before the commitment line. And I don't know if he'll make it. There's two specific points on the racetrack that are of note here. You have the commitment zone and you have the formation zone. The commitment zone, I believe, is right around turn number 11. The formation is coming out of turn number 15, more or less. And I'll double check that as well with the official track map on the Stars Discord. You can as well if you're following along at home, along with live timing and the schedule through the day as well. But Blake Nash, Diego Ramos, front of the field, they're hustling. Olds was able to get halfway up. Let's see where he can go. It's going to be 9th on the grid for the number 50. Here we are, Moto 2, OKN Stars, green flag. So far, so good. Still good. Little contact further back. They're going to make it over to 5 and 6 and round that corner right by the pit lane in the grid area. Here we go. Blake Nash, Diego Ramos, Chase Gassiet-Lee slots into 4th. Looks like 2nd is going to go to Henry Wheeler on the Mike Doty Racing entry.
And able to hold on there as we see one driver dip out there. That's the number 40 of Massimino, who is trying to find a move and just start working ahead, carving out one card at a time through this 11-minute plus 2-lap Moto 2. And that is really what you have to do at this point, is just figure it out one at a time and just one card at a time, move your way forward and just continue to push. Pressure up front as we go through around. Wheeler and Nash just continuing to push each other through, but it is going to be Nash who will lead lap 1, dive to the inside of 16, and the number 2 is going to have to slot well out of the way for that one.
He'll drop back to 5th. Remember, Chase Gassiet-Lee and Frankie Iadavea both went out very early in Moto 1. They've essentially only got one heat cycle on their tires. The rest of the field ran the full 11 minutes plus 2 laps, so probably about a 10-lap tire advantage right now. That will stabilize and even out towards the end of the session, but in the early going, Chase Gassiet-Lee, Frankie Iadavea, they are trying to take advantage of the disparity they've got and the fact that they need those points to get a decent spot for tomorrow's main. Behind them, you saw going wide Maverick McKenna in the 17, just out of Mason Kuhn, losing a little bit of ground out of 7. So Gassiet-Lee on the charge. What a run here for the number 31. He's already up to the bumper of Wheeler.
And watch Gassiet-Lee here continue to charge, continue to put pressure. Wheeler, as you pointed out, one of the drivers who did not get the advantage of tires here at this point with that difference in laps and heat cycles going through, as the 31 of Gassiet-Lee will continue to push here. And I would not be surprised to see Gassiet-Lee go win, not if, going through is the 50. Look at that, trying to have a dive through on the 2 and trying to keep this battle alive here in the mid to backpack.
He was working on Paulie Massimino with Ramos right there ready to follow. All 3 of them, you could throw a blanket over them, and you could do the same for the front trio and nearly 4. Frankie Iadavea continuing to impress here on his first OKN Stars start. Blake Nash, a number of drivers as well, starting to rip some tape off the radiators to keep the engines right at the temperature they want them. That's another benefit of the onboard data gauges. They can see the water temp of the motor. They're shooting for a specific number, and so they'll start it with maybe a little bit more coverage of the radiator, and then whether they've got the adjustable flap or just pieces of tape, they'll be rolling the flap down or pulling the tape off as the engine heats up, and to try and get some more airflow to it to keep it cool. Here's Gassiet-Lee side by side with Henry Wheeler. It won't happen there. He'll now be under pressure, and here comes Iadavea with a run. He'll not get to third, but he almost did. He'll close right up now. And behind, Austin Olds has fallen to the wayside from Diego Ramos. Passed there by Gassiet Lee and Idavea. Wheeler will lose another one as Massimino finds a way by.
Major moment there for Wheeler to drop 3 places down into 5th place now. But this is going to open things up for Gassiet Lee to chase down Nash. Blake Nash has looked absolutely bulletproof time and time again. But is this the chink in the armor we're starting to see as Massimino is now having the dive on Idavea and gets through into P number 4. Massimino now also on a charge. So just add that cart to the list as that's a big off. Actually, from Massimino going through.
He got some help. Idavea kind of gave him a little boot and scoot, and now Massimino will lose another one. Wheeler gets by. Here comes Ramos as well. I was about to say, Paulie Massimino riding arguably the biggest wave of momentum he's had in quite some time off the win in Road America at the U.S. Pro Kart Series a couple weeks back, but now he loses another one. Ramos by, and behind him, Austin Olds makes it work on the inside of Maverick McKenna and brings his teammate Mason Kuhn with him as one of the leaders has gone off into the wall. Into the wall. Is that Gassiet Lee? It is. The rookie out from second, hunting down Blake Nash. He got wide and sideways coming up and over the hill at turn 2. And a recovery drive from the DNF in heat number 1 ends in the red and white Scribner barriers.
That is heartbreak from Gassiet Lee, and that is going to be such a big moment to have here. And look at the back right.
I think we got some moisture. I think we have some rain. Hands are going in the air. Are we going red right now, folks, or are the drivers just saying that they're seeing it? No.
No, that is rain.
That is definitely red flag.
Red flag.
Rain in the air. This session will come to a halt, and I don't know what the procedure will be for Chase Gassiet Lee, but I'll tell you what I do know, and that is when a red flag comes out before the halfway mark, which is right before where we are, they go back to the last completed timing loop lap, which would put him back to second. That said, what does that do for a class like OKN Stars when the drivers are not allowed to refire their engines? And he obviously was in the wall with the engine off. So that's a lot to break down and try to figure out. And I think we're going to have some time to think about it because it is pouring here in Ohio. A sun shower has just developed right over top of Quaker City Motorsports Park. And you can hear the rain hitting the tents of our camera crew. They are out on the racetrack, as are the officials. You can see it.
Salem. It has opened up. I can smell the rain now. This is crazy.
Well, this gives us a moment again to kind of debrief from what just happened for Chase Gassiet Lee. Again, he was all by himself off the timing chart that you could see. He was second and a half clear of third, about a half second ahead or behind Blake Nash, 7/10 at the line, and just over the hill at turn 2. And whenever the rain may have started, it might have just been enough to get him out of shape. And you can see him there on the far side trying to refire and get into the scale line. But now, here's the other thing. While they are water-cooled motors, they all have air boxes to get airflow to push the fuel through the carburetor on the front. Now, they have a cover to pull air from the side that they put on when they go in the rain. But they don't run that in the dry. So Gassiet Lee is getting a ton of water now, dropping down into his airbox as they're trying to refire. His tuner, Chad Dawkins, is probably stressed beyond belief right now, trying to hope that if they are allowed to restart in second, that they're going to be A-OK because, again, they would have had a tire advantage. Now that's wiped away, and the slate will be wiped clean. They'll be going out on the MG White rain tires when they return. So let's take a moment here, catch our breaths, take a moment to go quiet on comms, and if we can, we'll take a moment to allow our partners to have a word as well while we gather our bearings here and get ready for the final 2 sessions of the day just before halfway. 4 laps completed in OKN Stars, and the heavens have opened here in Ohio.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Well, welcome to the BJR tent here, where you're seeing a couple of drivers and teams kind of working on the go-karts. James Overbeck, Paulie Massimino. Probably some gear changes going on here. Looking at Matt Overbeck, looking at James's go-kart there, and yeah, taking the chain guard off. Probably gonna make a gear change. I'm assuming a tire change as well here. Spoke to Eli Fox on the grid as well. He's getting ready for his shifter event a little bit later on, but obviously we're gonna go back green for the OKN Stars here in about 10 to 15 minutes time. But he thinks it's going to be slicks for the shifter guys. I tend to agree. I'm looking at the surface when we were walking into the tent, and the surface is quite literally evaporating before my very eye. So again, this is a bit of an unknown here at Quaker City, how fast the track is going to dry. But in terms of the surface here in the grid, it's drying quite quickly here. And again, the sun is already baking. It's gone from a nice breeze, like I mentioned earlier, to quite hot pretty quickly here. So again, as we look at James Overbeck's go-kart, again, making a bit of a gear change. I'm assuming they're going to go up a couple of teeth here, probably one or two at least. But you don't want to take too many risks, obviously, because you don't really know what the track's going to be like. So, again, looking at James making a couple of adjustments here on the front end of the go-kart as well. So, assuming they're going to go probably a bit of half-seas here, right? You don't want to go full wet setup. You don't want to go and completely stay on the dry setup, but you don't want to get caught off guard and go too far one way or the other. I'd love to talk to James here in a moment, but I want to get him obviously to focus on his front end of the go-kart. No mistakes here, obviously, from James. Good to see the drivers working on the go-karts too, by the way. This is always really cool because Again, these are drivers on one end of the spectrum, also mechanics on the other. And again, good to see all the guys stuff here. James, real quick, I know you're working here. You can keep working. You can talk to me at the same time here. What are we kind of working on here on the front of the go-kart?
So actually, this kind of works out well. Paulie made some changes to his kart before this session, and he took off pretty well, so it seemed to work. So we're now trying that on my kart. So it's kind of a blessing in disguise. I didn't get that great of a start, and we've kind of been struggling all weekend so far. But yeah, it's definitely be interesting to see. So we're not really changing it because of the differing track conditions, but we are changing it just because we feel like it's dry. We're changing gear as well, so it's kind of a mini break between heat races. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Any idea what we're going to do tire strategy yet? You think we're going to keep them on slicks?
I think we're going to be dry. I mean, I didn't even know it was raining when the red flag came out, so it'll definitely for the time.
Thanks, James. And yeah, apologies there a little bit for the mic range. Obviously, we're kind of stretching our legs on what we could do here into the tent, but it's always cool to get a little bit of insider information there from James.
So, great stuff from Alex, and thank you to the BJR crew for allowing us to get a peek behind the curtain and into the camp. They're a pretty good ways down from us, and where we are, we're located down outside of Turn 7, and Alex was able to work his way over there and see Miss Linda for probably a little snack on the side too, but I would do that if I was him. It's been a hot day, and while the rain might have felt good, and you could see in the skyline how close the shower is and also how small it is, because you can see plenty of kind of blue sky behind the clouds in the kind of right-hand side. There's still some rain along the bottom, but already the track, albeit darker than before, is so hot still that the water is evaporating off the surface in real time. So while everyone has gone into the changeover to rain tires, I don't think that's what's going on the number 64. Alex.
Well, it looks like you guys thought about the rains. I think you're going to think better of it here. Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, pretty much. I think we're just going to add a little bit of caster and keep the dry setup on and go from there.
Heard from James. He said, listen, the track's large enough to where I don't know if you didn't. I didn't know it was raining until 2 minutes after the red flag came out because the rain was so slow. Did you guys realize it was raining when you were out there?
No, honestly, no. I thought someone wrecked because as we came through that, like the first section of the track, it seemed completely dry to me. And then as I got towards the last couple corners, I saw the drops coming down. But I thought, honestly, it was just a wreck. I didn't know it was raining out there at all. So,
how tricky is a situation like this? Because this is a racetrack that, one, you guys haven't been to in the first place. Two, we don't know what the drainage is like, right? So it didn't rain that much. The track looks to be already drying quite good. You said you're making a bit of a caster change. Is this more of like a siding on the air of caution a little bit? You don't want to go too far in the wrong direction?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, none of us have raced here before, so we're kind of just using knowledge from situations we've had in the past, but at the end of the day, it's an unknown, so.
What was the kart feeling like before the red flag came out? It looked like you were rolling pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, it was on rails. I couldn't mess up if I wanted to, so.
Well, there you go. Blake Nash feeling pretty confident. Obviously, the track's going to be a little bit different now for the Nash Motorsports machine. See how it works out here when we get rolling green shortly.
Interesting call, but again, I kind of like it, and I don't think it's the wrong one. I think with how long they still have left in the session here, Bradley, that the dry tires are going to pay off, and he's not alone. Henry Wheeler staged up with the reins on the kart stand, but back on the slick tires on the race kart, and so maybe making a slight adjustment, but I mean, you're not even seeing necessarily the right rear tire come off, which if any of the drivers up here would have done that, that would have been to more than likely make a gear ratio change and try to bank on maybe a little bit less straight line speed, a little more giddy up out of the corners with the lack of grip. But I mean, look at this. Already patches of lighter surface starting to materialize here. There's definitely going to be some wet spots. We've already touched on, you can see, oh man, how many rocks have been drug onto the racetrack from all of the off-track moments that have happened throughout the day. Today, I mean, even here down at turn 7, it looks like it's got just a dirt patch across it. You've still got scattered rubber marbles and pieces off the top.
Part that concerns me is that rhino liner, and those rocks. You summed it up so perfectly. I couldn't have said it better myself. In those rocks, you summed it up so perfectly. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's the fact that usually a slick tire that is warm and well going together can fight its way through a little bit of water. Now the track is drying up, but the part that is holding the water that concerns me is that rhino liner. It is that part where they've added that extra grip into the track. And here's the thing with that rhino liner. It is great when it's dry. When it's hot, when it's dry, it's going to grip, it's going to grab. I mean, you could put your shoe on it and hold on. But whenever it is wet, I mean, look, that is the only section of the track that is holding water, and that is going to be like stepping on ice.
Let's hear from another boots-on-the-ground person. How about our very own KC data analyst and PSL karting zone, Lucas Noguera. He's standing by with Alex here with 2 minutes till we go green.
Thanks, Andrew. Lucas, I'm not going to ask you what you guys changed or what's going on within the go-kart, but what's going on in your head right now? What's kind of the thought process behind the changes you guys have made?
So with the small rain that we had, I'm sure the track is going to be tricky for the first few laps. All we want to do, speak with the driver, make him understand that the first few laps is tricky. He needs to be calm and avoid making any mistakes that will cost him too much time. And on a go-kart, we need to make changes that will help him feel comfortable with that. And if we can give him a little bit more power on the bottom and trade from some top speed, I think it works as well. So we'll see.
Is there concern at all with the rhino liner being put down? It's going to become a little bit slippier?
Oh, yeah, I think those patches that they put on the track will definitely be slippery on the first few laps. But, at this point, it's a lot on the driver. We trust the driver, and I'm sure all the teams, they trust the driver in this kind of situations, right? So we'll see.
Thank you, Lucas.
You're welcome.
There you have it from Lucas Noguera. And, again, this is good news maybe for Diego Ramos and PSL Karting. They didn't look like they were exceptionally strong there in the first few laps that we witnessed. He was good in the middle of Moto number 1. Will he be good now with a shortened Moto number 2, essentially, because they're going to be grouped back up. We were curious and checking in with race control for confirmation of what's to go down now. For one, again, we knew that the green flag will go back out, or at least the command to fire engines will go out here at 4:15, which is now, as our countdown timer, less than a minute away. The rest of it should go back on 4 laps complete. Blake Nash will be the leader. Beyond that, lots of questions still, but more intel from Alex.
Yeah, guys, so they're going to go back to the last completed lap. So a bit of a mulligan there for Chase Gassiet-Lee, who found the outside wall. They're going to let him go back and restart P2.
He's got a few more years before he can go down the road to the Hard Rock Casino, but count your lucky stars. Coastal Link's own Chase Gassiet-Lee here, Bradley. He gets to restart from second after ending up in the wall with the single file restart that will commence here. And it'll be 4 laps complete, and I don't know exactly how much time will go back up on the board, but the number 31 is going to get another shot at it.
So it is going to be 60% of the overall session time left is the official answer being given in the Stars Events announcements.
So there you go. It'll be just a moment here. This is a look back at the steam and the evaporation of the moisture off the circuit. That's still going on right now, but we're about to go green. Before we do, let's go back down to Alex one more time.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Chase, well, yeah, pretty lucky here. Threw it off the racetrack, get to restart P2. Kind of what happened there before the red flag came out?
Yeah, I was just trying to catch Blake, and then I just oversent into the double right and just got over the curb and just couldn't turn.
Obviously, issue in Pro Moto 1. You kind of got away with it there in Pro Moto 2, rolling off P2. You think you have the pace here for Blake when we get restarted?
We'll see how wet the track is.
Any changes for you guys? You kind of just keeping it baseline, or you make some sort of adjustments for you?
Baseline we go.
Thanks, Chase.
Thank you.
And again, I don't think he's alone. There was really a bit of movement, throughout the rain dance that always will happen in a moment like this, and it's standard protocol where if they have the inclement weather to an extreme degree, like what we just witnessed there, Bradley, that they will red flag a session. If it's past halfway, it will be called. Very similar to the NASCAR races if they do get rain shortened. If it's before halfway, they'll be able to send them back out and restart off the previous completed lap where the whole field still seem to be holding some water in them. But even on the out lap, having the 20 karts go over that, it'll be a little bit tricky probably the first couple of laps in, but they will dry once they get some heat put back into them and karts driving over them. It's just going to be where do you go on that first lap on the restart when the field's all packed up and you have the most amount of positions to gain, or the easiest way to gain a lot of positions because they're all close. It's also the easiest way to lose a lot of positions if you make the wrong decision.
You have got to be brave. You've got to be smart. And, one of the things that we talk about sometimes with racing, we haven't really talked about it today. Today's really felt like a big run of skill. But right now we've taken the fun run here of Lady Luck and put Lady Luck into the mix here. So this is going to be such a weird situation to find ourselves in that we've taken it from just the case of be really smart, run really hard, and now we've added maybe get a little bit lucky. And if you get a little bit lucky, you're going to really have a good time here. And that is the part that I'm kind of looking at, is we get plenty of love there from Nash, as we deserve here. But let's walk down through. So the 64, and then, of course, the 31 finding second place again. That mulligan that was thrown, so beneficial there. I will say, Hunter, please don't get run over this time if you can avoid it there. So we go through the 76 of Ida Veda will be in third, and Wheeler in fourth. Diego Ramos will go fifth. Pauly Massimino will be number 6 going through, and Massimino looks very ready to party here. The number 17 of Maverick McKenna will start out P7 here. Looks like getting in the zone, and P number 8 there will find Mason Kuhn going through.
So going back there to the 05 MPG driver, you can see that right side pod has gotten pretty marked up, and he's not alone. There's been plenty of close quarters action through the OKN Stars field. So now it's about that time to let them loose once again and get after it. We've got still the Pro Stars drivers eagerly awaiting, trying to decide what they want to do when it comes down to the end of the day for their session, the final. And what will we see with the gearbox karts? I mean, the benefits for them, they're able to manage kind of the differing grip in the middle of the corner probably a little bit easier than the single speed classes that are trying to carry mid-corner speed. They would just back down their entry a little bit and still try to pivot in the center, and by the time they'd be past the Rhino liner would be the time, even in a perfectly dry track, that they would be having the wheel straight and really putting the power down. So a lot for the gearbox drivers that they're able to use, having the 6 gears, having the front brakes, that extra stability too, being able to adjust the bias of the front to the rear compared to the single speed classes that are rear brake only. I mean, that's another talking point here about grip conditions. Okay, yes, track is drying and it doesn't have a lot of standing water, and it's for the most part lightening up, but it's going to be nowhere near the grip in the brake zone that they just had in the opening 4 laps. It will get there probably by the end of the session, if not sooner, but that first lap, you cannot afford a major brake lockup because you won't have that extra grip on contact to the surface that you did in the first try to get this moto underway. And again, if they spin out, they go off, and the engine dies, the engine stalls out, their session dies and stalls out as well. They're not allowed to refire the bump start engine classes. So final adjustments here. You once you get to the grid and get the kart down, or even once you're really inside that fence on the stand or down, then only have them drop the stand back there at that Mazda Motorsports 10 at grid entry. The only final adjustment allowed to be done is air pressure. There are no tools allowed. You cannot going out anymore. Fuel on the grid, that'll has to be done either at your pit area or behind the grid if you're going to make it. That's why you were seeing Alex there talking to Blake Nash and showing some of the karts behind the building, kind of in the staging area, because that's where you're allowed to work on the machines. So a different style red flag procedure than if it were a red with the karts on the track for a crash or role of the medical team. That would be, as we see, a close call for Austin Olds again. And now again, the kart comes to a halt, and they've got to do another restart run for the number 50 as karts are flying by. But to finish the point there, if it were a red flag for the medical crew for an on-track incident and the karts were on track, they would not be allowed to make any mechanical adjustments. That's the standard there. Difference here, but James Overbeck able to get away on the second try. They're still trying with Austin Olds, still trying, still running along with Hunter as well. What a great job with the mobile angle. And again, it stalls out, and now to the third try. This is doomsday for Austin Olds' hopes and the MPG crew. He already had to start further back than his qualifying effort on the first try for Moto 2. A shorter try now. The field is forming up back at turn 16. If he gets going at all at this point, they'll be getting ready to go green. He'll be a half lap back, and now there it is, the official word from Justin Newcomb. Austin Olds will not be on track for Moto number 2. Blake Nash is. Chase Gassiet-Lee is second. Aya DeVea is third. We're ready to go back to action. 6 minutes and 5 seconds plus 2 laps. OKN Stars is green again. All clean there through 3, 4, and 5 now. Blake Nash, Gassiet-Lee, Aya DeVea. Look at the move there, right off the rip into 6. An attempt and a move done by Henry Wheeler. And Aya DeVea gets put 3 wide. Now 2 wide on the outside. No grip there, trying to find a gap in line. The 76 is going to get swarmed as Blake Nash leads them up to 8.
Aya DeVea dropping well down the order here on the restart, maybe being a little bit too timid here as we see karts going all over the place through turn number 8, trying to go outside, inside, anywhere but the actual racing line, trying to avoid any issues that they can. Maverick McKenna
for the lead.
Oh, big run for the lead here.
Gassiet-Lee gets by on Blake Nash in the run to 11. And just like that, from 0 to hero, Chase Gassiet-Lee is going to lead at the end of lap number 5. At end of lap number 6, actually, across the line. Marked as 6 on the books and marked as the 31 out in front. Nash second and off the racetrack as well. James Overbeck going off in 16, so we'll follow him as he tries to recover. The BJR driver, the most recent race winner, and a podium run at round 1 is now to the back of Moto number 2. Gassiet-Lee to Nash to Wheeler, and what a restart for Maverick McKenna on the JHD Kart Republic. He had to go to the emergency room yesterday. He had bandages on his wrists and his hands, and he was saying, yeah, no, I'm coming back. And man, is he rolling. P4 off the drop of the green.
Yeah, Maverick McKenna, great run there. Gassiet-Lee, talk about lucky. I said it before, you needed a little bit of luck, and for Gassiet-Lee in the Coastal Inc. car, all of the luck has come back, and Gassiet-Lee in the lead right now. Nash in second place, going to be trying to chase here as much as possible. But to tell you what, Henry Wheeler looks to be more on an attack than Nash is here as they cross the line. Let's get an update on the gaps. 5.5 tenths between Gassiet-Lee and Nash as they go through, as Kohler has dropped well down the order here into P14. But up front, Gassiet-Lee, Nash, Wheeler, top 3 with McKenna, Massimino, Ramos, and Aya DeVea. Your top 7 here, Kuhn in P number 8, and they just continue to run through single file for now. But 3.5 minutes left to go. They've got to get going if they want that lead.
Again, Chase Gassiet-Lee, had it not dried up, had they gone to wet tires, would have lost that tire advantage by going out in Moto 1. Now he still has it as they've stayed on the slicks, and they're fighting behind him. That was for second. Contact, and something just flew off the racetrack there. I don't think it came off either one a second or third. I think they just pushed some of the debris off to the wayside. Or it might have been
close together. Look over the shoulders for everyone up close together. Look over the shoulders for everyone. I believe that was Kuhn who just ran off the track a little bit further behind. But that 17 of McKenna, really the cork in the bottle right now for Massimino and Ramos trying to get through. Let's see what happens going around here as they come through. Gassiet-Lee again, though, just keeping the run down the inside. The 40, Massimino thinking about a look into turn 11. doesn't go for the look. Now let's see, did that open Massimino up to any attack from Diego Ramos? I don't believe so, but this might be the setup into 16.
There it is, and the number 2 goes by. Paulie, it looked like kind of both a bit of a defensive maneuver as well as an attempt on McKenna, and probably more defensive for the number 40 going into 11, and that again threw off the rhythm through that section, and it allowed Diego to just set him up and easily go on by there in 16, and he's already rolled that momentum right back up to the back of the 17. Let's see if Ramos can get another one. He's close, out of 6, out of 7. He'll be right on the heels of McKenna. He won't have to do any work for it. Maverick goes wide, drops a tire. Here comes Paulie. Can he get there? Not into 8. He'll be on the bumper. And contact. Oh. And Ayadavea, is he going to get them both? He'll pull alongside Massimino. It won't be there. McKenna tried to get back to Paulie, and it sends Frankie to the wayside. Off the track goes the 76.
Ayadaveda will join back in, loses 1 position though there to Kuhn, and then it will be Lourenco who also gets by, and actually that is Andriados in the 32 getting by. So unfortunately Ayadaveda just day going from bad to worse here. With under 60 seconds to go, this will be 3 laps to go where they cross the line. I believe here Gassi Lee going through, still leading Massimino up into 5th, and you can see Ayadaveda on the scoreboard all the way down to P11, unfortunately, losing out big time on positions. Overbeck has managed to claw back up into P12.
Yeah, decent recovery for James. Alex caught up with him there during the break over in the tent, and they were taking advantage of essentially an intermission of the dry conditions, saying Paulie made a change to his car. It worked. James made the same front end adjustment to his now, and well, I don't know if the results will show a positive benefit, because he's still so far back, not just in position, but the gaps have really opened up. Right now, I mean, he's 9 seconds away from race leader Chase Gassioli. Let's take another look from the side angle. You see McKenna trying to stay on the inside. I think more than anything, he just kind of got out of shape, and again, locked the rears up on the entry. And not only that, Massimino was trying to widen his arc as much as possible up to the side of Ayadavea. Ayadavea was just trying to hold his own on the outside going in, and that little pop between Ayadavea's front tire and Massimino's left rear was enough to just get Frankie out of shape. And then once again, you're offline, off camber, angled down the hill in turns 9 and 10. You're just going on a slip and slide down the embankment, and that's what happened right there. So it is now promoted, a handful forward. McKenna's still okay. That was Mason Kuhn and Aiden Lourenco we were following along with. And up front, that tire advantage, I think it started to go away, and Blake Nash is once again fastest of the front runners. He knocked a 10th and a quarter off the lead to Gassi Lee, last the shoulder there out of 7. We'll have to take another look back at that after this race concludes of what went wrong for what was a great run in the works for Mason Kuhn and for Aiden Lourenco. And now MPG Motorsports have both of their drivers failing to see the checkered flag in Moto 2. Olds not able to refire off the grid following or getting ready for the restart. Kuhn out, coming to the white flag. And as they head through 13, 14, 15, well, it can't be crazier of a day for this young man, but he takes advantage of the opportunity that presented itself. Gassi Lee wins Moto 2. Blake Nash second. Wheeler, Ramos, Massimino, your top 5. Look at this drag race further back for 6. Maverick McKenna and Frankie Ayadavea through the dirt and marbles and rocks, and there's another one around. Satvik Sarathi, the Dan Devereaux Racing Tony Kart driver, has stalled at the exit of turn 16. He'll drop down a couple spots. He was 13th to start the last lap. I think he'll only fade 2 back to 15th as Kyler Cheatham takes it from chaos reigning in OKN Stars, and literally raining. I'm back on lap 5, but Chase Gassioli ends up victorious.
What happened? Contact. So the number you go by 15? 15.
Down on the scales with Henry Wheeler. Henry, I haven't spoken to you all weekend. The pace looks pretty good for you so far this weekend. How would you kind of sum it up?
Yeah, so we started off really good, and then the middle of the weekend we just were lacking a little bit, didn't get good sessions in, and first heat was good, and then we kind of figured out what we needed. When it was dry, it was really quick in the first half of the second heat, but then eventually once the rain came out, my setup just wasn't quite as good in the rain as what they had. So we're still working with it. Different engine for this race, and we're working with what we got, but it's going pretty good. So I think we're going to do good for tomorrow.
You talk about the setup that you had, the start of Moto 2 versus the end of it all. How big of a track change was it from after the rain versus before?
There wasn't honestly too much. I think the track, if anything, got a little faster. The first few laps was a little rough, and then my motor just didn't have the same bottom that they do, so I couldn't come out of the corners with the rain. And then eventually I just started banging in laps, but the gap kind of stayed the same for the rest of the race.
What's it going to take to go out there and chase Blake there?
I think in the first heat second heat, the first half of it, I think what we had was pretty solid. A few tweaks, I think, for tomorrow, and we should be right there.
Thanks, Henry.
Thank you.
Taking a look back here at that AKR replay, this is a look at the moment for Mason Kuhn and Aiden Larenko. And then here as well, final lap, Maverick McKenna versus Frankie Iadaveda the line. And at the end of this shot, I think we'll see, oh, wow! Sadvik Sarathi up onto the left side of Alex Sharma, trying to get a last corner send-in for the Moto ends. And well, it ends with him sending himself down 2 spots and ending with a DNF. My goodness, what a moment right there. So, a moment to regroup for us, regroup for everybody else, and back at it. Pro Stars, Andrew Boydeshow. You could see the grin behind the helmet there. He is having a great time. He's ready for more action here. On the other hand, I don't think he's got a lot of friends behind him based on the way Moto number 1 went down, Bradley.
No friends at all, and it's unfortunate to see that in a situation, but honestly, that is where you find yourself sometimes, is to win, you got to be the bad guy in somebody's book. And so we find them as they come out. AJ Myers here up in front, and Andrew Boydeso there in second, Mateus Morgado in third, CJ Bowman fourth, and then it's White, Ronaldin in P6 there, Steins, Saraceno, Quinn, Bailiff, your top 10 here as they go.
Moving back, Jay Irwin climbed forward, was in the top 5, and then went out with 2 to go. With the white flag looming in Moto number 1. He'll start alongside fellow Bureau Art Luke Powers. Eli Falk, who's in the Leading Edge Motorsports CRG, out on the opening lap for the 270. He was not alone. Powers, of course, out in that one, and plenty more further back also looking for some big runs. Ashton Henkel and Andy Rule back on row 8. Mitchell Lowry and Logan Hickman. David Carmody and Tegan Poles complete the first 10 rows back in 19th and 20th. And there are 28 total starters. Keep an eye on Josh Conker in the 254 Maranello starting from the rear on the outside of row 14. He didn't really get to show us what he was made of in Moto 1, but when you compare the fact that he did not run qualifying because he couldn't make it on Friday, and he only ran the warm-up, which is, again, different set of tires, and all of 4 laps in Moto number 1 before he went out, the Canadian will have a massive tire advantage. He should be able to hopefully put that to really good use here in Moto 2. Let's see it as you see him and Jonathan Ocasio pulling into the final couple stalls. Ocasio picked up 14 spots in Moto 1. He needs another good run like that to get near the front row. His teammates, Myers, Boydeshow, Moto 2, Pro Stars, to the lights for the final time today from Salem, Ohio. Away we go. Oh man, 2 in the wall. 2 drivers out at turn 1, and a huge lead for Andrew Boydeshow, and it's Conker out, and one of the Maranello drivers along with him, teammates, the 211, and massive damage along with the 207. That's Tegan Poles. She's out. conquer out 3 of the red and black machines. Gone off the start.
Big moments there in the first few corners. We always say turn 1, lap 1 is the scariest. I would almost argue with this track you need to say turn 1, lap 6, because there are many moments there going through. Quinn was also involved in that moment going through. Brent Cruz with a bent axle is going to be out. So Brent Cruz, the day couldn't be much worse. 2 lap 1 DNFs through both events today. It'll be a long day tomorrow as we get our Shop AKR replay on the side here of that turn 1, lap 1 moment.
Yeah, let's see it. We're going to get kind of half of it. Gavin Bailiff goes sideways in front of the field. Ian Quinn around. There's Cruz sandwiched again as they hit him from all sides. And the LEM CRG still crossed the line. And if there is one tough customer that is going to try and ride out a bent axle, it'd be the number 270. Let's see what he can do, as behind or ahead of him here is this scrum. This is second and third. Myers, Morgado, and now CJ Bowman, who was up there. He's not there anymore. Off the racetrack for the sophomore Pro Stars driver. He was side by side with Adrian Reneden, and off the wayside goes CJ. Into the pit lane. We're getting reports here. Brent Cruz has pulled in, and he'll try to salvage Sunday from the back of the field. But for the front, a huge shakeup. What a launch for Andrew Boydeshow. A 1.1 second lead to boot here at the end of lap 2.
Boydeshow has completely checked out. That Magic Kart in P1 has absolutely Houdini'd its way forward. Myers there in second place. AJ Myers will run through. We'll see what the strategy call will be between these two. We saw what happened earlier on today around 1:45 p.m. when they ran Pro Show Moto 1. Now, what will happen in Moto 2 is the same strategy coming through. What will happen for Morgado? How aggressive will they look to get these passes going as we continue to see battles all the way through the field going through, but really all eyes still looking second place. Myers, Morgado, what will happen?
8 minutes plus 2 laps. Lots of time left. Lots of time for Jay Irwin to right the wrongs of the morning. Ashton Hankel around right in front of Eli Fox. The 222 had nowhere to go. And out goes the rookie, Ashton Hankel, and PSL Karting from 8th last time by the timing loop, then battling with Bowman and Fox at the end of the top 10. He goes to the wayside. Fox will fall back. And up front, while Boydeshow still holds a decent lead, Myers closed in, Morgado closed in on both of them, and you know who closed in on all 3? It's the Frenchman, Adrian Reneden, purple, last time by. Let's see what happens here as we got a little look at the aftermath and the moment down at 11 while they race for second up on the top of your screen off the racetrack there for Ashton Hankel. AJ Myers really parking the bus right there in turn number 8. Single file here. Let's go side by side as well. Down to Alexander Searle. He's got Brent Cruz with him as they fight for P2.
Thanks, Andrew. Down here at Brent Cruz. Brent, I mean, a lot of chaos in turn number 1. How do you sum it up from your perspective?
Yeah, I think Gavin Bailiff got on top of somebody, and everybody was just trying not to crash. I felt like I was going to miss it, and then I got driven into from behind. But I'm just grateful to be here after such a long time off. Been doing a lot of car stuff, and feel like we're on the right route there. This stuff's a lot harder than I remember it being. It's crazy to say I feel like I was better at 12 than I am 17, but it's kind of how I'm feeling. The CRG and Mega Power is probably the best package I've ever had. Just trying to figure out how to use it.
Thanks, Brent.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate Brent Cruz making time for us here at the end of a rough Saturday. And AJ Myers, Mateus Morgado, there is no love lost for these two. They have had a storied history over the last year and a half, and I think we're about to write another chapter in the book here, Bradley. AJ obviously struggling for pace right now. Morgado is watching Andrew Boydeshow still loom just barely up the road. He thinks he can get there if he can just find a way past the number 1 plate, but Myers is covering every single corner, and Reneden right now is trapped behind both of them, and if he can't get by, he'll be under pressure soon from the Maranello of Justin White in the 232. We've got a lot of storylines unfolding right before our eyes here in Moto 2, and AJ Myers and Mateus Morgado right now are the top one. Let's see it out of turn 6 this time.
if I could give a piece of advice to Morgado, if anyone can get this to him, don't go for the pass out of turn 8. Because Myers sees that coming a mile and a half away, and look at that, the major block here. But now try to cross it over. Myers is just parking the bus. I wouldn't even say parking the bus. I would say parking a Boeing 747. He finally gets it up the inside, though.
He got it out of 8.
That's what you got to do.
Out of 8. He got it out of 8. That's even on the jinxes here. I jinxed Brent Cruz for sure with our Q of M. And out of turn 8 into turn 9, Morgado shows the nose, finds a gap, and makes room for himself to get to second. Now Renanden's going to try the same through the rocks on the inside of 6, and it's going to jam them all up. Saraceno into the back of Justin White. He's bent up his rear bumper, but the Frenchman is through. Jay Irwin will pick up another one. That's another spot down for the Kiwi. P7 for the 206. Next up on the chopping block will be Vincenzo. And he knows it. A little narrow there. Out of 5, 6. Oh, Irwin with a big send and a half there. Off the racetrack goes Saraceno, and Bowman gets back by.
Bowman back by, and I hate to say it, but Myers, the cork in the bottle is removed. If you are up front in the 278 right now, when you're coming through this section, through turn 9, through turn 12, 13, 14, where you can look around, you're going to look and you're going to see what has just happened. You're going to see that your teammate is gone, and you are in trouble at this point. You have no friends, nothing, as the 228 here is going for a move. This is a
Bowman
great
on
move.
Irwin. They continue to go back and forth. Irwin finally got back around him out of 8 that time, and then CJ following Jay crossed him up out of 11. Irwin slid wide, and now he's got to deal with Charlie Steins and the TKG Bureau Art of Gavin Bailiff. But all the while, let me say that we have seen this story before. Mateus Morgado late in the race, charging. Last time by, 2/10 faster than Andrew Boydishow. He will get there at that rate. And he was not happy with the way that Andrew was driving in Moto 1. Andrew, obviously with his post-race emotions, didn't care. He is back. He is fast. He is leading the way. And while he's not as fast as Morgado, it will be tough to try and rip the lead from him. Here is a look at that move. Morgado able to just barely send it enough. A little elbow grease, but he got it done. And from that moment on, AJ, I think once he knew Morgado had slipped by, wasn't going to fight all too hard to keep stacking up more drivers behind him. He allowed Renanden to get to the inside there in 16, didn't go all the way down to the marbles, and he's been rewarded for that by having a bit of a cushion now out back to Justin White. So the top 5 are all spread apart, and it's another 2.5 tenths lopped off the gap by Morgado. Adrian Renanden even faster on the Velocity Racing Factory Sodi. He was a half-second quicker than Boydishow as there's problems for Steins. Charlie Steins is off in the infield of turn number 4.
Charlie Steins off on the infield there of 4. That is going to be his day done and dusted. Sounds like it is an engine issue, getting information that the engine blew up. Or the exhaust failed, one or the other. Either way, that is the day done and dusted mechanically for Steins. Ronanden currently has fresher tires.
Yeah, because he went out as well, right? We talked about Brent going out in Moto 1 and Luke Powers. Well, Adrian Renanden was a sandwich on the inside of it, going 3 wide into a 1-lane corner, and it took him out of the first moto. So he also only really had the qualifying session on his MG Yellows. And even though we're at the latter stage of Moto number 2, there's nothing left, no reason to leave anything on the table equipment-wise for tomorrow. They're going to get a sticker set that'll even the playing field for the main. So at this point, if you're Renanden, maximize some more, and he's doing just that. Another 2/10 faster than Morgado, who once again has gone 2/10 better than Boydishow. This race is going to go down to the wire. This time by, they'll get 3 laps to go because we'll be just under the full lap distance to make it 4. That would be good news for Boydishow if that lead was just a little bit bigger. But at a 2 or 3/10 a lap gain, at the rate they're closing in, Morgado will be right on him on the final lap, if not sooner. And you can see Boydishow struggling, bouncing through the rubber in 16. How much of a gain? Nearly half a second that time by. 3 to go. The leaders are down to less than a second apart. The top 3 are all together. Morgado second, Rennan in third. Problems further back for CJ Bowman. He's been collected in some more chaos. This time it looks like it may have once again involved potentially either Jay Irwin or Justin White, one of the two, and he is down to the wayside. We are losing them and dropping them like flies.
It's been such a long day here, but in the end, this is going to end in absolute fireworks because look what's happened up front. Morgado has absolutely closed this gap to Bordeshow going in. It will be 2 laps to go when they cross the line, and at this point, I mean, Bordeshow has nothing to give, nothing to play with. Morgado has nothing, and look who's right on the back of this. Ronaldin is right in the mix. What do you do in this situation if you're Bordeshow? Where do you look? What do you do? Because this is absolutely crazy. It's so hard to find any sort of position here, and here's the 2 to go signal from the flagman going through the sticks through, and what was the gap? A 10.5 at the line. And as they go into turn 1, this is where Morgado is going to really get the elbows out. I'm telling you right now, this 278 and this 262, this is going to be the hardest racing we've seen all day.
Now, oh, look at that. Look at all of them go through the dust and debris into 6. Bordeshow first to hit it. Rennan really got tripped up by it. He was sending it deep and went wide. But Andrew covering low down into turn 8. Morgado said he was okay with defending. He didn't like the front to rear bump and run action. He'd rather, and we've asked him, and we've seen it both work out good and bad, try to make at least some kind of a side-by-side move and rather have any side-to-side contact. But with the moto on the line, with the championship looming, P2 is still more than good enough. At this point, Morgado will be almost to the front row, and he will have a great points haul. But he knows, and he's frustrated with Bordeshow. He wants the lead. He's got the speed to do it. 1 to go.
Here's the thing is Morgado, even if this is all good for him and the championship is fine, done and dusted, there is a little bit of pride in the mix as well after
and
that
frustration.
Moto 1. Yes, so this is where you need to watch here. Through into turn 6 we go, and right there they are rear to rear here. Ronaldin looking very, very feisty as well. This is going to be the first big passing opportunity on the final lap into 8. Looks to the inside, looks to the right shoulder, looks over. Is this the crossover out of 8? And no, it's not. It's a hard block there from Bordeshow.
Oh, I thought he was going to go there in 9, the same way he was able to get to AJ, but he didn't get as good of a launch as he did earlier. Now Rennan with a run into 11, not there. He bails out of it. A smart play by Adrian. Final couple turns in Moto 2. Bordeshow trying to put the defensive driving for second to good use from Moto 1 into the win for Moto 2. Final turn, keeps it low. Morgado tries the launch. It won't be there. Andrew Bordeshow wins Moto 2 in Pro Stars. Wow.
I thought Morgado was going to get it out of 16, and then he got up on the curb, and I think that just stalled him out enough that he couldn't get the run.
Man, do we have a lot to unpack from this one for Pro Stars. Andrew Bordeshow holds on under threat from a European KZ champ in Adrian Rennan and an FIA OK world champ in Mateus Morgado. Talk about pressure and a welcome back to the hometown hero. Andrew Bordeshow wins Moto number 2.
Andrew, well, for lack of better words, you just said you're back. How good does this feel?
Oh, well, 2 seconds, man.
1, 2.
Oh, listen, none of these kids got respect. So, I just put my name back on the map, you know. If it was the Hall of Fame, I would be on there, to be honest. You know, yeah, he might be a world champion, but, you know.
These guys don't like to have fun out here. This guy has fun.
Yeah, I mean, we're racing go-karts. Remember that. This guy, he's good, but why is he not in F1? Well, it's fun here. So let's have fun, you know, that's what it's about. Race our best, you know. And I mean, that's all I can really say, man. I'm here to have fun, kick some ass.
Thank you, Andrew.
Hey, no problem.
Let's walk right over here to the guy that he just beat, Morgado. I don't know how much you got a chance to hear that interview, but what do you have to say for anything he just talked about there?
I haven't heard.
Well, he said he likes to have fun. He says that you're good, should be in F1. What do you think?
He should be in F1.
You should be in F1.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm here, unfortunately.
Well, how would you kind of describe that race?
Good. Nothing to say about. I think everyone have a good speed. we'll be competitive. I mean, finishing second for me, amazing points to the championship. The guys that I'm fighting all behind me, that's great for me.
Same situation occurs tomorrow. You're behind Andrew. It's the main event. Different result, you think?
Yeah, tomorrow I win.
Thank you, Mateus.
No worries.
Let's go one more back here. Let's talk to the Frenchman, Adrian Renan. And obviously, Adrian, you had the advantage of the fresher tires, but do you think this has been a good result for you heading to tomorrow?
Yeah, good result is P1. Now on this track is really difficult to overtake. And the way some driver drive, you know, you lose too much time on the beginning. So the guy in first has maybe one straight advantage. At the end, me and Morgato, we come back. So, I mean, the pace is good for the final.
Thank you, Adrian.
No problem.
One more guy I want to talk to here, and it's the Magic Man, AJ. I mean, I think for me, it's kind of been the story of the year for you, right? You start the weekend out really good. Maybe the end of Saturday into the morning of Sunday, not so good. Is that sort of what happened to you think, here?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious we've been struggling in the past couple races, and we've been working on that. And, yeah, I mean, my gas was loose, so didn't help. I'm just lack of pace like usual, and there's really no excuse. Andrew won the race. So, no, it's great to see Andrew out there, and it's great to see Magic in the front. Don't matter if it's not me.
Thank you, AJ.
Thanks.
Okay, wow. What to bring back. Great interviews from Alex on all three fronts here. Still a lot more to obviously chat about and talk to, because while the battling for the lead was going on, there was so much more as well through the midfield of this Pro Stars second moto to break down a bit. So, well, I can see Alex is keeping a tab in the scales, and it looks like, yeah, let's go down to you, Alex. Let's hear from Gavin.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Gavin, obviously haven't spoken to you a lot this weekend, maybe not the weekend you'd want up to this point. The issues to start Moto 2, what happened?
I mean, I got the whole shot on Ian, and I was over a nose ahead of him, and I don't know if he just locked up the front brakes going in, but for sure he hit me, and I went up on two wheels and nearly lost it. Couldn't get the clutch in fast enough, had to pump it up so that I could go again, but yeah, not an ideal start. It's been a bit of a struggle this weekend, learning this track. It's been difficult, but I think we're finding pace. We had pace in the first moto, setting the fastest lap and going from 10th to 5th. So I don't know. We'll see how the race is tomorrow. It's obviously going to be chaotic based off these heats.
What's been the biggest struggle point for you this weekend?
Just finding the groove, honestly. I mean, the Rhino patching is really hard to get around, and figuring out the gear ratio for this track is probably the second hardest thing that I've had to struggle with.
Thanks, Gavin.
Thank you.
Appreciate Gavin Bailiff again making some time to chat with us, and along with the rest, definitely some battle scars from the entire 28 driver grid in Pro Stars. My goodness, this is a look at Ian Quinn's Steel Motorsports Bureau alert. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, we heard from Gavin there. I mean, obviously, you never want to get into a fellow Burl Art guy there. What happened at the start?
It was just a bad situation. You know, there's a big bump at the apex of turn 1, so I think Gavin on the exit started coming back to set up, and I was just trying to, you know, I was accommodating for him, and then before I knew it, he was on top of me. So it's unfortunate, but it'd be a lot of fun trying to pass some people tomorrow, I guess. We got a fast piece, so I know I'll be able to make it work.
Thanks, Ian.
No problem. Thank you.
There you have her, me and Quinn, both sides of the kind of start of the chain reaction of chaos from turn number 1. And Ian Quinn, Gavin Bailiff getting stuck together and obviously able to dislodge and continue, but they were far from the only ones with contact in that Pro Stars second moto. Bradley, that was 5 back-to-back words and intel from the drivers here, and gut reaction, instant reaction from all that.
Boydeshow, Morgado, and Ronadin. I mean, this is going to be interesting to watch through the rest of the weekend. That top 2, if they end up too close to each other, if Boydeshow ends up behind Morgado at any point, Morgado is going to have a time. This is going to be an interesting one to watch time and time again here for the rest of the weekend.
Well, with Pro Stars in the books here, we've got still more to bring you. In fact, we'll be chatting with some of the top Pro Stars drivers shortly with the official presser from the Quaker City Motorsports Park. But let's take a look back throughout the day of all that has transpired to this point. A lengthy Saturday, 2 full rounds of heat races for the support divisions, 2 full rounds of motos for the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show classes to set their grids for tomorrow. And along with that, quite a bit of activity from the qualifying and warm-up sessions alone, too. Just kicking things off with our coverage from 8 a.m. this morning, and now here just past, or just about to pass, 5 p.m. local time. We, again, will have a little more to cover from with the beautiful Quaker City Motorsports Park hospitality building there by the grid and the scale area to chat with our top stars during the presser. But welcome, I guess, to the booth, Bradley. A heck of a welcome for you for sure to the big tour. This was some fantastic action across the board. Obviously, at the end of the day here, you were seeing maybe a little less than cooler heads prevail at points, but still some fantastic racing action to christen this new facility.
Yeah, this is such an amazing way to see this facility. This is such a great way to kind of break my way into a national kart chaser event and, come in person for when I'm used to sitting in an office, at my house, and then maybe getting up and going to the kitchen, doing some remote coverage, getting to actually be on track, on facility. I'll tell you right now, getting to pull in here we got here at just before 7 a.m. this morning, and pulling into the track and seeing everyone already up, already going, the kart's already getting put together. It's such a different experience in person, and I cannot stress that enough. We can kind of see everyone, as you said, the less than cooler heads prevailed, but it was still such a good run to watch of everyone trying to keep it together and going through. And I'll tell you right now, just as this entire day has gone, it's been a great run here from KA Masters all the way through, having coverage in the pits, everything. I have enjoyed it all. Can't wait to do it again tomorrow, though.
Yeah, we get to do it all over again. That's right. 2 full race rotations from the morning tomorrow. We'll have everyone run through the warm-ups, and then pre-finals for the support classes. Of course, the Pro Show drivers will get a warm-up session as well. Lunch break hits, and then the free-to-view coverage of the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show for OKN-J, OKN, and Pro Stars. Now with probably a little more to be debated on and looked over for their official lineup based on the way Moto 2 went down. And then the support class mains to close it off with a full house KA Stars field. Should be a great day. We've enjoyed the day so far on track. We'll switch over to the free feed and chat with some of our Pro Stars drivers in the presser. But if you're leaving us for now, we hope to see you first thing in the morning. Myself, Bradley Dalton, and of course the entire KC crew, the Stars Championship Series officials, and the Quaker City Motorsports Park track staff. They've been phenomenal here to get us to this point. 2 days in and 1 more day to go for the Stars Championship Series Earthquake. See you on the other side of this break.